It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our forests. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
It might be hard to imagine, but there's a place where you can find a restaurant on every corner. A place where you can eat like a king for as little as $1. It might be hard to imagine, but this is the same place where the school lunches aren't just delicious, they're themed, with palate pleasers like Mozzarella Stick Mondays, Taco Tuesdays, and French Fridays. Heck, even pizza counts as a vegetable here. This is a place where the fast food just keeps getting faster. You can even order delivery right from your video game console. And how's the food, you ask? Well, it is to die for. Don't believe us? Just ask the friends and family of the 300,000 who did last year. Welcome to the state of America. Welcome to Obesity USA. Population 115 million and getting bigger by the day. To learn more, go to visitobesity.org. That's visitobecity.org. Brought to you by the Pennington Biomedical Research Foundation.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan and always live on the
Sports Junkies. Toby Altizer sitting in for the Junks today on President's Day. You know, two of the best things in sports, Ben Strober running the controls today. You know, two of the best things in sports, Strobe, start with this great music. Sports Junkies at 6 a.m. right here on the Fan. Virginia Tech football. Two best things.
Right.
Can't complain about that. Got plenty of stuff to talk about today. Want to get into some Commanders talk. The Seahawks just won the Super Bowl, and I think you look at their blueprint to building their team, a lot of it has been through the draft, and specifically their last 4 or 5 drafts. They have nailed their draft picks. Don't know that you can say the same about Washington, even just looking at the last 2 years with Adam Peters. So we'll talk about that coming up. I still think there's a chance that some of these guys can redeem themselves and still prove to be worthy football players to help this team out. So we'll talk about that coming up at 8 o'clock. Eric Edholm of NFL Media going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. Ian Rappaport was on NFL Network earlier this week talking about potential fireworks for the Commanders this offseason, making some moves. So we'll talk about that as well. Want to get into the NBA All-Star Game. All-Star Weekend was a joke as a whole, but the All-Star Game, maybe they found something. Also, Bryce Harper had some interesting things to say at Philly spring training, so we'll get into some of those comments. But this is always one of the most depressing weekends of the year, and it has nothing to do with me being single on Valentine's Day, I promise. That has nothing to do with it. But this is one of the most depressing weekends of the calendar because it's the first weekend of no football. None. Now, Pro Bowl weekend, there really wasn't anything going on, or the week before the Super Bowl, there really wasn't anything going on, so you got a little bit of a glimpse into what it was going to be like because the Pro Bowl is so useless. I think they played that on Monday or Tuesday of Super Bowl week anyways, so there was nothing going on that Sunday, but you at least still had the hope of Super Bowl Sunday to follow. Yesterday, there was no football. Now, I will say, this year, there's a little bit of a respite because there's plenty of stuff still going on. You have the Olympics going on. I was watching Olympic hockey all weekend. I'm sick of watching Jeremy Swayman in net. He was terrible against Denmark, but the U.S. still won on Saturday, 6-3. yesterday at 3 o'clock watching USA versus Germany. They came out much better in that game than they had the previous two games. They looked much more ready to roll. They ended up winning that one 5-1 and kind of running away with it. So I think you're going to see a lot more Connor Hellebuck the rest of the way. So good to see the U.S. rolling in hockey. I've watched some other Olympic sports. So at least it gives you something there. I thought golf yesterday was really intriguing. Colin Morikawa winning the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. That was a fun tournament to watch. And Scotty Scheffler does this thing now that I don't understand how guys are as good as he is. He wasn't in contention 2 weeks ago at the Waste Management until Sunday. And then Sunday, he just rips off an incredible round, and he's right in contention. He doesn't end up winning the golf tournament, but he just shows up on Sunday and shoots one of the lowest, if not the lowest round on Sunday. And then he did the same thing yesterday at Pebble Beach, where nothing was going his way throughout the tournament. And then all of a sudden on Sunday, he shoots a 63 and had 3 bogeys on the card. I mean, that's insane. A 63 and had 3 bogeys. Could have been even better. He ends up just a couple of shots back of Colin Morikawa, who ends up winning. Bizarre scene there on 18 as he's standing in the fairway waiting for Bridgman, who had hit it way left onto a beach and then hit it into the water, and craziness there. So Colin Morikawa finally gets his opportunity, puts it up there just off the green into the rough, and then chips up and makes the putt to win the tournament by 1 at 22 under par. I know we can't spend a ton of time on golf, but it's crazy the scores that these guys shoot now, and I don't even know how you fix it, because I enjoy watching golf tournaments that are more so in the... I don't mind if it's a scoring fest where it's like 12 to 14 under par, but for Morikawa to win that tournament at 22 under par is just insane to me. I don't know how you fix all of that, but that's something we can spend more time on at another date. But All-Star Weekend went on as well. I don't know how much people really cared about this All-Star game. It was weird. I mean, the Rising Stars game was Friday night. I didn't watch a ton of that. I know there were some Wizards involved. Saturday, I don't get what they were doing. Maybe it's because NBC has the Olympics.
Yes, that's right.
I couldn't find when this was on. It was on at a weird time. Like yesterday's All-Star game, for nothing being on, I think the timing was fine, that it was done by 8 or 9 o'clock. That's fine. Tip off at 5 o'clock. That's great, instead of having to stay up late on a Sunday or whatever. But Saturday, the dunk contest was over before I even knew it started. The three-point contest, Damian Lillard hasn't even played a minute of basketball this year, and he wins the three-point contest.
You didn't miss anything.
I don't know what the heck is going on with All-Star Weekend. It used to be something that I was fired up. I was psyched for All-Star Weekend. All-Star Saturday night was a must-watch event. You got to watch the dunk contest, three-point contest, skills challenge, all these different things. It was always the most entertaining part of All-Star Weekend. Now, I didn't even know what was going on, frankly, and didn't even care.
I think we got to move away from all that stuff, because it's clearly jumped the shark. You don't have any stars that want to compete in the dunk contest anymore. It is what it is, and that's exactly what Anthony Edwards said about All-Star. I'll get you the audio for that in a little bit, but Anthony Edwards literally said, when he was asked, is the All-Star Weekend kind of what it is now? He goes, yeah, I think it is what it is. That's not a great look.
But I don't know why it's gotten to that point. I don't. I mean, the dunk contest could still be cool. Like, I didn't love the gimmick of Mac McClung being in it as a G Leaguer.
I hated it.
I didn't like it.
But it was better than whatever happened on Saturday.
Exactly. At least I got to watch good dunks. Jackson Hayes threw down a dunk, like literally a dunk that wouldn't have even been that impressive for a guy at his height on a fast break against the Wizards. As long as he's not trying to kill G Wiz.
He shouldn't have even been allowed to be in the dunk contest. And G Wiz was the Wizards' only All-Star, by the way. So G Wiz was out. I wonder if Jackson Hayes went up to him and apologized.
I mean, if Jackson
probably now that he's getting sued, he did.
Jackson Hayes should have really leaned into the bit and just had G Wiz come out and just posterized him or something.
Like, well, remember how when John Wall won, he jumped over G Man. What if Jackson Hayes jumped over G Wiz? They hugged it out. They dropped the suit, and he wins the dunk contest.
I mean, just lean into it. Don't even jump over him. Just jump straight through him and just slam it home. Just posterize.
So increase G Wiz's payday.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, he's got the money. He'll be all right. But I don't know what the heck is going on. Czaban Johnson, I feel bad doing this. Czaban Johnson, I think, was the guy who won. I mean this with all due respect, and I feel like, obviously, for what I do, you have to follow sports. And I'm not as big into the NBA as I once was. And I mean this with all due respect to the guy that won. I've never heard of this guy. I've never heard of him. Czaban Johnson? I've heard of Keyshawn Johnson. I've heard of Keyshawn George. I've not heard of Czaban Johnson. And I'm glad that he won. That's fine. The dunks that I saw that he completed, fine. Nothing special. And look, I do think that we were going to get to a point with the dunk contest, and we frankly got there a little sooner than I would have liked. But I do think we were going to get to a point with the dunk contest where there's only so much you can do to dunk a basketball. There's only so much you can do. Unless you're one of these guys that literally spends their entire life trying to come up with different dunks, some different guys that you've seen do things on Instagram or whatever, that is their whole persona, as they just come up with really cool dunks. At some point you run out, because let's be real, NBA players, even though they like to do some of these cool dunks and different things, they got to work on their jumpers, they got to work on their fitness, they got to work on all sorts of other stuff. They don't have time all the time to just be doing all sorts of crazy dunks. But I do think there is something to be said for, you know what's still really, really cool, and I think we get a ton of 10s? Vince Carter's 360 windmill. That still does the job. Right? Like Blake Griffin jumping over a car. That still does the job. Like those sorts of things, they still work. Are they innovative? Technically, no, because people have done them before, but they're still cool. So like I'm watching the winning dunk. Czaban Johnson does a running windmill. It's fine. And you know what? It's better than some dunks I've seen. But I would love to see some of the stars get involved. Unfortunately, it seems like that's not going to happen. If you just watch what happened to Jace Richardson, where he gets the ball stuck on the side of the backboard and lands almost on his head. Hope he's okay. Like, I can understand that there is an injury element to this, especially when you start putting in some of the props and jumping over people and doing some of these things. But there's got to be a better way. Like the dunk contest used to be something on Saturday night that was appointment television. If you missed it, you had to go back and watch every one of the dunks. I've seen a couple of the dunks from this thing, and I'm not interested to go try to find the other ones.
Toby, we're also in an era, though, of the NBA where everything is about not getting hurt. Everything is about stars not playing, managing how they treat their bodies throughout the entirety of the regular season, and that includes sitting out and then not participating in events. Like, it's just different now. And that's why I think they should just do away with it. It's not going to be the same.
Yeah, or not make it the focal point of Saturday night. I mean, there are some guys that are still going to be interested, but I mean, it's a shame. Like Ja Morant, Anthony Edwards, those kind of guys should be doing a dunk contest, and we're probably never going to see those guys do dunk contests, right? Like LeBron never doing a dunk contest. It sucks because some of these guys are some of the greatest dunkers of all time, but they're never going to get thrown into the stratosphere of a guy like a Vince Carter because they never did a dunk contest. Like, I think LeBron could be in that same sort of... Like, we've seen him do dunks that are dunk contest worthy before in videos from different practice things, pregame. Like, he can do incredible dunks. At this point in his career, he's never going to do it. Ja Morant can jump out of the gym. He's never going to do a dunk contest, it doesn't seem like. I mean, it's just a shame because... It used to be something that was appointment television, and if you just look at, I think I bookmarked this, the last 10 dunk contest winners. Listen to this. Starting back in 2017, this is your last 10, and tell me how many of these guys you actually know. Glenn Robinson III. I mean, I remember him at Michigan, but he wasn't much of an NBA player. Donovan Mitchell in 2018. Everyone knows Donovan Mitchell. Hamidou Diallo in 19. Derek Jones Jr. in 20, Anfernee Simons in 21, Obi Toppin in 22, 3 straight years of Mac McClung, and on Saturday, Czaban Johnson. No one knows anything about any of these guys aside from Donovan Mitchell. And I do understand what you're saying, Strobes, that it's true that seemingly everything in the NBA today is two things. One, don't get hurt. Two, don't get embarrassed. right? Like, because of how social media is, because of the way that the NBA is, they're so worried about not getting embarrassed on social media, which, by the way, we got to get into Kevin Durant and another burner. Found out this weekend at All-Star Weekend. So we'll get into that in just a second. But it's become those two things. And so for a lot of people, for like a John Morant, for like an Anthony Edwards, who I think would be fantastic at this, they look at it and say, one, I don't want to get injured because, at least in Anthony Edwards' case, where he's going to be a Supermax player, I don't want to risk $70 million over a stupid trophy that I really don't care that much if I win. And two, I don't want to be the idiot that goes out there and can't finish a dunk and gets laughed at all over social media.
Devin Booker is getting crushed for choking in the three-point contest.
Yeah.
He missed the final 3 shots that would have won it for him, and he's getting destroyed right now.
Yeah, I mean, so that's part of it too. But at some point, like, it's not like Devin Booker, even though he's getting crushed for the three-point contest.
He doesn't care.
It's not like in a year from now we're going to be like, hey, Devin Booker's not clutch because that three-point contest. So,
but it goes back to the conversation. This is why he doesn't have a ring.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is I think so much of this, and we got to get into the tanking discussion, a lot of stuff with the NBA going on. Before we get into the tanking discussion, because I do think that's probably the most interesting part of this weekend. We got stuff flying around about could the NBA get rid of the draft entirely? I don't know that that's entirely real. From what I saw, Joe Varden is the person that a lot of people were quoting on this. From what I saw on The Athletic, he said that was actually not on the table, but we'll get into that in just a little bit. Kevin Durant, another burner. Have you followed this?
Oh, yeah.
So apparently Kevin Durant has another burner.
Well, let's preface it. It's alleged.
Well, it's alleged.
It's not confirmed, but there are signs.
I mean, one, we already know he's had burners before, so I don't really care if he did or didn't, aside from the fact that he was crushing his own teammates.
I mean, some of those comments, too, are insane.
Yeah, he was saying some insane stuff, but that's also Kevin Durant. And it was funny because Kevin Durant was crushing Shams for being on his phone during the Celebrity All-Star Game, which, by the way, please just be all in on the Celebrity All-Star Game if you're going to play it. And it was funny. I was watching some clips warming up, and I'm not a Shams guy. I'll admit I'm not a Shams guy.
I know why you're not.
I'm not a Shams guy because of the whole Giannis saga and all those things. But I watched some of the clips of him warming up, like, oh man, he actually might be a hooper. And then he did nothing in the Celebrity Game, so I was pretty happy about that.
They need to get rid of that, by the way. That sucks.
I don't care about that. That's fine.
I don't want to see Drewski and Shams playing basketball.
See, I don't care about that. I really don't care. Do dumb stuff
exactly.
like that.
No one cares.
But that's fine. It doesn't hurt anybody. Like, the absurd part of
it's
it
dumb.
Is, why is Taco Fall playing with a bunch of doofuses that are celebrities who can barely dribble? Like, what are you doing there? That's
and why
the
is
one
Jeremy Lin playing?
Let's not post Taco Fall's stat line. Guess what? If he played anybody aside from actual basketball players, he's going to finish with 35 rebounds. Yes, that's not impressive. I mean, Shams comes up to his waist. Like, what do you expect? A 7'6" guy playing against a bunch of normal people. Of course he's going to dominate. So, no, I don't care if they still play that. But for Kevin Durant to be crushing Shams about get off your phone, you're at the Celebrity Game, and then in between All-Star games, which they might have a format that actually works. Now, we'll see. We've seen this before where for a year they feel like they have a format that actually gets the guys to play a little bit, and then the following year they do the same thing, and it kind of goes back to the usual All-Star Game stuff that we're used to seeing where it's lack of effort and nobody's really trying, all those sorts of things. But for Kevin Durant to be fooling around on his phone in between quarters of this All-Star Game, between games, I guess, technically, of this All-Star Game, after getting on Shams, like, you knew he was going through it.
He was doing damage control.
Yeah, he was going through it.
He was texting. He was probably texting his coach and the GM.
Yeah, I mean,
I can explain, coach.
I don't think he can. But you know what? Whatever. That's of all people to have another burner, Kevin Durant was like minus 2,000.
What's stopping him from just denying it?
Oh, he's going to. Of course he's going to.
But who's going to prove that it's him?
I'd have to dive a little deeper into the weeds on this. I really don't care that much. I just think it's funny. Like
it's hilarious.
It just fits the Kevin Durant narrative. Now, speaking of the All-Star game, they tried out a new format last night where they played 4 games, each 12 minutes. So it works out to basically be 4 quarters, each quarter being its own individual game. You had 2 USA teams, the Stars and the Stripes team, and you had a World team. And I got to give it to Victor Wembanyama. I feel like he might be the next face of the NBA when LeBron and Steph and these guys are done, because he actually embraces the basketball part of the NBA, unlike some of these other guys have. Like, fully embraces it. Not that Anthony Edwards doesn't care about playing basketball, not that Jason Tatum or one of these guys doesn't care about playing basketball, but everything about Victor Wembanyama, for the most part, has been about playing basketball. Like, that's what he's dialed in for. Like, you look at the Olympics a couple of years ago, he's all in about the basketball team, but he's all about ball. When it comes to the All-Star game, he's like, I'm sick of this not trying stuff. I'm going to go out there, and I'm going to set the pace. And really, that's all it takes, frankly. Like, as much as you want to try these different formats, try these different ideas, as much as you want to do all those different things, the main thing that you need to get the All-Star game back on track is you just need a couple of guys that give full effort, a couple of guys that try, and that'll push other people to try. So you've just got to have a full group that ends up pushing the effort, pushing the pace, pushing the tempo. All of a sudden, you've got everybody trying. Because, like we said, if there's one thing that NBA players, especially in the modern age of social media, are trying not to do, it's get embarrassed. So if you've got Victor Wembanyama going full speed, and you've got another guy trying full, you can't go out there and not try. So that's one way that I think they can fix this thing, is by having guys go out there and continually give that effort. And for Victor Wembanyama to be one of the top guys, and a couple of the dudes after the game last night, Anthony Edwards said as much, Donovan Mitchell had kind of said that, some of the other guys as well said, look, Wemby said we're going to try, and he made everyone else try. So I don't know if this format is a thing that they want to go with going forward, where you've got 3 teams and do all this. I would prefer them find a way to go back to East-West somehow, but maybe they found a little bit of a format with the 4 individual games for 12 minutes. I mean, seeing Kawhi Leonard go for, what do you have, like 31 in 12 minutes was impressive last night. And there was still, it's not like they were going full out, but there was a lot better effort last night in an All-Star game than there had been in a while. And I think this idea that guys are going to try for 48 minutes in an All-Star game is a bit stupid anyways. They're not going to give full effort. This is their break. So they're going to play, but I think where it had gotten to the point that guys were just lollygagging out there, there's a way to play basketball. These guys are at the highest level, they know, because if you've played basketball at any level, you know. There's a way to play basketball where there is a good run, it's good effort, it's a fun game, but you're not going to get hurt unless some fluky injury happens or something like that. Everyone understands you're playing with a mutual respect of, hey, we're going to go out here and give effort, but we're also not going to put ourselves in harm's way. There's a way to do that. So I'm hoping that they found something that they can get back to that. All right, one of the biggest things coming out of All-Star Weekend, Adam Silver addressed the media and said that everything is on the table for addressing this tanking issue. One, do you view this as a massive issue in the NBA? Like, is it worse this year than we've seen in previous years? It seems like Adam Silver seems to think so. And 2, is there a way to really fix this? Or is this just something the NBA has to deal with? We'll get into that next here on the Sports Junkies. Toby Altizer sitting in for the guys on President's Day.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Shop best of season fruit at Whole Foods Market. Get Sumo Citrus for $3.49 per pound with Prime through February 17th. Savor the best of citrus season with this sweet and tart favorite. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
JP Finley here. February cold is bringing the pressure, but Paul Henry's Window Installation knows how to protect the pocket. Draft new windows that lock in heat, cut down energy bills, and stop winter from breaking through the line. And this February, they're putting points on the board. $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off every door. That's a smart play for any homeowner. Don't let winter run up the score. Call Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell them JP Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential
Pickup truck wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
If we continue to consume our natural resources at the rate we do now, by 2050, it could take 3 Earths to meet our needs. The Earth can't speak up when it needs help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
After a magical 2024 season turned into a nightmare 2025.
Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down.
The future of the Adam Peters and Dan Quinn regime comes down to the moves they make this offseason. From free agency to the NFL draft.
Washington Commanders.
This is your station for breaking Commanders news, expert analysis, and debate. Every move.
Rework this deal.
I think it's going to be tough.
Every day.
I'm definitely excited about it.
We are football. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Sports Junkies, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for the guys today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Big discussion this weekend at the All-Star Game was what Adam Silver had said during his press conference at All-Star Weekend, talking about tanking and basically saying that they would seriously consider basically anything to fix the tanking problem in the NBA. The interesting part to me about all of this, I don't know that I feel like tanking this year is significantly worse than previous seasons. Now, there have been some egregious examples this year, so maybe that's where they're coming from. You've seen the Utah Jazz get fined a significant amount. You've seen the Indiana Pacers get fined as well. And maybe that's what Adam Silver is looking at, because to me, when you look at tanking in the NBA, when you look at what it is that they're frustrated with, to me, there's different types of it, where if you are purposely bad or you have players that are sitting out or something of that nature, I can live with that a little bit more. So what the Wizards have done, where they just don't have great veteran players on their rosters, and at the trade deadline, they usually try to trade those guys away. You end up getting draft picks or other veteran players that are maybe a little worn down. You can rest them, sit them. To me, those sorts of things are more acceptable, and you're going to play a lot of the young guys. That's what the Wizards have done. I can get more on board with that. To me, if a guy does not suit up in a game and you lose that game, I can understand that more than the idea of what Utah really got fined for and where they ended up in a bad spot, where they've kind of been singled out as the team that is doing it the wrong way by the NBA standards. When a guy suits up to play and he plays in a game, they should play to win that game. The players generally have not been the ones that are the issue. The players, when they are on the floor, they play. So that has not been the issue. But the management of these players, where you're rolling, you're up in the fourth quarter, and all of a sudden the star sits, that to me is unacceptable. Now, the Wizards have done some of that, but it's not with big-time guys. Like Anthony Davis, if he were playing, they haven't done that with an Anthony Davis. They haven't done that with a Trey Young. Have they done it with Will Riley? Yes. Have they done it with some of their other rookies and young guys at times? Yes. So are they exempt from this? Not necessarily. But Utah, with a Jaren Jackson and those sorts of names, to me, that's unacceptable. That's where there is an issue. So I can understand that. But do I view what's going on this year with the tanking, quote unquote, as significantly worse than previous seasons? Not really. I mean, this seems to be what happens year in, year out. There's a team or two that we're always talking about with these sorts of things, and it's unacceptable and this and that and whatever. But it seems like Adam Silver looks at this year and goes, this is a step too far. It seems that he's looking at what's going on this year and thinking, this is completely unacceptable and we have to fix tanking in the NBA. And they're going to examine every possible avenue. Now, I've seen one thing thrown around that has kind of gone viral on Twitter where a lot of people saying he's going to eliminate the draft. I don't think that's on the table. I've tried to research that a little bit. I saw that it was almost said the other way, that they wouldn't look into that, even though they'd look into just about every option. But regardless, even if they were to do that, I don't think that suddenly fixes things. I just don't understand how you fix this, frankly. I really don't. I don't know how you look at what's going on in the NBA with the tanking and figure it's going to fix itself, because it's difficult. The NBA, more than these other leagues that deal with drafts, specifically the major four in the U.S., one guy can change a franchise and a roster a lot more in the NBA than it can in the NFL, Major League Baseball, and in hockey.
Why wasn't this an issue when OKC did it?
Well,
when San Antonio did it? When Houston did it? Plenty of teams that are very good right now went through this process. And now OKC is the one that spearheaded the conversation. Say, hey, Utah, you can't do that.
I can't stand the Thunder if that's true, that they're basically the ones tattling.
Hell, but listen to this, though. The Thunder aren't tattling on the Wizards, and you know why.
Well,
Presti's throwing his guy Will a bone.
Maybe.
He says, hey, no, the Wizards are ethically doing it. The Jazz, they're not.
Well, I do think there are different ways to do it. And if you were asking me which way is the correct way, I think the Wizards have gone about it the correct way. I think that is how you go about, quote-unquote, ethically tanking. I truly believe that.
The NBA agrees because they didn't fine them.
Yeah, they have not been found in these... they have not been fined.
They might eventually, though. I wouldn't.
Who knows?
I wouldn't bet on them not being finable.
I just think when you look at tanking in the NBA, I don't know what your solution is. Even if he did go to the extreme of saying get rid of the NBA draft, how does that fix anything? So guys are just going to all go sign with the Lakers and the Knicks, and I get the salary cap and all those things. You're telling me they're not going to find ways to circumvent these things so they can get A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson on the same team for the New York Knicks or the Lakers or the Miami Heat or something like that? No. They'll do stuff like that. And I just don't know what the fix is. To me, one of the main fixes would be stop gifting elite talent to teams that you want them to go to. Play out the odds. Like, there's no reason that San Antonio should have Victor Wembanyama. There's no reason that Cooper Flagg should have ended up in Dallas. And I'm fine with Trey Johnson. I'm not looking back and saying, oh, the Wizards should have gotten it. Finally, it looks like the Charlotte Hornets might have gotten out of the perpetual lottery hell. Like, it seems like they might have actually done something correct where they're actually winning basketball games now. But I think that's part of the issue, is they're worried about, oh, well, teams are tanking. Yeah, because you never give them the top guys. Like, that's part of it. Like, part of the reason that the NFL works the way that it does is look at the turnaround that you can have when you get a top pick and things can turn around. And I get that it's different. I understand those things. But look at what's happened just from the draft classes that were drafting 1, 2, 3 in 2024. The Bears were drafting number 1. The Commanders are drafting number 2. The Patriots are drafting number 3. The Bears have now been to a divisional round. The Commanders have now been to an NFC championship. And the Patriots have been to a Super Bowl. That's what's supposed to happen. Like, as much as you might hate some of the ways that goes about, like, honestly, I think the best way to fix some of this stuff might just be, frankly, to get rid of the stupid lottery. Like, just let the teams that are bad get good players.
I think it should be a tier system, and I've said this for a while, that give the 3 worst record teams in the NBA equal odds to get the first pick, so everyone gets like a 33.3% chance, and then everybody else picks 4 through 10, or like cap the lottery at 9 or whatever, or 8. Well, actually, there wouldn't be a lottery at that point, but just have everybody else like figure their spot out based on record after that. Just give the bottom 3 teams a fair chance at the first pick.
Yeah, and I don't fully understand what some of the issues are. Like, yes, you're a bad basketball team and you want to get A.J. DeBonsa. Yes, you're a bad basketball team and you want to get Darren Peterson. Sue me. Like, is that a bad thing? Like, that's how you win basketball games. And you say, well, you can go do other things. Tell me the last free agent the Wizards had a real chance to sign that is a big-time difference maker. That's not how it works. Well, everybody ends up going to L.A. or New York. Like, that's just the way that the NBA has done things.
The Hornets are a good example. Toby, because they're a team that's been rebuilding for a while, and they've never had the necessary lottery luck to get out of the phase earlier than some other teams have, like Houston, like San Antonio. But they've drafted good players despite not having the luck, and they've developed it. It just takes longer.
Yeah.
Like a lot of NBA players take 4 years to really hit like the mark where they're a serviceable, almost all-star level player. And that's why now Charlotte is finally getting good. They're finally seeing Brandon Miller hit his full potential as a player. They're seeing LaMelo Ball come into his own as a player. And then Con Knippel has definitely been better than advertised, I think, even though he was 4th overall pick. He's been awesome. It takes time.
Yeah.
And the Wizards kind of are trying to follow that blueprint right now because they haven't necessarily had the luck they need outside of getting Alex Sarr. Also, free agency in the NBA is kind of dead. You have to be savvy as a front office and utilize the trade market. And I think that's where the Wizards have been ahead of the curve. They've been able to buy low on 2 former all-star players. And whether it's going to work out or not remains to be seen. But they're doing what's necessary to try to bolster their team even if they don't get the lottery luck they need.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because in Varden's article, who was the one that everyone was citing for this, Joe Varden, The Athletic, he had mentioned the Wizards and trading for guys that were injured with the intention of basically stashing them. Because let's be real, that's what they're doing. They didn't trade for Anthony Davis for this year because he's probably not going to play again this year. They didn't trade for Trey Young for this year. He's probably not going to play this year, if very minimally if he does. So that is true. They're essentially stashing these guys and saving them for next year, but I don't see what the problem is with those sorts of things.
Agreed. Is the trade deadline not to make your team better overall? How often in other sports do you see guys buy at the deadline for guys that they're going to have on the team for the next season? It happens all the time in other sports.
What's the issue with a team that is stuck at the bottom trying to lose games so they get a better chance at winning? What's wrong with that so that you can get a better player? And if anything, stop screwing teams that are bad in the draft lottery.
Well, listen to the discourse that exists around teams that have been bad for a while, like Charlotte, like Washington, like Utah.
Well,
people that don't care about those teams or follow them closely want them to continue to be bad because they don't have to actually follow them.
True.
It's easy for guys and analysts and so-called experts to dunk on the Wizards when they don't even know what's going on. They don't even understand what the Wizards or a team like Charlotte has actually tried to do to make themselves better. It's just easy for them to dunk on them whenever they get a chance. Robert Horry did it a couple weeks ago for no reason.
Yeah, and you've got it too where when a team like Washington, like Charlotte, one of these non-premier teams that people care about, gets one of these star players, the second that team starts losing, they try to get that guy out of there. They've been trying to do it with Giannis in Milwaukee for years. I know it ended poorly here, but remember for years it was, we got to get Bradley Beal out of D.C. We got to get him to a winner. Right? Like that's what the discourse is. I don't think the issue in the NBA, if you're Adam Silver, is necessarily tanking. I think it's a lot of the narrative and stuff that goes around the NBA where part of the reason that I think a lot of people have lost interest in the league is it's less about basketball and more about everything else. It's a fun sport to debate. There's no question about it. And I have no issue with some of the extraordinary takes that people have about the NBA. That's part of what has driven it to its popularity as well, but it could be part of its demise as it's constantly, hey, how can we get this guy to the Lakers? How can we get this guy to the New York Knicks? Take your pick of sexy team. Like, if the Thunder were to lose for a couple of years, how quick are we talking about, let's get SGA out of OKC, all those things? I don't know. I don't think that what Adam Silver is looking at as a massive issue. Yeah, is it a problem? Sure, but they've got to find a way to make sure that these bad teams that are trying to get elite talent, give them elite talent. Like, I don't know, maybe there's the idea. Maybe just let the bad teams get the good players and see what happens and see if you can have some parity in this league. I don't know. It's frustrating because I bet you if you're in a big-time market that gets the benefit of the doubt, you don't feel this way. You don't care. But the Wizards have been stuck in this loop now for a long time, and unless you get big-time help in the draft lottery, you're not getting Kevin Durant. You have to hope that A.J. DeBonsa's Kevin Durant. You have to hope that Darren Peterson's Kobe Bryant. You're not getting those guys otherwise. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We can talk a little bit more about that. Also, Bryce Harper had some interesting things to say about the Phillies general manager after he called him not elite. And he also said he loves what the LA Dodgers are doing. So we'll get into some of Bryce Harper's comments coming up in a little bit. Maybe the Phillies are about to implode, which would be great to see. Toby Altizer sitting in for the Junks on President's Day.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Selecting the right real estate agent is crucial. In fact, choosing the wrong agent could cost you thousands. Just ask Grant, who said Debbie and Sarah Reynolds are the best I've ever worked with. They came in with a clear strategy, professional staging advice, and top-notch marketing that made my home stand out immediately. Within days, we had multiple offers, all over asking price. Selling a home can be stressful, but Debbie and Sarah made it feel effortless. This is common when you call the Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. They sell a home every 5 hours, and they net their sellers $30,000 more on average. That's because of their exclusive database of over 16,300 pre-screened buyers that are ready to buy a home today. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Take it from me. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet from my guys over at Ted Burtford. Oh, now is such a great time to go see President's Day deals, not just on President's Day, all month long. How about a 2026 Explorer from Ted Burtford? $6,500 off, plus now no payments for 90 days. Or how about $7,500 off a new in-demand 2025 Ford Bronco? Or how about $6,000 off the Bronco Sport? Both Outer Banks editions, and both with no payments for 90 days. Freedom to roam, price to move. Go see my guys at Ted Ford and tell them Danny sent you.
Why? Why do we ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right? The answer to why defines who we are. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my friends.
For my community.
For my family.
For each other. Because all of this matters. We all have something worth protecting. So why do you see safe? Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that...
Toby Altizer sitting in for the Junks today on President's Day. Meant to mention this off the top, but our prayers go out to Trey Johnson's family after he tragically passed away over the weekend, just 54 years old, the former All-Pro guard for Washington Redskins, played 8 years in D.C. of his 9 in the NFL. I didn't get to personally watch him. I don't recall him playing for the team, but so many people I've seen on Twitter over the last day or so talking about how great a player he was. And it's such a shame, so young, to pass away. And it's been a rough couple of weeks for the Burgundy and Gold. Sonny Jurgensen, Barry Wilburn, and now Trey Johnson have all passed away within about a week of each other. So prayers out to his family and those that have lost, those in the Burgundy and Gold family that have lost some loved ones here in the last couple of weeks. Continuing to talk about the NBA, though, as we were talking a little bit about tanking, Wizards going to be coming back here in the second half. They'll begin, speaking of tanking, they'll be opening up their second half against the Pacers on back-to-back nights. Hopefully, could see some losses over at Capital One Arena, Strobes.
Don't say it, Toby. They might be listening.
Could use a couple of losses against the Pacers to help out the Wiz. I'm curious, though. I want to talk about the second half for the Wiz here in just a second. How dialed in, Strobes? If you don't listen to his Locked On Wizards podcast, make sure you check it out. How dialed in have you been to the college basketball season? Because one of the things that really intrigues me is everyone talks about Darren Peterson, and maybe he's the top guy. But this injury stuff with Darren Peterson is wild. I don't know if he's actually injured. I don't know if he's just playing the long game and waiting for his NBA career, because I think it's one of two things. For me, if he's truly injured, then there's a lot of red flags about drafting this guy. Number one, if whoever gets that pick, potentially Washington could get that pick. Do you take Darren Peterson when he's missed basically over half the season for Kansas? Or is it something where he's saving himself, and anytime he's not 100%, like even if he's 85%, he's not suiting up? If that's the case, I don't necessarily like that look, but I don't know that it really impacts things, because if he comes into the NBA and he's averaging 20 a night, no one's going to look back and be like, oh, yeah, what a bum he was at Kansas. No one's going to care if he comes in and plays well in the NBA. So I'm curious as to, is he actually hurt or is he not? And I don't know that we're going to get an answer on that.
Well, hear me out. Darren Peterson to the Wizards makes perfect sense. You want to know why? I talked about NBA analysts and people dunking on the Wizards whenever they get the chance to. This will be the prime example. If the Wizards get the first pick and draft Darren Peterson, just look at how many headlines and guys, talking heads, are going to say that the Wizards just drafted a bust, injury prone, won't make it in this league.
Yeah.
But if the Mavericks get hooked again, they'll be like, no way, the Mavericks got this lucky again. Future Kobe Bryant. Another legendary first overall pick for the Mavericks. The discourse will 100% be different if the Wizards take him than if the Mavericks or Atlanta took him. I almost guarantee it. That's why it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And by the way, he's still my number one overall pick.
Is he? Okay.
Yes.
I would take AJ DeBonsa, but that's more so a proclivity I have for taking wings over guards.
I'm completely fine with that. I have no qualms with someone saying that AJ is their one.
Do you like Cameron Boozer?
Love Boozer. I think if anybody was going to help them out the most in terms of actually winning games next season, it was probably Boozer. But Peterson's a guy I think you reach a higher potential with at some point on in his career. But now that you have Anthony Davis, it'd be good to see Boozer kind of mold his game right behind him, because I don't think Anthony Davis is a long-term thing here. At least that's what I'm hoping. is the case for Washington. But I love the top three guys. I love some of the guys that'll be outside the top three as well. There's been a lot of great college basketball and some really talent. There's a lot of good point guard talent in this upcoming draft as well, Toby.
Even though I'm an ACC guy, obviously Virginia Tech, big game for them coming up tomorrow against Miami. It's kind of a shame Caleb Wilson got hurt because he's someone that if you, for whatever reason, don't screw the Wiz again, please, Adam Silver. Like, give us a top 3 pick, please. But if you were to miss out on the top 3, Caleb Wilson isn't a bad consolation prize either. So there are some really good players in this year's draft. I think if you get any of the top 3, top 4, you feel pretty good. But I truly think it's a pick your flavor kind of deal. Darren Peterson maybe has the higher ceiling as being like a legit 25 a night kind of guard. DeBonsa, though, has a really high ceiling as well as being a really athletic wing that maybe can develop into being a 20-plus a night kind of guy that can give you a little bit of everything. I just get really excited for what DeBonsa could do if you added him into this core where when you're drafting at the top, you don't draft for need. You just draft the best player available. You just draft who you think is going to be the biggest star. So I have no issue with if they were to go with Peterson because you just make it work, right? But to me, thinking of a starting 5 of Trey Young, Trey Johnson, AJ DeBonsa, Alex Sarr, and Anthony Davis, like that fits perfectly. Then you have Keyshawn coming off the bench. You've got Bub coming off the bench. You've got some really good players to work as secondary players to that, and you fill out that starting 5 with DeBonsa. But either way, Darren Peterson would work his way in, and maybe Trey Johnson becomes your 6th man or something like that. Like either way you do it, you're going to end up with a really, really good player. So just please don't screw the Wizards again. But I'm curious, a couple minutes here, what do you got second half? What are you watching for the Wiz?
Well, it's going to be interesting because we don't know how many minutes a lot of guys are going to play.
Yeah.
But Will Riley, in the past couple of weeks when he's gotten more of an opportunity offensively, he's had some really...
He's been a big-time revelation.
Yeah, he's had some high-scoring outputs. Want to see if he can continue to build on what he's done as an offensive player, see if he can work on some things defensively. He's a little bit slight in the frame right now, which kind of puts limitations on what he can do defensively at this point. But continuing to watch for that. Sharif Cooper has actually been really interesting to watch. And I know a lot of people have kind of batted an eye at that because Sharif Cooper was one time a big name in high school basketball. Didn't really pan out the first couple of years of his career. Didn't really get to experience the NIL benefits of college basketball at Auburn. But Sharif Cooper has actually shown the ability to beat his man off the bounce, get 2 feet in the paint that no other guard on this team has had all season. So he's been really interesting to watch, and he might be crafting out a role for himself in the future on this team as a backup point guard. You never know. So I'm actually interested in watching him. You'll see some minutes here and there from Sarr. I think he's going to be out for the next couple of weeks. But eventually, Will Dawkins said he thinks it's highly likely that we see Trey Young and Anthony Davis see the floor at some point, maybe for a couple games. I had a theory of when we might actually see that. There's a specific 7-game run where they play some really tough playoff caliber teams where you might see these guys play together. If that's the case, that's appointment television right there.
Forgot to point this out when we were talking about things happening this weekend. How about the GOAT, Michael Jordan, winning the Daytona 500? How about that?
Crazy.
Dude, I wish I just knew what it was like to be good at something. Let me win something for once. Let me just feel that feeling. That'd be nice.
You don't think you're good at what you're doing right now?
Mediocre.
Mediocre? Come on, man.
There's a reason why people have a day off and I'm working today. Next, I want to talk about baseball. Baseball is coming around the corner, which is crazy to think about. But Bryce Harper had some comments. I know people don't love Bryce Harper around here, but I think it's interesting some of the things he had to say down at Phillies spring training. We'll play a little bit of that and react to that next. You're listening to Sports Junkies on President's Day.
DC's FM Sports Talk, 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Hey, the NBA All-Star Game happened this weekend, and the final score was the West 121 against the East 115. Or at least that's what the headline should read. But instead, they did this weird world versus stripes versus stars round robin thing. If a tree falls in the woods, no one's around, you don't hear it. If the NBA All-Star Game happens or All-Star Games happen and no one watches, do they really happen? No. I'm Drake Toll.
And
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Get more out of every mile when you share the ride to work. With carpooling, you'll have time to relax, save money, and pick up new friends. Commuter Connections can help you find carpool partners who live and work near you, even if you're commuting just a few days a week. It's a free service. Carpooling. Every dollar saved, every friend made. Register for free carpool partner ride matching at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org.
B-Mitch here. You know I'm a passionate cyclist, and I'm now proud to be a part of the incredible motorcycle community. Safety will always be my only priority, and I feel better riding knowing that Law Tigers has my back. They've been helping injured riders for
Sports Junkies, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for the guys today on President's Day. By the way, if you were going to put money on anybody to break the rule of no fighting in the Olympics, who would you put money on? If the answer is Tom Wilson, then you were 100% correct. Tom Wilson having a Gordie Howe hat trick for Canada the other day against France. They literally beat them down 10-2. A fight, a goal, and an assist for Willie. So he's making his name known at the Winter Olympics, as if people didn't already know that. Tom Wilson getting it done for Team Canada. Looks like if the U.S. is going to play Canada, it'll be for the gold medal, which I think is scheduled to be at like 5 a.m. So I'm hoping there's a way that they can move that back if that is the case. Otherwise, going to be an early morning for me on that gold medal match day, watching the USA and Canada. But I want to get into a little baseball talk. We'll get into football in just a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about Laramie Tunsil at 8 o'clock. I want to get into draft picks. Washington, these last couple of years, I don't know that they've been as good in the draft as you would like them to be. So we'll talk about that coming up at 8 o'clock as well. But baseball just around the corner, and Bryce Harper addressed the media in Philadelphia, or at Philadelphia spring training, for about 15 minutes the other day. And I thought some audio from that was interesting. So if we grab the audio, let's start with him talking about this offseason when their general manager, Dave Dombrowski, had addressed basically talking about Bryce Harper, and his quote basically was, he's still an all-star caliber player. He didn't have an elite season like he's had in the past, and basically said, we'll find out if he becomes elite again or if he continues to just be good. Here was Bryce Harper's response to basically being called not elite anymore.
Not really. I mean, I don't get motivated by that kind of stuff. You know, for me, it was kind of wild, the whole situation of that happening. I think the big thing for me was, you know, when we first met with this organization, it was, hey, you know, we're always going to keep things in-house, and we expect you to do the same thing. And so, you know, when that didn't happen, kind of took me for a run a little bit. So I don't know, you know, it's part of it, I guess. You know, it's kind of a wild situation, you know, that even happening. Obviously, I didn't have the year that I wanted. Obviously, I didn't have the postseason I wanted.
Could we be seeing the unraveling of the Philadelphia Phillies? I mean, they've been good for the last, I don't know, 5-10 years, for a while now. You know, they've been kind of one of the top teams in the NL East, and you look at their roster and it's aging. Bryce Harper's getting older. I mean, it's crazy to think about. We all remember him as a kid playing for Washington, and he's 33 now. He's 33. He's going into his 15th season. He's now been in Philadelphia as long as he was in Washington, which, by the way, he accrued more WAR in 7 years in D.C., versus what he did so far in 7 years in Philadelphia. But he had an okay year last year, 844 OPS. I can understand where Dombrowski's coming from, saying that it wasn't your regular elite year from Bryce Harper, but I think it's crazy to come out and say something like that and basically frustrate the face of your franchise. And you look at that Phillies team now and where they're at. Nick Castellanos leaves. Now, that was more of a circumstance of Castellanos not being able to vibe with that clubhouse. And then you look at just bringing back some older players and how many more years do they have of a guy like a Zach Wheeler, JT Realmuto returns. Like those sorts of guys, how many more years do they have? So I would love for the Phillies to become irrelevant again, start unraveling. I would love that. I don't know that we'll see that right away, but I mean, they just brought back Schwarber on a big-time contract, and he's getting older. But Schwarber was incredible last year. I don't think a guy, just a DH, when you're not putting as much wear and tear playing the field, I don't think it's going to be a problem for him. But I think the most interesting part out of this conversation with Bryce Harper was what he had to say about the Dodgers. And I think it brings up a bigger discussion about baseball as a whole, because we were just talking about tanking in the NBA, and I think the biggest issue with the NBA in a lot of cases has become the tanking and some of those sorts of things, and how can you figure that out? I think for baseball, it's not tanking necessarily, but it's teams that are not willing to go out and try to fix things and spend the money necessary in free agency. And everyone immediately looks at the LA Dodgers as the problem. And Bryce Harper disagrees with that. Here was Harper at Philly spring training.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love what the Dodgers do, obviously. I mean, they like they draft and they develop and then they trade those guys for big name guys and they can spend the money. So it's, I don't know. It bothers me when everybody talks about the Dodgers just spending money. No, they draft, they develop, they do it the right way. They understand what it takes to be the best team in baseball. And you've seen that the last 2 years. They have so much depth. I mean, I think it was Will Klein, the kid's name was, came in and threw 6 shutout innings. Like, I mean, he was sitting in Arizona 2 weeks before. Like, they have that type of dynamic on their club, and that's what when you think about drafting, developing, and things like that, that's why they win, and that's why they win a lot of games each year. So, I love what they do. I understand what they do. I understand the madness behind it. But again, like, each team in baseball has an opportunity to do the same thing. Maybe not at the upper echelon of money, but they can draft, they can develop, they can trade, and I don't know. I think a lot of teams can do that in baseball, and they should.
So the interesting part about this is we've got an impending lockout coming at the end of this season. So you're going to have this season play out, and I don't know when we'll see baseball again after that, because there's going to be a big-time argument about salary cap, salary floor, all these different things. But I think what he's saying for the most part is correct, because a lot of people look at them as the villains. And I understand the idea of them being the villains because the rich get richer. They get Kyle Tucker this offseason paying a ridiculous amount that no one was going to go to that number except for the LA Dodgers. So I get some of the frustration there. But I look at them more so as understanding that they have not necessarily a loophole, but they have an advantage and they're exploiting it. I don't have an issue with that. They understand that they have the money and they're spending it. To me, the issue more so with baseball has become the teams that don't spend the money, the teams that are very, very cheap. You look around Major League Baseball, it's the Tampa Bay Rays, it's the Pittsburgh Pirates. Over the last couple of years, it's been the Washington Nationals. It's teams that aren't willing to go out and spend the money and, in turn, end up in a spot where they're just going to sit there and complain that they can't keep up with the Dodgers. And yeah, it's true. They can't get the Kyle Tuckers of the world. They can't get the Shohei Ohtanis of the world. And if you want to look at that as a major problem in the scheme of how baseball is played, I can understand that. And I'll listen to that argument, even though I wouldn't necessarily agree. I think part of the issue is that these other teams haven't been willing to go out and sign the guys in that mid-tier, right? Like maybe you can't go get a Shohei. Maybe you can't go get a Bo Bichette like the Mets did this offseason. Maybe you can't afford some of those guys, but you look at what the Pirates have done this offseason, finally signing guys like Ryan O'Hearn and those sorts of things. That works. And the beauty of what I think makes baseball special is you've had teams like the Tampa Bay Rays go to a World Series not that long ago. You had a team like the Seattle Mariners who spent some money, but they're not spending money like the Dodgers are, go to a World Series. And now you haven't seen them necessarily win a World Series, but you can draft and develop. And that's something, too, that I think the reason the Nationals ended up in the spot where they have ended up is because of the fact that they weren't able to draft and develop well for a long time. And even though I liked Mike Rizzo and his time here, and he's a World Series general manager, and I think it's tough to see how that all ended last season for him, part of the reason they ended up in the spot they're in, it's not necessarily all on the fact that they weren't spending money in free agency. That's part of it. But there was no one to fill in when they lost a guy like a Anthony Rendon. It was supposed to be Carter Kieboom, but they weren't able to get him to play at a level that you wanted to. When you lose a Juan Soto because you trade him away, there's no one immediately ready to fill in. And this team, frankly, is only where it's at right now, which is still in an abysmal spot. But the team's only in a spot now where you can still see that at some point, maybe in the next couple of years, they can still build this thing back up. They're only there now because of the guys they got in that Juan Soto trade. James Wood is a superstar. I think he is going to be fantastic for this team, and hopefully before his tenure in D.C. is up, hopefully it doesn't end anytime soon, but if it were to be the case that it goes the way that all these other stars have gone, I think there's a real chance that in the next couple of years he's competing for an MVP, even in his time in D.C., even if it's short-lived. I think that's a real possibility. So you've got a star there. You just traded Mackenzie Gore for more prospects. C.J. Abrams is a really good shortstop. Robert Hassel is a really good outfielder who maybe could get something in the future, but he's at least a big league player. And Harleen Susana is a really good pitcher, still yet to make his major league debut, but throws really, really hard, and be interesting to see if he ends up being a starter or a reliever. But I really like the prospects of him being a helpful arm at the major league level as a starter or as a reliever. And so the only reason that they have anything really in their system right now, with the exception of one or two guys, is that Juan Soto trade. And they don't have guys that they drafted, that they had developed, really. And they had emptied the system to go on the run that ultimately led to the World Series in 19. So, look, I understand that there is some of that, but part of the reason the Dodgers have been successful as well is they're able to trade guys at deadlines and develop them. And it's not like all of their guys have been just signed, even though a majority of them would be, Shohei being one, Freddie Freeman, those sorts of guys. But Mookie Betts was acquired in a trade. Those sorts of things. Will Smith was developed. Those sorts of guys. You know, I think that's one of the misconceptions, is that they just spend their way, and a majority of it is spending. But I think where baseball ends up in a bad spot is teams that are at the bottom that have really good players but aren't willing to help them out by spending around them. Like, hopefully, if you're Pittsburgh and the Pittsburgh Pirates this season, where they've actually spent some money to improve their ball club, hopefully you can compete this year before it becomes time to have to move off of Paul Skeens. And you look at Detroit and what they just had happen with Tarek Skubal. Are they going to just have him for one more year and have to move off of him? And I understand that at some point you get to a point where some of these guys are getting paid too much for some of these markets. I do understand that. But I think the issue is more so at the bottom than it is at the top. Now, the exception to that, to me, would be what happened this offseason with Kyle Tucker. That Kyle Tucker contract is absurd. No one was willing to go that high. $60 million for Kyle Tucker. That's a good player. Don't get me wrong. Kyle Tucker is a really good player. He's not a $60 million player. I think there has to be some stuff now in this CBA that's going to come out and this lockout. There's got to be some stuff about deferrals, which is kind of funny now that you look at it, because who was the team that got crushed for deferrals for years? The team right here in the Navy Yard, Washington Nationals, got crushed. All deferrals, cheap, learners not willing to spend, and now the Dodgers do it and they're smart. Now it's a different type, right? When you're deferring and you're paying guys market value, that can be viewed as cheap. When you do what the Dodgers have done now with Shohei and with Kyle Tucker, and they just go above and beyond and spend exorbitant amounts of money that are ridiculous to even look at, that's using deferrals in a way that can make it a little smarter for you and allow you to throw out stupid numbers that no one else would be willing to do. But there's got to be some rules on that. There's no reason. You know how much money Shohei Ohtani's making this year again? $2 million. That can't happen. That can't happen. Those sorts of things just can't be allowed. $70 million a year, basically, but he's only making $2 million because in the future they're going to be paying him something like $68 a year when he's not even playing baseball. I don't even understand how that works. I don't get some of these things, but I'm worried about how long this thing could go, because you could run into a salary cap, salary floor. To me, the bigger issue would be the salary floor than the salary cap. You've got to go out and spend money. You've got to go out there and field a Major League Baseball team. And it's tough because you look at the revenue that some of these teams operate with compared to an LA Dodgers, and yeah, you're not going to be able to fish in the same waters as the LA Dodgers. I covered a team in Milwaukee. They're never going to be able to fish in the same waters as the LA Dodgers. Matter of fact, they made a move this offseason to allow them to free up some space and get some players back after understanding they're not going to be able to sign Freddie Peralta to a big-time deal. So they trade him to the Mets, right? Those sorts of things. It sucks that baseball does that. But it also doesn't mean that these teams can't be competitive. The Brewers are in the playoffs year in, year out. And they've gone toe-to-toe with the Dodgers is the last decade in an NLCS. I think it went to a Game 7, and they ultimately lost. But that's what makes baseball fun, in my opinion, is some of these underdogs. When you look at basketball, football, these sports with salary caps, there really aren't underdogs because everybody's working from the same playing field. When you look at baseball, there are a lot of underdogs because no one is spending like the Dodgers. No one's really outside of LA spending like the New York Mets. But there are still ways to win. And I think that's what makes baseball fun. So I'm not necessarily as worried about putting a salary cap on there, but it's going to be a long, lengthy lockout. And I'm not looking forward to it because I think baseball is gaining some momentum. I think it is a popular sport. And I think you've seen it grow a little bit even more over the last couple of years with the pitch clock and some of these things that I wasn't necessarily a huge fan of, but I think you've seen be a success. So it'll be interesting to see, but I don't think Bryce Harper's wrong. I don't think that the Dodgers are necessarily the problem with baseball, even though he's not everything he's saying is correct. And of course, a player, especially a guy that signed a big-time deal of $300+ million, is going to be on the side of, hey, let's keep signing guys to $300, $400, $500, $600, $700 million contracts. Of course, he's going to be on that side. But I think he's more right than wrong in that assessment. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, speaking of signing guys to big contracts, Laramie Tunsil. Last year, we got an insight into Adam Peters' process as a general manager in terms of working on new contracts with guys. And I think we're going to get even more insight and maybe a little insight into the Terry debate last year, this offseason, with Laramie Tunsil. Because I think this one is a lot more cut and dry than, even though I'm a Terry guy, I think this one's a lot more cut and dry than the Terry McLaurin situation. So Terry McLaurin was going into a contract that's going to pay him into his early 30s as a wide receiver. And you can easily look at that number as a executive, as someone that's trying to figure out how to put together a football team. And you can look at that and say, okay, that age 30 threshold, you do start to see some fall off. Laramie Tunsil is going to be up for a contract this offseason, because if you just look at his contract right now for Laramie Tunsil, this will be the final year of his deal. His cap hits about $25 million. And I think they want to get something done, so obviously he'll have something for the future, something that he can lean on, but also something to lower that cap hit a little bit and to give him a little more security, something that he's going to likely want. And that's fine, because this is someone who played at a really high level. I don't know how much emphasis you put on PFF grades. I don't put tons of it, but it is a good reference point just to understand those guys watch every single snap and give you an idea of where they have these guys ranked. And by those rankings last year, Laramie Tunsil was 6th among all offensive tackles in a grade. He was 2nd in pass blocking and 21st in run blocking. And you traded a lot of picks to go get this guy, and I think he lived up to the hype of what you were trying to get. I think the biggest compliment that you can give to an offensive tackle, specifically a left tackle a lot of times, especially a guy that you're bringing in for pass protection first, is to not even notice him, to not feel like you hear his name a lot. And I felt like there was never a time when I was watching this team this year where I was like, oh, you got to worry about Laramie Tunsil on that left side. Didn't worry about him at all. Matter of fact, there were a couple of times where Cliff would run something where he would chip both sides, and was something that I think he'd left in from last year where he would help out both sides, both guys. And it was something where, to me, I'm like, if you have to chip on the left side, then why did you trade for this guy? And I think after a while, they stopped doing it. They would chip still on Connerly's side to help him out. But eventually, it was just like, we're going to leave him on an island. We're going to let him handle things. And for the most part, he's going to be just fine. Barely gave up any sacks, only gave up 2 this year. He had 8 penalties, but that's not nearly the amount that people were expecting when he was brought over here. Only allowed 15 pressures all year, only allowed 2 hits to go along with the 2 sacks. So he was someone that did a fantastic job this season at the left tackle position. And when you look at this position particularly, even though he'll be 32 by the time week 1 kicks off, when you look at that left tackle position, you can play well there for a long time. You look at Trent Williams, who was still ranked 3rd this year in PFF for best offensive tackles. That dude's going to be 38 by the time we kick off next season. He was playing in his age 37 season and was still just as good as his time when he was here in D.C. Now, he's a different tackle. He's a beast, one of the greats, probably a Hall of Famer type. Like, he's a little bit different. He's better than Laramie Tunsil. But I don't think this needs to be that complicated if you're Washington when you go into this. And I think we're going to learn a lot about Adam Peters' negotiation tactics. So if you just look at AAV in terms of where guys rank, Laramie Tunsil is just inside the top 10. He's tied with 2 other guys for 7th highest AAV at $25 million. Lane Johnson, Bernard Ryman are both at $25 million. Christian Darrisaw is at 26. Charles Cross for Seattle, their left tackle, is at 26.1. Trent Williams is just over 27.5. Penei Sewell's at 28. Tristan Wirfs is 28.1. And then Rashawn Slater's at the top at 28.5. I don't think there needs to be much discussion here if I'm Adam Peters and I'm working with Laramie Tunsil on this new contract. Name the number and let's get it done. Name the number. Now, you're not going to go outrageous, but if he says, I want to be the highest paid tackle, okay, I'll go up to 29. I can go 29 and a half. Heck, I'd even go 30. I don't really care that much. You're that good of a player. And I don't think that if you're going that high, you can negotiate a little bit and we can work back and forth and probably get to a number that we can agree on. But let's just say he ends up in that 29 and a half range AAV. That's totally fine with me. I'm curious to see how Adam Peters goes about this process this time around. I'm curious to see. Because if you look back to last year with Terry McLaurin, this thing dragged on and went throughout training camp and it made him miss time and this and that. Now, if there's one guy on the offense that could essentially not practice at all throughout training camp, not practice at all throughout the preseason, and step in week one, and I wouldn't be all that worried, it would be Laramie Tunsil. That might be the one guy on the football team. I said this last year. It's funny because I get frustrated by the amount of off days they would give guys. Like, I can't have the whole defense have the day off on Wednesdays every single week to get ready for football on Sunday. Can't have that. But you know one guy that could essentially never practice and I wouldn't care? Laramie Tunsil. He's the one guy. And I think at that position, because I've seen other dudes at that position, specifically Trent Williams, I've seen other guys at that position be able to get things done and play at an elite level while not having to be at practice every single day, giving full effort, and they can still go out there on Sunday and play at a high enough level that I don't really care what you do. Just go out there and be elite on Sunday. And as long as that continues to be the case, we don't have to change things up. Laramie Tunsil to me is that kind of a player. He's not the same level, but he's not that far off from what Trent can do. And so when you look at this offseason going into it, I'm very curious to see how Adam Peters goes about this. Because, again, for me, I'd get this done immediately. What's the number you want? You want to be highest paid? Let's go to 29. You want to go up to 29 and a half? Fine. Let's get this thing done. Let's not worry about it. Let's put it in the past. Let's sign you for 3 or 4 years. Let's get this thing over with so we're not talking about that going into training camp this year. I think this one's cut and dry. There were arguments on the other side for Terry McLaurin for why it shouldn't get done. I'd love to hear one argument as to why it shouldn't get done for Laramie Tunsil. And that's why I wonder if Adam Peters is going to try to flex his muscle a little bit in this one, or if he's just going to get the job done. Because if he tries to flex his muscle a little bit in this one, I'll have some questions for him about what he's exactly trying to do. Because right now, where this team is at, this is when you can spend some of this money and not be reckless. But you've got the quarterback on the rookie deal. Now's not the time to play extra hardball on some of your best players, especially after what happened this past offseason with Terry. I think you just get this one done. I think he's one of the best tackles in football. I think that trade is fantastic. And if you don't end up getting this deal done, then you have to start wondering about whether it was the right move to trade for him. Because if there's one negative to me, if there's one thing that frustrates me about the Laramie Tunsil trade, and it's the only thing, because I loved that trade when they made it. I didn't really like a lot of what their offseason moves were last offseason until the Laramie Tunsil trade. But if you look at what that trade did to go along with drafting Josh Connerly, it moved one of your 5 best offensive linemen, in my opinion, to the bench in Brandon Coleman. And while people can tell me that a swing tackle is an important position in modern football, and I don't disagree with them, I do understand the value of having a guy that can step in if either one of those guys goes down. That to me is more of a luxury position than it is a essential position. Because it essentially doesn't play. But like a swing tackle, ideally, is someone you never see. That's the whole point of them. They're your third offensive tackle. It's like a backup quarterback. Ideally, you never see them. Unfortunately for this team, we saw a lot of Marcus Mariota this year. Ideally, your swing tackle, you never see them. So I think they've still got to find a way. Brandon Coleman is one of their 5 best linemen. I think they've got to find a way to get him on the football field. But this Laramie Tunsil deal, I think, is going to open up my eyes a little bit more as to what his plans are for this franchise. Are you trying to penny pinch, every single way that you can? Are you trying to save a buck here and there everywhere you can, and you're going to play hardball, and you're going to be the tough negotiator guy? If that's who you want to establish your reputation as, I guess I'm not all that interested in doing that with the elite of the elite. I'm not. Not with Laramie Tunsil. I can understand doing this more with Terry McLaurin. Like I said, there were stuff to argue on the other side. You can do the age thing. You can do, is he truly elite, and all those things. And obviously I was on Terry's side on just about every single argument you had, but I can at least see that side of the argument. If you'd like to say that there's no reason to sign Tunsil, go be my guest. Try to find something as to why. Because I don't see anything. So to me, this is something that'll open our eyes a little bit into the insight of Adam Peters. Because if he does play hardball, if he is trying to work this thing and play a little bit of, all right, we're going to try to save a little cash here, then we learn a lot about Adam Peters, that he's basically going to do this with everybody. That he's basically the guy that's going to try to get the best possible deal every single time, and he's not necessarily worried about how good of a player you are. It doesn't really matter who you are. We're going to try to win negotiations our way. And I don't know that I'm going to get on board with that. Because I still don't think that all of the shenanigans last offseason were worth it. And I don't think that Terry's innocent in all of this. I didn't love the way that he approached a lot of the stuff going on last offseason. I didn't love the Eastern's automotive press conference. I didn't love the showing up to practice to sign autographs afterwards and distract from what's actually going on at practice at the end. I didn't love some of that stuff, even though I was on Terry's side. But I don't know that all of those shenanigans were worth it, even though I guess you ended up with a better deal where you can get out of it after this season. If that was your ultimate goal, I question exactly what the whole point of this was and why you wouldn't have had, I don't know. I don't need to relitigate the Terry McLaurin thing. I just think this one for Adam Peters doesn't need to be one that you spend a lot of time on. Just get it done. Just sign the guy. 800-636-1067. Jim says in the chat, you'll never sign good players playing hardball. I don't think that's 100% true. You can definitely play some hardball with guys, but I think there are certain situations where you don't mess around. To me, on this football team, if you asked me which guys would you not play hardball with, probably only two. Laramie Tunsil's one, because I think it's pretty cut and dry. Pretty easy negotiation. You want to be the highest paid offensive tackle in football? Great, let's get it done. Let's get this thing done. Let's figure it out. There's not a lot you have to argue there. The only other one would be Terry. Not Terry. Would be Jaden Daniels, because I don't want to ruin the relationship there. And you wonder if you go into this and try to play extra hardball with Laramie Tunsil, how does that affect future deals with other guys on the team or future deals with other guys in free agency? Again, I just think this one's cut and dry. So I don't think you have to spend a lot of time here. But what do you guys think about this with the Laramie Tunsil deal? If he asked to be paid the highest paid tackle in football, so again, just for an example, he's making about $25 million AAV. His cap hit this year is just under $25 million. There's some void years coming up in the next couple of years as well. But the highest paid offensive tackle in football right now is at $28.5, Rashawn Slater. If Laramie Tunsil walks into the negotiation room and says, make me the highest paid tackle, are you saying boo about any of that? Are you expecting there to be any difficulties with this contract? Or do you want to just see this thing get done as soon as possible so we don't have a repeat of the Terry McLaurin situation? 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Toby Altizer sitting in for the Junks on President's Day.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
The Golden slam to
And DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up the shot. Whoa! Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Save on quality protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off Whole Foods Market pasture-raised whole chicken with Prime through February 17th. Serve the whole family with this no antibiotics ever main. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Ready to crush it in real estate? Join the Fine Living Group with my friend John Leahy and get the leads, training, and proven system to scale fast. Dominate your market, guarantee your income, and take charge of your career now. Visit joinfineliving.com today.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here from my friends and trusted realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're planning to sell your home, I personally recommend you work with the best. They sold my place. Call the Reynolds of Power Home Team. For over 35 years, Debbie and Sarah have been helping thousands of families sell and buy homes in our area. If you want to maximize the sale of your home, here's what.
Guys here on President's Day. They'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. in their usual seats. Right now, though, we're talking about Laramie Tunsil. Likely going to want a new deal this offseason. He's making about $25 million AAV, the highest paid offensive tackles at 28.5. That'd be Rashawn Slater for the LA Chargers. What do you make of this deal? You want to just get it done? You give him that high number, whatever it may be, goes past at 29, maybe 29.5. What do you make of this negotiation? How do you want to see this deal done? I think it gives us some insight into Adam Peters. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Dan in Fairfax. Dan, what's going on?
Hey, Toby. It's always a pleasure to hear you and just a lot of the other talent. Not that we don't love the boys, we do. But so I think he's worth 28.5, 29. But I'm curious because he's got leverage here. They're the ones that gave up draft capital for him.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are using him as an anchor for the next foreseeable next contract or half of a contract for Jaden, et cetera. What if he comes and says, I want to reset the market at 35 as a starting number? Obviously going down a little bit, but he holds firm at like 33. Is that the ridiculous spending that we're worried about? But he's obviously worth being probably resetting or coming close to resetting at the top. But what if he tries to beat it by 3, 4, 5 million? Where do you sit on that?
No, I appreciate the phone call. Now, I don't know that he's going to be ridiculous. So, to me, whenever I have these discussions, if the guy comes out and says something ridiculous where he wants to be 7.5 over the next highest guy, that's too far, in my opinion. I guess it'd be 6.5 if he went to 35 compared to Rashawn Slater. He is correct, though. Laramie Tunsil does hold a lot of leverage because you traded draft picks, and are you really just going to get 2 years out of this guy, and that's it for all the draft picks you gave up? Because if you weren't to sign him and he were to play this season on what he's making right now, he would just get $28 million in free agency next year if he played at a similar level that he did this year. I just don't think that he's going to ask for a ridiculous number like that. And I think it's something that you go with that 29.5, and maybe he asks to be the first one to get up to 30, and I'd be fine to go there. I don't see him going to and being unreasonable and getting up to a significantly above where the highest already is at 28.5. I mean, you know how these negotiations go, where I'd have to look at timelines for these guys, but Trent Williams was probably the highest paid at 27.5. Penei Sewell got a new deal. He said, let me go above that. So we got 28. And then Tristan Wirfs wanted to go above that. So he went 28.1. And then Slater got a new deal and wanted to go above Wirfs. So he got 28.5. Generally, even though these are some of the top tackles in all of football, it's not like they go well above what was previously set. So I don't see them getting to a ridiculous number. Kevin's in D.C. Kevin, what's going on?
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
I just think playing hardball against Adam Peters and you lose, it doesn't work. But I think he's going to want some money because when Tom signed his deal on Instagram, he posted let the games begin. So he's going to want some money. It's just like you said, how do the negotiations go and how much are they willing to give him?
Yeah, appreciate the phone call, Kevin. Yeah, he's going to want his money. There's no question about it, and he's earned his money. He has earned it. It's one of those things, too, where there's an argument. Again, going back to Terry, because I think it gives you an idea into how Adam Peters wants to negotiate. And if this gets done quickly, it shows you a little bit more about how they viewed Terry last year. I think there was an argument to be had about where Terry ranked as a receiver. I would have had him back end of the top 10. Some people would have had him just outside the top 10. Heck, some people that were down on Terry had him barely inside the top 20 or just outside. There could be legitimate discussions back and forth. We could work together, and we could come to an agreement that maybe we don't see eye to eye, but we get an understanding of where he ranks, and maybe it's not as high as some of us look at him as. I don't think there's any way that we can go back and forth and someone doesn't come out with Laramie Tunsil being a top 8 tackle in the NFL. I would say that he's top 5. Especially among left tackles. I mean, the guys ahead of him would be Slater, Wirfs in terms of AAV would be Slater, Wirfs, Trent Williams, because Penei plays on the right side. I'd take him over Charles Cross. I'd take him over Darisaw. I'd take him over Ryman. So, I mean, there's very few left tackles in football that I would take above Laramie Tunsil. And after watching him this season, I think the only left tackle I would take over him would be Trent Williams. And that's a dude that's 6-7 years older than, yeah, exactly, 6'7", Strobes. That's a guy that's quite a bit older. So I would take Laramie Tunsil even in that situation. So Laramie Tunsil, to me, this shouldn't be a difficult negotiation. And frankly, I think this is one where you just try to hammer this out as early in the offseason as possible because, one, it lowers his cap hit for this year if you can get something done and gives you even more cap room to go build this team up. Gary is in Upper Marlboro. Gary, what's going on?
Good morning. I agree with you 100%. I think that Adam has kind of backed himself into a corner on this with the way he handled Terry. And clearly, like you said, you have a guy who is an elite tackle. Okay. There was a debate with regard to Terry. But what I will tell you is this. I do think he's going to come in pretty high. Okay. His agent, if he doesn't come in pretty high, is not doing his job because he does have Adam over a barrel here. They gave up a lot of draft capital. Okay. And there's still people around the league who don't think that was a good deal for Washington. All right. So he's got some pressure here. And he's got some leverage, Laramie, because, hey, if you don't sign me to a contract, then next year I'm gone, and all of those young players that you could have had through the draft, they're not on your team. So I think he's got some leverage to come in and say, I want $33 million. But I would be careful. I think what's going to be the problem here is the length of the contract. I don't think the money is necessarily going to be the issue. But he is 31 years old, and you do have Trent Williams as an example. But Trent is an outlier, okay? I don't think that, you may have Jason Peters out there who played a long time at an elite level, but there are not many guys who play really, really good at 34, 35 years old at left tackle with these young speed rushers that are coming out there. So I think the issue is going to be the length of the contract, not the dollars.
Appreciate the phone call, Gary. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point about the years versus the dollars to me. I don't really care. I mean, this guy, I think, can play well into his age 35, 36 season. So as long as you're not going into a 5 or 6 year deal, 4 years is fine. Something like that, 3-4 years, totally fine with me. I think he's going to be a fantastic left tackle for quite some time. You're not going to have to worry about that position. And you do wonder, he talked about being backed into a corner. Even if his agent comes in high, there's going to be negotiation. I just don't think there needs to be a negotiation that lasts in a training camp like you have with Terry. But you do wonder, do you almost have to pay a little bit more just to get this thing done sooner so that any sort of ill will that people in the building may feel in terms of players after what happened with Terry, just get it done so that there's no worries about that in the future? And frankly, there's not a ton of the people in the building that probably matters if they have any ill will because there's not that many great football players that'll get big-time second contracts with the exception of Jaden Daniels. So maybe that doesn't matter, but future free agents, I don't know. I think that is an interesting part. Toothpick's on the line, 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Toothpick, what's going on?
What's up, Toby, man? Really, what are we talking about here, Toby? Listen, this is not a person that you play games with, right? And the real question is, it's not even his performance or has he earned the money. The question is, can you put things like coming to OTAs and mini camps into his contracts? Because Laramie don't do that. This is one of our. I mean, let's be real, right? You subtract him from the problem, you just created another hole. Your object as a general manager is to field the best possible roster that you can do, and that starts with protecting your quarterback's blind side. That's Laramie Tunsil. You don't play games. You should have learned something last year messing around with Terry. This is one of your leaders on your team. Look at how he's affected the right side tackle. Look at how he made Chris Paul look this year at left guard. Man, your offensive line, the only thing you have to worry about is a backup center right now and Badass's replacement. So don't mess with your left tackle. Keep your depth building there because that was one of the bright spots of our team last year. You don't mess around with Laramie Tunsil. You get this job done, and you move on to the next problem, but you don't create a problem messing around with Laramie Tunsil. You just don't do it. So whatever he wants is what he gets, but what you get out of it is him coming to OTAs, coming to mini camps. That's what you get.
Appreciate it, Toothpick. Frankly, I don't even care if he's there at OTAs. I don't care if he's there at mandatory minicamp. Show up for training camp and let's roll, bud. I really don't care about some of those things. Now, I will say he's correct. Like, you cannot live without him because you look at the couple of things that you feel good about going into next year. To me, it's Jaden Daniels that's off and the offensive line. Like, that's it. So you got to make sure that you take care of your quarterback, and Laramie Tunsil is a big part of that. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, I want to take a look at some draft classes for the last couple of years for Washington. I do think that there is a chance that some of these guys can still redeem themselves, but when we look at the Super Bowl champs from this season with the Seattle Seahawks and look at their draft history and how they've nailed their drafts and how Washington has struggled the last couple of years, I don't think it's any secret why you end up in a spot where this team struggled this season. We'll talk about the draft classes and how they can still build on that going forward next here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
For the guys today, as many people have pointed out on Twitter and some of the comments on YouTube as well, Laramie Tunsil is repped by Laramie Tunsil, so it makes this negotiation even more interesting in that you don't necessarily want to frustrate the guy that is negotiating for himself. So we'll see how this negotiation goes, but hopefully this is something that we don't even bother talking about. So we thought that the Terry deal would get done, and that one dragged on. I'm hoping we're not doing the same thing for the Laramie Tunsil deal, but we'll have plenty of time the rest of this offseason to get into that if that is something that does drag on for a little bit. One thing I want to talk about that I thought was interesting is just listening to some different podcasts and talking about the teams that were in the Super Bowl. A lot of times it's a good exercise to look back at the teams that made the Super Bowl and figure out, okay, how did they get their guys? Where did they get their guys? What made them the elite team that ended up lifting a Lombardi trophy? What was it that separated them? And if you look at the Seattle Seahawks, what has separated them over the last couple of years is the number of impact guys that they've gotten in the last 4 drafts. And it's not necessarily all guys that are starters or stars or anything, but guys that seriously contribute, and not just first rounders, but guys that can help out all throughout their drafts going back to 2022. And that allows you to have a foundation. Because one of the things to me, when we talked about this year with Washington, one of the things that frustrated me about this year was how much people wanted to blame injuries for the reason this team struggled this year. And injuries played a role. There's no question about it. But I think for a lot of people, when you throw out a pie chart, they're putting injuries taking up over 50%. And I just can't get there. And I could excuse away the season with injuries if it were something that, okay, you weren't able to have the depth necessary. Because I do think that is something to Adam Peters' credit. When you look at where this team is at and what he acquired, yeah, he was left with a very bare cupboard. And a lot of times to build up that depth so that when a linebacker goes down, you've got a 6th rounder from 3 years ago that can step in and fill the role. Or you've got a corner that goes down. You've got a 3rd rounder from 2 years ago that's now ready to step up and fill that role. Like, it's tough to do that when you've only been on the job for 2 years. So if I looked at the team this year and the injuries and said, okay, it's because this guy went down and they didn't have time to backfill with draft picks that they've drafted over the last 4 or 5 years, okay, I get that. But I think the injuries, while they did play a role, I think scheme, lack of talent on the top end, those sorts of things played a major role into why this season didn't go the way that a lot of us expected and hoped. But you look at what Seattle has done over the last couple of years in their drafts, and it has allowed them to get to a point where they're able to go out and sign a Sam Darnold, and now they're a Super Bowl caliber team. And I think Washington, obviously under Ron Rivera, was horrible at drafting, and we saw that, and we'll go through some of these draft picks, and frankly, there's not a lot of guys left from those Ron Rivera drafts that are even still on this football team. But I think wisely, I've seen some people having this discourse on Twitter. You can look at the 2 draft classes for Adam Peters, even the 2024 class, and I've been pretty critical of Peters' ability to draft guys outside of Jaden Daniels inside that top 100 in that 2024 class. There's still a chance for these guys to redeem themselves. There's still a chance for some of these guys that we've written off a little bit, for them to at least still show that they can be competent and maybe even still good football players. But they are kind of coming to do or die time in this season. But I want to take a look back at Seattle. Let's start there and look at the number of guys that they have that are contributing on this football team that won the Super Bowl that are from draft classes in 22, 23, 24, and 25. So if you go back to 2022, listen to these draft classes and listen to how many guys they have that are helping out their football team. In 2022, their first-round pick was left tackle Charles Cross. We were just talking about him in the Laramie Tunsil discussion. He's one of the top-paid tackles in the league. Boye Mafe, they drafted in the 2nd round. he's someone who's going to be a free agent, but helps them off the edge. Didn't have a spectacular year this year, but he could end up with a pretty big payday in free agency this year. Kenneth Walker, obviously we know about him, Super Bowl MVP. Be interested to see what happens with him this offseason. Are they going to tag him to try to keep him around? I think that would make some sense. He's dynamic, helps them out a lot. I think they like the punch of him and Zach Charbonnet together. Third round, they took Abe Lucas, so they got both of their tackles in that draft. Kobe Bryant was in the fourth round, a safety that played a lot for them. I think he was just one of their starting safeties, and Tariq Woolen was a fifth-round pick, and obviously he helped out a lot. So that is six guys. 6 guys from that 2022 draft in the first 5 rounds that have helped out that team. 2023, in their first-round picks, Devin Witherspoon, Jackson Smith and Jigba, both first-round picks. Obviously, we know about both of those guys. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Offensive Player of the Year. Devin Witherspoon, one of the most impactful players in the Super Bowl at the cornerback position. Derek Hall was in the second round. Zach Charbonnet was in the second round. Anthony Bradford was in the fourth round. Even though he's a bit of a joke and a lot of people love to hate on him, he's a starting guard for them. And Zach Charbonnet, we know what he is. Derek Hall had an impactful Super Bowl. 2024, first-round pick, they took Byron Murphy. Third-round pick, they took offensive guard Christian Haynes. Fourth-round pick, they took tight end A.J. Barner. Byron Murphy and A.J. Barner are big-time impact guys. Byron Murphy is spectacular in his second season, so showed some major growth at that defensive tackle position, allows them to play that style of defense. A.J. Barner is a good tight end. Not spectacular as a pass catcher, but does his job in the run game really good there, and so it allows them to be able to do what they need to do on offense. And then this past year, Gray Zabel, their starting left guard. Nicky Manwari, we've seen the impact he makes as a nickel. Riley Mills was taken in the 5th round. He was a defensive tackle out of Notre Dame that had a sack in the Super Bowl. Torrey Horton is someone I'm interested to see how he grows. And so you get the point here. Of the guys that I've mentioned in these last 4 drafts for Seattle, the guys that I've picked as impact guys, like big-time impact guys, I've got 5 in 22, 2 in 23, 2 in 24, and 2 in 25. So that adds up to like 11 guys. That's a ton. That's drafting guys that help you out, making sure you have impact players. And when you go back now and look at Washington, it's no wonder you end up in a spot where you have a lot of cap space. 1, because you haven't had to sign any of your own guys, but 2, it's because you got to replace a lot of dudes on the roster. And that's what Adam Peters did really well in year 1 and struggled to do in year 2, was turning the roster over and getting quality players, but in turn you end up with an older roster that can be a little bit injury prone, and you saw what happened this past season when you didn't have that backfill of your own talent. And you obviously can't discredit Adam Peters for what happened in 22 and 23, but listen to the guys that are left from those draft classes. 2022 for Washington. Jahan Dotson in the first round, gone. Fedarian Mathis in the second round, gone. Brian Robinson in the third round, gone. Percy Butler, he's still here. 5th round, Sam Howell, gone. 5th round, Cole Turner, gone. 7th round, Chris Paul, he's still here. 7th rounder, Sip Holmes, gone. 2023, first rounder, Manuel Forbes, gone. Quan Martin in the second round, still here. 3rd rounder, Ricky Stromberg, gone. 4th rounder, Braden Daniels, gone. 5th rounder, KJ Henry, gone. 7th rounder, Andre Jones, gone. And then 6th rounder, Chris Rodriguez is still here. 4 dudes from 2022 and 2023 are still here. 4. That's it. That's not good. And Percy Butler is a special teamer. Quan Martin was a below-average safety this season. Chris Rodriguez is a occasional thumper, and Chris Paul is a good left guard. You found something there. So, but that's it? Now here's where I really run into the issue. This is where I think you run into the problem if you're Washington. And frankly, this could be a big reason as to why you have to move off of some of these guys in terms of coordinators. You haven't seen the development you'd hope out of some of these guys. Because if you want to look at where this team has fallen short, similar to what I was talking about with the Nationals a little bit earlier, if you want to look at where maybe Adam Peters' biggest sin so far has been as a general manager, it's not the Marshawn Lattimore trade. That was bad. But to me, 6 picks inside the top 100, and how many of the guys in 2024 that you drafted inside that top 100 are impact guys? Jaden Daniels, check. A+, home run, grand slam, good. Outside of that, though, Johnny Newton, if he played on Christmas every game, then maybe he'd be awesome. But he's been AWOL for a majority of his career in the NFL. Mike Sanders, if you split his career up into quarters, which I've talked about before, where if you took half of each season and split it up into 4 quarters now through 2 years, his first quarter was below average, his second quarter was awesome, his third quarter was below average, his fourth quarter was slightly above average. Like, he's been up and down, but I'd say in general, he's been a C- player, a C player, somewhere around there. Like, I don't think you can give him a great grade. And the tough part about Sanders still is I think he can still be a good football player. I'm actually really excited to see him in this scheme with Durante Jones. The tough part about that trade, you traded down. You could have had Cooper DeJean. Who knows? Maybe Cooper DeJean sucks if he was here. I don't know. But that's a tough one. Regardless, I do like Mikey a lot, so I'm hoping he can bounce back. Ben Sinnott in the second round. He's someone that I still have some belief in, but I don't know that that belief matches a second-round tight end. I think that belief matches a fifth-round tight end. But regardless, I still got to see something out of him. Brandon Coleman, I believe in him as an offensive lineman. We'll see if he can get back on the field. I'm hoping that hopefully you just plug him in at left guard. And Chris Paul's a free agent. Hopefully you just get Brandon Coleman to step in and play well at that position and give him a full chance to see if he can be there, because I think he's one of your 5 best offensive linemen. And then Luke McCaffrey is the final of the top 100. I'm not giving up on any of these guys yet. I'm not going to, because there can still be where you put them in a better system, you put them in a more opportune spot, these guys still thrive. Who knows? But early returns through 2 years, the only one of these guys that you would classify as impactful would be Jayden Daniels. And that's a major issue, because you go back and look through some of these things. Part of the reason the Seahawks were able to hit on some of these picks as we were going through, they had extra picks. They had guys from that Russell Wilson deal. They had extra assets to go after things. That can still be okay. It just means that you're going to have to start hitting on stuff at a higher rate than you were before. Jordan McGee was in the 5th round that year. Dominique Hampton no longer on the football team. Javonte Jean-Baptiste was in the 7th round. I still think that you can get something out of these players that were drafted in 24. But the point is, you look at what happened in Seattle, they were hitting and getting impactful guys nearly every year, and that's how you end up with a really solid football team top to bottom. Last year's draft, I love capital L, capital O, capital V, capital E. Love last year's draft for this team. Love it. Josh Connerly Jr. in the 1st round. I think that he's going to be good. Thought it was interesting on Grant and Danny last week. David Blau was on with the guys after his basically introductory press conference, and Danny had asked him, hey, if there's a guy that you're excited to work with, off the beaten path a bit, it's not Jayden Daniels, obviously, but if there's someone that you're excited to work with, who's it going to be? And you would expect a new offensive coordinator to come up with some weapon, say maybe Luke McCaffrey, say Jalen Lane, maybe say Bill, maybe say Ben Sinnott. Who was his answer? Josh Connerly. I think he can be a really good tackle, and I think as this season went on, you started to see some of the growth. I think some people fell into the trap with Connerly where people expected him to look like a stud right away, and you would hope so, but it takes time. When you look at premier positions in the NFL draft, offensive tackle being one of them, edge rusher, quarterback, obviously, anytime you can get someone that is at one of those premium positions like that, at pick number 29, there are flaws. Now, it's not to say that you can't end up with a good player there, but one of the flaws, and the main flaw for Josh Connerly, was that it was going to take some time to develop him. He was a little bit raw. And I think you saw that. Took some time, took a little bit of time for him to get accustomed to the league, took some time for him to develop, but the talent was there. And so I think as the year went on, you saw him really improve. I still think there's some big areas he's got to grow in, but I like what they have with Josh Connerly, and you pair that with getting that Tunsil deal done like we were just talking about, and I think you've got a pair of bookend tackles that you feel really good about. So I like Connerly. Second round, Trey Amos. I think he is a starting cornerback in this league. I think he can be an impactful starting cornerback in this league. I think at times, early this season, he was their best corner. So I'm excited to see how he grows into year 2, but I'm being a little bit wary because I loved what I saw from Sanders still going into year 2, and we saw what happened there. So I'm interested to see exactly what they do with Amos in year 2, but I really like the prospects of what they have there. Jalen Lane showed you he can be a great punt returner. I need to see him be able to be impactful in offense, because otherwise you've drafted a third-round receiver the year before in McCaffrey, and you've drafted a fourth-round receiver in Jalen Lane, who are impactful special teamers, can be really good in that sense, but don't help you a lot on offense. At least you saw some growth this year from McCaffrey on the offensive side of the ball. Kane Medrano in the 6th round. Haven't seen really anything of him, but I like the prospects of what he could be, even if he just turns into a special teamer. You get into those late rounds, it's a dart throw. And what you got out of Bill as a 7th-round rookie, you've got to be thrilled with, because even if he's only here for 4 years, and even if he's just your change of pace back, for a 7th-round pick, that's a win. So I like what they did in 25. You can make the argument that 4 of their 5 picks are impactful guys. But you've got to start seeing some more impact from those guys in 24. And I think the point of this is they don't have tons of picks for this year's draft. And going forward, whatever they decide to do, you've got to hit on your picks. You have to. That can be the make or break portion for Adam Peters. Luckily, it seems like he's hit on the most important one, which is Jaden Daniels. But at some point, you've got to hit on other picks outside of Jaden so that you can support him without having to spend big in free agency all the time. Because that's how you end up in a constant loop of mediocrity where you can't get your own players, you can't develop your own guys, because you have to be able to get affordable talent, and the best way to do that is through the draft. If you can't do it where you draft guys and develop them, then you end up overpaying for free agents who are generally going to be older, and by the time that their contracts are done, they're going to be lesser players than what they're getting paid. And you end up in this cycle where you don't ever end up with premier talent outside of a few guys, and you just hope that Jaden Daniels can elevate you to a spot where he plays Superman and wins you a Super Bowl. So if you look at Seattle and what they did to build this thing up, they hit on multiple guys in the last 4 drafts to build this thing up. And I think Washington did it in 25. I don't necessarily think they did it in 24, but that's not to say that some of these guys can't redeem themselves. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Looking back at that 24 draft, do you think some of these guys can redeem themselves and get into that spot where some of these guys are going to be impactful? I do want to talk a little more about Ben Sinnott, because I don't know why I've suddenly cast myself into this corner as being one of Ben Sinnott's guys, but I do believe there's still something there. So I want to talk a little bit more about him. But do you think there's some guys in the 24 draft that you think can still redeem themselves? And also, how much confidence do you have in Adam Peters getting this thing right going forward, where you've got to nail these picks to build the future, to build the foundation of this football team? How much confidence you have in Adam Peters being able to do that? Again, 800-636-1067. Toby Altizer sitting in for the Junks on President's Day.
1067.
Sports Junkies 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for the guys today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in talking about last couple of draft classes for Adam Peters. 2024, jury's still out. Early returns, with the exception of Jaden Daniels, not great. 2025, I like where they're going with that class. Matter of fact, if you look at rankings, NFL.com just did a grade for each of the team's draft classes following their rookie season. And Washington finished about middle of the pack. They finished 13th with a B grade. And I think that's pretty much correct. If you just read some of the analysis from NFL.com, says Josh Connerly was viewed as a raw prospect. And I think you saw that. You saw him grow as the season went on. And that's mainly where they focused as well. And they talked a little bit about what Trey Amos and Krosky Merritt were able to give you as second and seventh rounders. But I think overall, you'll take that. I think that's about right. A grade of a B for what this team got. I think you like the upside of a majority of the players and where they're going to go in the future. And I think the big determining factor for this team is, frankly, if they're going to be able to get some more out of the game. I don't know that it's more on him versus there's just got to be a way to get him on the football field. And I've talked about this before with the tackles and the way that they went about their offseason, and maybe there was a misallocation of resources where I like the Tunsil deal, I like drafting Josh Connerly, but if it meant that both those moves then send Brandon Coleman to the bench, which ultimately happened after they didn't seem to like what he gave him a left guard, then maybe you shouldn't have made one of those moves. Regardless, I like those two tackles. So you've got to find a way to get Brandon Coleman involved. I think he can still play. But you've got to get more out of those 5 other guys that were drafted inside the top 100. Do you have belief that some of these guys from that draft, outside of Jaden Daniels, Johnny Newton, Sandra Still, Sinnott, Coleman, McCaffrey, McGee, Jean-Baptiste, do you have a belief that some of these guys can still redeem themselves and we can look at this team at the end of next season and go, okay, now you're getting some contributions out of these guys. It took a little while, and I think that's one of the things that is tough that we run into now with how social media and the talk around these teams and things work now. You don't get time to develop guys as much as you once did. I don't think it's crazy to think that Ben Sinnott could have a good third year. In previous iterations of the NFL, it wasn't expected that you got a big-time contribution from a tight end until the second or third year. So you could still see some of these guys grow and become good football players for this team. But, again, early returns, and it's not like any of these guys are really trending up necessarily. So it's an interesting part of this. But 2 or 3-parter on this. Do you still think that some of these guys can redeem themselves? Do you think for Adam Peters going forward that he can get these picks right? Because doesn't have a ton of picks this year, so you need to hit on the ones that you do have. And do you think that the coaching staff, do you think that they can develop these guys when they bring them in? If you bring in a raw prospect who might be a really talented football player, doesn't matter if your coaches can't develop them. So do you think that the coaching staff can develop the guys that Adam Peters brings in? 800-636-1067. Shane is in Tampa. Shane, what's going on?
Good morning to you. Hey, look, man, you're the sixth man of the radio, man. Let me just tell you that right now.
Appreciate it.
We love you, brother. And if anybody's going to fill in, it's going to be you. We love you.
I appreciate it, man.
Hey, look, here's the thing. Adam Peters is a question mark right now with me. I mean, the way he handled the Terry, I know the Terry thing and everything in that nature, but look, I got to see Jordan McGee on the football field, man. Look, that's the only guy that look McCaffrey. It is what it is. These draft classes 24 is not looking like it's going to pan out too big right now for that draft class. The only one I need to see out there is Jordan McGee. We need a middle linebacker. And that's the thing. We've not had a good middle linebacker. Even Ron Rivera was here. He neglected that position, and look what happens. I know we keep saying it, but that's what happens, and you hit it right on the head. If you don't hit on your draft choices, this is where we're at. Look at Ron Rivera's draft classes. How many players are on this roster now? None. Besides Deron Payne, and he may not be here before the season starts anyway. God, I hope not. But, yeah, the question mark's on Adam Peterson. Do I have confidence in his coaching staff right now? Hell no. Not at all. Look what we had. Look what we went through last year. How many games we lose in a row? That's insane. No, I don't have any confidence right now. Number one, he just don't have the roster. If he had a roster, yeah. But this roster, the guy there that can last the season.
Appreciate it, Shane. Yeah, I think when you look at, real quick on his Jayden take there, if you look at his time at LSU and now, this year is kind of the anomaly in terms of missing time. So I understand that there's concern about his durability. I need to see another year where he's banged up like that for me to be really be concerned. But who knows? Maybe it's this year. But I'm not going to pre-panic about, oh, well, now he's not able to stay durable. Now he's not able to play. Like, if I see it again, then I'll understand it a little bit more. I'm not necessarily on that side yet. But you do need to see development from these guys. You need to see football players that are brought in here that get better as time goes on. Now, some of them, like I said, with Josh Connerly, he improved as the season went on. But can a guy like a Jordan McGee step in now and be a middle linebacker that you can trust to play 80% of the snaps and not necessarily fill the Bobby Wagner role, because it's tough to fill in for a guy with his smarts and what he's asked to do, but ability-wise at this point in his career in terms of speed and coverage, McGee was much better at being able to track down guys and move. So hopefully you can see some steps. I mean, this is where now, as much as you want to reserve some judgment on some of these guys, going into their third year, how much more time can you wait? Like, I don't know. Can you go ahead and throw the label of bust on Johnny Newton? Maybe. Like, what he's been so far, he has been. There's no question about that. You went best player available at that part of the draft, and you thought you got a first-round talent guy, and he has not shown that talent. Could he still redeem himself? 100%, but he's well on his track to being a bust. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Ellis in D.C. Ellis, what's going on?
Not much. Thanks for having me. Good morning. I got two players I want to get your opinion on. John Bates and Trey Amos. I'm not as impressed with Trey Amos. I think he's a great cover guy, but he shies away from contact. I need a corner that's willing to tackle, which is why I actually like Sam Steele. I think Sam Steele still has a high upside. He plays well in the run game and tackles well. And what are your thoughts on John Bates? I actually think John Bates is much better than the guy for Seattle, A.J. Barner. I think Bates can be a Pro Bowl tight end in this league. What do you think?
Appreciate the phone call, Ellis. Yeah, it's interesting because we'll start with Amos. I'd have to go back and watch. Maybe he does do some of those things, but I think he's a great cover guy. So I can excuse a little bit, but you do need physicality in the run game as a corner. But I can live a little bit more if you can be a shutdown corner. So I'm interested to see how he grows into year two, but I like his ability and coverage. He was someone that was just so smooth. Watching him play in training camp in person, being able to see, he had good instincts. One thing that Benjamin St. Juste didn't have while he was here was those instincts, his ability to not panic when the ball's in the air. He could be in position, but too many times he'd grab. And it wouldn't be something where you get the hand in there and knock the ball away. Amos seemed to have that down really, really well. You saw it a couple of times this season. Now, he got beat sometimes as well. But I think he's a natural corner versus some of the other guys that have been brought in here weren't. So I'll trust his coverage skills. I'd have to go back and see if you're correct about the stuff, but I'll trust your word. I think you can still teach some of that physicality mentality. I think if you get a full team that's willing to play with their hair on fire and come downhill and beat guys, then I think you can get that mentality kind of knocked into the head of just about everybody on that defense, Amos included. So I think that can be something that you work on there. John Bates is interesting because you've seen the resurgence this year, last couple of years, but this year specifically of that kind of tight end. I don't know if I see John Bates ever being a Pro Bowler because Pro Bowl tight ends are so often built on receiving yards and their impact in the passing game, and he's not George Kittle, so he's not going to be able to go for 1,000 yards receiving on top of being a great blocking tight end. That's not something that's going to happen for John Bates. But I think you've seen a resurgence of guys like John Bates, A.J. Barner, Jackson Hawes is someone that comes to mind from Buffalo, a late-round tight end that's a blocker that occasionally catches the football. But I think you can see an impact from a guy like John Bates where we saw this the last couple of years with him. He doesn't catch a ball for the first 3 quarters of the game, does his great job blocking, and then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, when no one's expecting it, here he comes, wide open, running the opposite way because no one accounts for him because he's a tight end that generally blocks. You saw this with A.J. Barner in the Super Bowl, where all of a sudden, play action, little bootleg, here he comes, no one's covering him, touchdown, easy stuff. I could see him used in that sort of a role. And the interesting part for me, I think the combo of him and Ben Sinnott gives you really good blocking tight ends and can allow you to do some things. John Bates is going to be your blocking tight end because even when he gets the football, he's not very dynamic. He can be a fine route runner, but he's going to primarily block. Think of what Logan Paulson did so well when he played here in D.C. He was a great blocking tight end, occasionally caught the football, but he was someone who was going to block, and that was his main job. Ben Sinnott was brought in here as someone that could do a little bit of everything. And I don't need him to run routes like he's Travis Kelce, but I still think that you can find ways to get this guy the football. Like if I'm choosing one of those two to get the football to, Bates is going to be behind Ben Sinnott because I think Sinnott can make stuff happen after the catch. Now, a lot of this is projection and still stuff that we haven't necessarily seen a lot of in the league, but at times you can see it pop up. And everyone fell in love with Colson Yankoff after his run in the preseason last year. Ben Sinnott did the same thing his rookie year in the preseason. So I'm curious to see if they can find a role where maybe he plays a fullback and he slips out into the flat and just simple ways to get him the football, to let him take a 3-yard catch in terms of where he's catching the football at and turn it into an 8-yard gain by breaking a tackle or just falling forward, those sorts of things. I don't know that I see Bates getting to a level that he's a Pro Bowl tight end, but after watching him and kind of focusing in on him a little bit more this season, there's no question that he's one of the best in the league at what he does in terms of blocking. And so you've seen a resurgence a little bit in that type of tight end coming back, especially with the prevalence this year of getting more under center, involving more tight ends in the offense. McVay is always on the cutting edge of these things. He's running 3 tight end sets. So I still think there's a way that you can almost get Bates and Sinnott involved and maybe even another tight end, especially if they don't end up with a true number 2 receiver. Maybe you go a little more heavy personnel and let Jaden Daniels work and find tight ends in the passing game versus an extra wide receiver. So I do think that you could see more of a prevalence in John Bates in the passing game, but I don't know that it gets to a Pro Bowl level, but there's no question he's really, really good at what he does. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Eric Edholm of NFL Media going to join us. He put out a mock draft not that long ago, so we'll get his thoughts on that as well as other top storylines from the NFL draft and the NFL offseason. Eric Edholm joins us at 9. Toby Altizer sitting in for the Junks on President's Day.
From free agency to the NFL
Football, Luke McCaffrey. Let's freaking go. We're already in prime off-season form. We may be living in a world of delusion, but I love it. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Toby Altizer sitting in for the Junks today on 1067 The Fan. And the point that I was trying to make is Seattle hit on their draft picks the last 4 drafts. They have guys helping them out. Even if they're not necessarily starters, rotational guys that are helping all throughout their drafts, not just first rounders, not just second rounders, but fourth rounders, fifth rounders, third rounders, second rounders, guys helping out all throughout their drafts. Washington, don't know that they can necessarily say that. Obviously, their time with Ron Rivera, that didn't happen. But even so, now with Adam Peters, the 2024 draft, we'll see. But outside of Jayden, it's not looking like big-time impact guys in that draft. And 2025, I do like that draft. Maybe that's one. But do you think there's some guys in 2024 that can still redeem themselves? And do you have faith that Adam Peters can get it right going forward? Let's get out to Nick and welcome. Nick, what's going on?
Hey, man. I was listening. I'm a John Bates fan. You know, there was Donnie Warren and Clint Didier. I knew the difference. You know the difference. But basically, he's been left hanging. He's had bad throws to him. He's been open a whole lot. And that touchdown he caught the last game of the year, that was a nice play. What I'm worried about with him is his yak, yards after catch. It doesn't look like he's worked on that too much. And I like him. I just like the way he plays. He's blue collar. I'm worried that if we get in the draft and let's say one of the really, really good running backs is up, do we take a shot on the best running back or the second best running back? Or I know we need a wide receiver, we need a linebacker, we need defensive end. But what do you do if you're there and that kid, I can't remember his name.
Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame. Appreciate the phone call.
But, I think.
Appreciate the phone call, Nick. No, I can't take him at 7. I think with where this team is at, they need so much help on defense, and the easiest way for them to get a defender to help them out is drafting him at 7, because if you want a pass rusher, you're going to pay a lot of money, and there's no guarantee that you're even going to get the guy, even if you do pay a lot of money, because he might just decide to go to somewhere else. So I think it's difficult to do that in free agency. The easiest path to getting an impact player on defense is taking them at pick number 7. There is something to be said, though, that offensively, this team, if you were to get a running back and you get another receiver, you could be looking at a stud offense. Really, really good. And there is something to be said that maybe you just build up a great offense because your defense is going to be bad regardless. Like, instead of trying to make both sides good, how about you make one side great so they can overcompensate for the other? You could make that argument. That's not one that I would go with, but I could understand if someone wants to make that argument, and that's why you take Jeremiah Love. I just think that that's a little bit of a luxury pick that this team doesn't quite have right now to go with a running back at pick number 7. Phillip's in Southern Maryland. Phillip, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good, Phillip. How about you?
Yeah, just got an idea about McCaffrey. I really like him. I mean, he was leading the league in returns when he got hurt. He's definitely a hustler. And I read an article, I don't know, it's been a while ago, last season, where Sports Fighter was saying that he reviewed a lot of the plays and was watching a lot of the films, and he was open just about every play, but they just didn't throw to him. But I think he's going to be great, whether he plays for us or somebody else. But he's a hustler.
Appreciate the phone call. I don't know that I would say he's going to be great, but I can see him having a role with this team. To me, he's nothing special at receiver, but when he got his opportunities this year and he was open and throwing the football, he caught the football. You know, he's not a wide receiver 2 to me. He's not really a wide receiver 3, but he fits perfectly as that 4th wide receiver, guy that fills in and, you know, plays 45, 50% of the snaps, comes in, runs the routes that he's given, and occasionally will pop off and make a play here and there. I don't see him as much more than that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he can still prove to be more than that. But part of the issue I run into with where this team is at and why I think you need to see a lot more out of the 2 receivers that have been drafted the last couple of years, Jalen Lane and Luke McCaffrey, is you run into a tough spot now where You have Terry McLaurin, and you've got those two. One of those guys needs to step up and help out on offense. Otherwise, you're having to still sign a lot of guys, and you've got two receivers that are taking up spots from the last couple of drafts that you're not going to move on from because they're cheap, but they're not giving you a whole lot more than just special teams play. So you need one of those guys to step up. I like Lane's ability out of the slot as a dynamic player with the ball in his hands. I like him a lot. Obviously, a former Hokie. I think McCaffrey can still give you something, but you'd like one of those guys to really step up as a guy on offense that just gives you a little bit of a spark because this team needs it. There is no number 2 receiver. There is no number 3 receiver, in my opinion, yet. So that's tough that you need both of those guys, and you don't have a ton of draft picks. And frankly, the way that they've drafted in the middle rounds with receiver, I don't know that you want to spend another 3rd-round pick on a receiver because you just spent one on McCaffrey. You just spent a 4th-round pick on Jalen Lane, and they haven't given you a ton on offense. So I don't know that you trust Adam Peters and the staff's evaluation of receivers in those middle rounds, even though other teams have been able to find some guys that can be impactful in those middle rounds in the last couple of drafts. 800-636-1067. Appreciate everyone that called in. We'll get back to the phones in just a little bit because Ian Rappaport was on NFL Network and it said that there's a potential for some fireworks for the Commanders. We'll get back into that coming up at 9:30. But speaking of NFL Network, one of NFL Media's best writers, Eric Edholm, going to join us coming up next. He put out a mock draft, has Washington taking a pretty popular guy. I think a lot of people would be on board with it. Want to talk with him about that mock draft and some of the NFL draft and NFL offseason storylines. Eric Edholm from NFL Media. Day. It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in our guest from NFL Media, Eric Edholm. Eric, how you doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Absolutely, doing great. Thanks for joining us, Eric. I want to start with we'll get into your mock draft here in just a moment because I think you've got a pick that a lot of fans here locally will be thrilled with. But you do the power rankings all throughout the season. You put one out to finish the year. Washington comes in at 26. I don't think that's any shock for anyone that followed this season of football for Washington. Yeah. How much confidence as an outsider do you have that this team can get things back on track and be more of what we saw in 24 versus the disaster we saw this past season?
Yeah, no, obviously it had to come, just as surprising as the quick success was, it had to be just as shocking to see it go that way. And I guess, on the one hand, I kind of went into last offseason thinking, boy, they're about where the Chicago Bears are right now. This is a team that's playing with house money. They're ahead of schedule. This is a great place to be in. But they approached last offseason like they were on the cusp, right? And you can understand that. Maybe the Patriots you could make another comparison to, another team that made a Super Bowl this year, but you saw some of their flaws come out, right? And that's going to be the interesting test for New England and Chicago to see if they'll watch what Washington did in terms of going after Debo and Tunsil and forfeiting draft picks and making this big push. And again, I kind of get why they did it, but you also had a long-term vision that had to be adhered to as well. And if they could build up a little bit of the depth on the defensive side and maybe add another target or two in the passing game and put an emphasis on keeping Jayden healthy and upright as best you can. I know there's unavoidable situations, but really trying to maximize him, especially during this rookie window, contract-wise. Then I think I could see it coming back. Plus, it's not like, even though the Eagles are, just a couple of years removed from a Super Bowl, last year the division felt available. If a second team was able to kind of bring together their game a little bit and play better, it felt like the Eagles were a little shaky. So perhaps the division is, quote-unquote, up for grabs. You never know, right, obviously, but Harbaugh's in the division now. It could be tougher. Who knows? Second year in Brian's situation in Dallas, and I don't know. But I would say that there's pretty good evidence that with a good quarterback and a good surrounding cast, a team can have that kind of bounce back season.
Yeah, you mentioned the quarterback, and we've talked plenty around here about what happened this season and how much injuries played a role. I kind of downplay that a little bit, but obviously you look at Jayden Daniels missing a significant amount of time, that can impact your season, even though Mariota stepped in and played quite well.
Yeah.
I'm curious for you, did your perception of Jayden change at all the way that this season went, or is it something that you think you look back on and go, oh, it was a blip on the radar in his second year?
Yeah, I don't know that you can completely brush it off, right? I'm sure there were some things that just ball security-wise that he'd like to improve on, and some of it felt like the offense kind of got stagnant and just the number of limited options they had in terms of, throwing the ball and feeling confident that they were going to generate big plays and explosive plays. That's when they're at their best, I think, is, being able to chunk together those explosive plays and, him running. Obviously, I'd like to see a little bit more under center, too, to help the run game. That's kind of an underrated thing, too, that maybe gets thrown to the side a little bit in some of this discussion, because a run game can end up being a quarterback's best friend. It gets you in friendly downs and distances, gives you friendly looks up front, it gives you more opportunities. And I think in shotgun, he was a little bit more vulnerable too, protection-wise. So, but yeah, I don't blow it off. I don't just say, oh, well, whatever happened his rookie year trumps everything this year, or this past season rather. But I also don't think we can't unsee what we've already seen. Yeah. He had some truly special moments that rookie year, and that's, I think, what Washington is going to fall back on. And I just love his equanimity. He's, the pulse is the same, whether it's first quarter preseason game or fourth quarter NFC Championship game, and I think that will serve him well in the long term.
Talking with Eric Edholm of NFL.com here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Toby Altizer sitting in for the Junks today. Let's get to your latest mock draft, your 1.0. that you put out just a couple of days ago on NFL.com, or excuse me, a couple of weeks ago on NFL.com. So at 7, you have a pretty popular pick that a lot of people would love for Washington, David Bailey out of Texas Tech. Why do you think that's the right fit there?
Well, if he's available, yeah. And then I think, and this is a good year for edge rushers, and I think that's going to be a position that a lot of teams can help themselves out at. But, yeah, I mean, if he's still available at that spot, that I think would be a very nice pick. And, he's, I would say, a burst of energy off the ball, and you go watch his tape. I mean, he had very few bad games. Like, he had very few games where you felt like he didn't make some kind of impact, and I think that's an important thing. I mean, sacks come and go, but pressures really do endure, and those are the ones that, I counted a lot of plays on tape where it was like, okay, they rolled the quarterback to the left away from Bailey. They used the tight end to chip him, and their right tackle is pretty darn good, and he was still a fingernail away from getting the guy, and anytime you have a player that the other team is countering by blocking, shifting the blocking towards their direction, giving them extra attention, rolling away from them, that kind of tells you something. And so, I don't know what he's going to do in Indianapolis testing-wise, but he's an explosive athlete. I think I'd like to see a little bit more, let's see him be that 200-level pass rusher. Right now, I mean, it's a little bit rudimentary in some ways, but I think some of that is because he's so gifted athletically and he has such a quick get-off. He doesn't need to throw a billion moves at people, right? I mean, let's not overcomplicate things. So I think for college, what he did was absolutely acceptable and terrific. Now that he's going to, be in the league, maybe adding a little bit of nuance and some change-ups to your pass rush arsenal, I think would be great. So I think he can do it. I think he's a top 10 prospect all day long. Even in this class with that position being, I think, very strong this year. He's either 1 or 2 on my board as far as edge rushers go. And yeah, if he's there at 7, then that makes a lot of sense given their issues at that position.
Yeah. And how do you compare him and Ruben Bain? Because I really like David Bailey. I love what I saw from Ruben Bain, but I understand the concerns about the arm length and is he an edge at the NFL level? How do you compare those two guys?
Yeah, Bain is a bull, man. I mean, and not that he can't rush with speed either. Of course he can, but he's got maybe a little less burst and juice and just that quickness off the edge. But what it's exciting about him is just his tenacity, and I think that'll really help him in the league too, because there are some guys who can match the physicality and or the speed, and so you have to have that kind of that third element, I guess. But you're right. There is some debate about Bailey, given that if you were to plug his dimensions, shorter arms, not great length overall, kind of a squattier body, plug those into the computer and say, all right, who's his NFL comp? You'd get some undersized 3 techniques. You'd get guys like the one down at Tampa, I'm blanking on his Kalijah Cansey would be a good example. Like they're not far off. So I still think I still think Ruben Bain is predominantly an edge, but I do like the fact that he's got enough thickness to kick him down inside on passing downs, and I think that's probably where he'll be used. So maybe a little more versatility to his game, and a little more breadth to what he can do. Whereas Bailey's a little bit more of a straight-ahead linear rusher, The age factor is gonna obviously split some differences in testing and things like that. Obviously, interviews too. Some teams I think were a little less giddy about Bain heading into the playoff run than I thought they might be. When I started making some calls on some of the top guys, I was a little bit surprised that there wasn't more buzz for him, but we've also seen situations where a lack of December buzz can turn into, pretty high draft picks in April.
So one thing that I'm interested in talking with Eric Edholm of NFL.com here on the Rude Guest Hotline. So you mentioned edge rusher being a deep position in this class, and Unfortunately for Washington, with some of the moves you were talking about a little bit earlier, they don't have a second-round pick. They end up in a tough spot where, even if you wanted to say, let's try to get another position that we like and then pass on edge rusher, I think there still be good guys there. But do you think that getting a guy like a Caleb Downs, if they say they want to get a difference maker on the second level, who is maybe my favorite player in the draft, or even if they wanted to go a different position and say they went wide receiver like some people on NFL.com having a mock draft, do you think it is still something that you can get a really impactful edge rusher where maybe it doesn't have the name recognition of David Bailey or Reuben Bain, but they could still get someone who can be pretty impactful in the later rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still of the belief. Yeah, you have to know what assets you have coming into the draft. You have to have I was talking earlier about kind of the big picture and all that, and sort of knowing where you sit, but also at the same time, I mean, I never want to go into a draft thinking I'm one player away. Like you'd have to be in a pretty strong position to take that approach to where it's like one position or bust, right? So yes, I understand the angst over wanting more pass rush juice and all that, but if there's a great player that you have rated exceptionally high and you believe can be a future All-Pro, why wouldn't you consider taking him, right? That's my view on it. Maybe it's a little simplistic. Maybe I'm not seeing the big picture. Maybe I'm, not understanding the nuance of the whole thing. But if you believe Caleb Downs could be the best safety in the NFL, I think he should absolutely be in consideration. Especially, it's not like that position signed, sealed, and delivered, right? I mean, there's still a need there too, I believe. So. Yeah, I'm with you. I think he's a terrific football player. He's not the biggest guy. He's not Kyle Hamilton. He may not even test through the roof. Like, I think he'll test very well. I don't think there's going to be any question about his athleticism, but it's not like he's going to be out there running 4.3s and high jumping 42 inches and all that stuff. So, you have to sort of get over that part of it and make sure that you understand that physically speaking, he's average highs and above average athleticism, and that's good enough with his instincts, I think. But it's tough though when you don't have a pick for 50 some odd selections or whatever. That's really where these tough decisions, I think, end up defaulting more towards the bigger need, or if the players are kind of rated evenly.
Last one on Washington before we get to some general NFL draft stuff. I think anyone that is covering this team or follows this team would love to sign up for a trade down from pick number 7.
Sure, yeah.
Do you think that that's realistic at all? Because who's someone trading up for, especially now that Dante Moore's not in this draft? Like, is there someone that you could see if maybe they slip down a little bit that someone would trade up for? Or is that pretty unlikely?
Well, the best hope, I suspect, would be that one of two things happen. One would be a second quarterback emerging behind Mendoza. Ty Simpson probably has the best chance from Alabama of that group. When I was on radio in New York the other day, and the host asked me, "What's his range?" And I said, "I think about 2 to Tyler Shuck. Like the second pick is not out of the question. Yeah. You can't say without. There's no way you can say definitively right now that they wouldn't consider it." And, could he slip to the second round? Sure, I mean, it's possible. So I think there's some question about him right now, given the fact that he played one college season, essentially, and half of it was injured. So he had some really good tape early. He played through some stuff, wasn't as good the second half of the season. You're evaluating, A, his toughness, first of all. I think, B, his athleticism, his arm talent, but, also the intangibles. And that's a hard thing to do. In 1 year, to just look at 15 game tapes and say, all right, we have a great feel for what he's going to be in the NFL. It's a roll of the dice. There's no question about it. So the best hope for Washington would be him emerging, and then possibly, and maybe I'm sort of conjuring this out of thin air, but if there are questions about, let's say, an Arvell Reese, really talented multi-positional, or I guess I don't even know if I should say multi-position. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Multi-positional prospect who, is he a linebacker? Is he an edge? Is he a both? What is he? And there's still some question about what his game is. A game is based on a lot of projection and upside. You saw little hints of brilliance this year, but I don't know that you saw the full package. You're kind of also, he's sort of the Ty Simpson of pass rushers, I guess. So, that's the hope is that maybe if he's still available and a quarterback, that would also open up some options. But trading up for a non-QB inside the top 10, you might see one spot, two spots, not very far. These aren't teams leaping in from the 20s, giving up next year's first. So I think expectations need to be a little realistic there.
Yeah, I'm just praying Sean McVay falls in love, and with that extra first-round pick, maybe he wants to move up. That's
Pittsburgh or anybody. I mean, there are some. That's the good thing, is that there are teams out there that need a quarterback. Now, maybe the Jets don't pull the trigger at 2, but there could be a few in that little range behind them.
Speaking of quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, I think we can pretty much go ahead and print the Mendoza Raiders jerseys. I think we kind of know that he's likely going to Vegas with the first overall pick. The question I have...
So, yeah. I mean, I will say this. Not everybody's convinced he's going to be a star, but I do want you to ask your question. I'm just saying that it's what the Raiders think, obviously, and they need one. So there's a very, very, very good chance he's first. Yep.
Well, and that's kind of what I was going to ask you is, like, he doesn't look like Caleb Williams, like Jaden Daniels, like Drake May. And it's not to say that I don't believe he can be a good NFL quarterback, but how good can he be?
Yeah, you're more talking yourself into, let's say, Jared Goff, that style of quarterback. Now, I happen to think, and first of all, Jared's a pretty good athlete. He just doesn't run that much, right? Fernando, I suspect, there'll be some first downs picked up with his legs. He'll do a little bit of scrambling. I don't think that's ever going to be a huge part of his game. Maybe think Joe Burrow in terms of, like, how he's very selective about his scrambling these days. Like the last couple of years, you haven't seen him pick it up as much. And so if you're thinking in those terms of what a quarterback can be, it makes a little more sense. You're right, though. He's not this, swashbuckling, freewheeling, sidearm throwing quarterback who, is halfway out of bounds when he delivers the ball. Can he make those kinds of plays? Yeah. But I think it's going to be a lot more from the pocket, a lot more quick reads, decisive decision-making, confidence in the offense, that sort of thing. He's going to be more based on precision and timing than he is on conjuring magic out of thin air, And again, I know that he's made some fantastic plays under duress and in stressful situations. It's not that. It's more just the athletic quotient to it. And again, he's not a bad athlete. You remember the touchdown run in the national championship. That takes some effort. That takes some skill, but how quickly does he get to that level? Well, I mean, Joe had a rough rookie year. He was good, but he had his share of struggles. Goff did too. I mean, there are other guys who have taken they don't have that scrambling skill to fall back on. And that's where some rookie quarterbacks who are primarily pocket passers and precision passers are going to have a little, stuff working against them. Plus, Raiders offensive line, Bowers and Genti look great, but is Jacoby Myers your number one? You still have to help that kid out a little bit. So I'm fascinated. I think he can be a very functionally good quarterback. I just don't know that it's going to be to the level that we've seen with some of these prospects.
Last one, I've kept you too long talking with Eric Edholm.
No, you're good.
NFL Media. This one's a little bit self-indulgent. I work with Virginia Tech football on their radio broadcast.
Yeah.
Mansour Delane could be the top cornerback, and it was awesome to see. Loved watching him as a Hokie and to see the steps that he took this year at LSU. I mean, I've seen DJ even has him inside his top 10, potentially getting picked that high. Like, what do you make of Delane, and is he the top cornerback in this draft?
Yeah, he very well could be. I think right now, especially, there's the Tennessee kids are really interesting. I really like Avion Terrell from Clemson. I don't know that I've liked the Clemson prospect quite as much as him in a couple years now. So there's some good corners in this draft. But Mansour Delane is a very, very talented football player who, kind of like with Caleb Downs, like he doesn't blow you away with his size. He's not massive. He doesn't have, the incredibly long arms, but he's got functionally good length. I think he's got the athletic instincts that are elite, patch pattern skills. He's really got quick feet, smart player, just a good, smart football player. You see him out there manipulating receivers and, doing mind tricks almost in some cases. And I don't think he gave up a touchdown his last, 15 games or whatever it was. And Very impressive player. Again, if you can kind of get over the fact that he's not this new age corner like this 6'2", 33-inch arm guy, then you got a really good football player. And the Texans did that a few years ago with Derek Stingley, and it's paid off for the most part. I think he's lived up to that billing.
Eric, appreciate the time, man. Could talk NFL draft all day, but I don't want to keep you too much longer, because I appreciate it.
No, it's good. Enjoy your morning, and I hope the draft season's good for you guys.
Well, I appreciate it. It's Eric Edholm of NFL.com. Make sure you check out his mock drafts. He does a fantastic job. Also does the power rankings throughout the season, one of the best at NFL.com. Speaking of NFL Network and NFL.com, Ian Rappaport, their lead insider, had some interesting things to say about their offseason, talking about the Commanders, said there could be some fireworks. We'll play that audio for you next and get your reaction. You want to hop in? Feel free, 800-636-1067. Toby Altizer. Sports Junkies, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for the guys today on President's Day. DOC, Doc Walker, going to be sitting in for B-Mitch and Finley. He'll come up at 10 o'clock. Then for G&D, you'll hear from Steve Czaban and Nick Ashooh, and Ben Standig has overtime tonight. So a packed lineup, still filling in for a off day for the regulars, but we still got a full day of radio for you here, right here on 106.7 The Fan. So we just talked with Eric Edholm of NFL Media, and on NFL Network, we had some interesting insight from Ian Rappaport, their lead insider. So he was talking about this offseason and the Commanders having cap space and different things, and said there could be, quote, fireworks. Let's hear from Ian Rappaport on NFL Network.
And now you have where the Commanders are this year, and they still have a lot of cap space. They're coming off a really disappointing season. A lot of the players they used to build 2 years ago when they made the run to the NFC title game have, no offense to them, gotten a little older. It happens to all of us. It even happens to me and you, Mike. You get a little older and someone says, indeed, it's time to maybe turn the page. Don't turn the page on us. But for the Washington Commanders, I wonder how active an offseason they have. Adam Peters has been aggressive. He has made trades, made a couple of big ones last offseason. It is an essential, important year for Washington. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some fireworks here, just knowing how important it is, how much space they have, and the window they have with a good young quarterback. The time to spend is now, and obviously this is something we are going to be tracking throughout the offseason.
So that's the question. You hear fireworks. You want to see fireworks. Is that what you want to see this offseason? 800-636-1067. What do fireworks look like? Max Crosby maybe moving on from Daron Payne and getting somebody else to come in and fill his stead? Maybe trading some guys for draft picks, trading down potentially and adding more picks? Do you want to see fireworks this offseason? Looking at the top guys, do you want to see them go after Kyle Pitts? Do you want to see them go after Isaiah Likely? Do you want to see them go after a Breece Hall if he hits the market, or Kenneth Walker? Is that what you want to see? Or do you want to see a little more of a shrewd approach? What do you want to see out of this offseason? Ian Rappaport saying you could see some fireworks. Again, 800-636-1067. To me, I don't really care if you go get big names, but you've got to get so many guys to improve this football team. You look at that defensive side of the football, and honestly, I don't even know how many guys I feel good about as starters next year, realistically. I like what you've got in Dorrance Armstrong. I would personally move on from Daron Payne. Kinlaw is fine. You look at Frankie Louvu playing in that Van Ginkel type role. They're different players, but versatile. So, okay, I feel decent about Armstrong, and I feel decent about Louvu. I feel fine about Sandra still. I feel fine about Amos. Outside of that, I don't know that I feel great about anything. So that's what, 4 out of 11? And that's saying I feel fine. I don't feel great about necessarily any of them. I like Trey Amos. I like Mikey Sandra still. But there are big-time questions on that side of the football. So say you were to go swing big and you sign Trey Hendrickson, or you traded for Max Crosby. Does that fix anything? It gives you a dude. It gives you someone that can get after the passer. I would argue that you need help on the back end more than the front end because of the scheme that you're going to be bringing in here. Durante Jones, assuming he's going to run a lot of what Brian Flores does, I think you need more help on the back end than you do the front end because of the nature of how he's going to play defense. He is going to get after the passer no matter what. They are going to bring extra guys. They are going to blitz. They are going to make sure that the quarterback is not comfortable in the pocket. So I'd argue they need more help on the back end to make sure that you can hold up in coverage, because that means they're going to bring 5 or 6 guys, 7 guys. Occasionally they're going to drop out, but for the most part, they're going to get after you. Versus, remember when Jack Del Rio was here, he was going to rush 4, he was going to play his coverage, and so you needed more studs up front because you were going to rely on them to win their one-on-one matchups. This year with Durante Jones, you might need your guys to win those one-on-one matchups, and you will need them to do that, but you're going to try to put them in better spots by confusing the offensive line, confusing the offense because of what you're trying to do. Not to say that you don't need a stud pass rusher. Max Crosby would help out this defense a lot. I'm not giving up what it's necessary to go get Max Crosby. I think going to get him would be foolish. I don't think it would make any sense for what their assets are and where they're at right now as a team. I don't think that would make sense at all. But fireworks is what Ian Rappaport says, and you look at some of the top names on the market, and I just... Are you interested in Jalen Phillips, maybe? I would think that Philadelphia is going to try to bring him back. Boye Mafe, maybe. But again, that doesn't really inspire me all that much. I think the tough part for where this team is at right now is you look at how the league plays now in terms of how they construct their rosters. The guys that hit free agency now just aren't that enticing. They just aren't. Like, if you look at the top of free agent classes right now, so if you look at the top of this year's free agent class, if we start with what Fox Sports has, let's just look at their list. George Pickens is not a realistic candidate, in my opinion. Devin Lloyd, he's someone that's interesting. I don't know that you're going to want to spend big time on a linebacker, but I think he would fit for what you're trying to do. Trey Hendrickson, I don't know that he fits with your timeline. He's 31. Tyler Linderbaum, I don't know that you're going to spend big on a center when you already have a center. Kenneth Walker's interesting as a running back. Odafe Owe is interesting as an edge rusher, but it's not like for the amount of money that you're going to have to pay for a free agent edge rusher, it's not like he's a game wrecker. Alec Pierce as a deep threat is interesting, but he's going to get a lot of money for a guy that doesn't catch a lot of balls, even though he can stretch the field. I mean, you look at Alec Pierce, the number of catches that he's had the last couple of years, 47 receptions this year, 37 receptions the previous year, 32 before that, 41 his rookie year. He's never had 50 catches in a year. Now, impressive this past season, 21.3 yards per reception. So he had 47 receptions to get over 1,000 yards. It's pretty impressive. Good deep threat. Are you going to pay what it takes to get him? Number 9 is Malik Willis. Obviously not interested there. Jalen Phillips, Breece Hall. I mean, you look at some of these names and you start getting to a point where they're not that interesting. Rashid Shaheed is interesting. Kobe Bryant is someone that's interesting, a safety from the Seahawks. Like, those sorts of names are intriguing. Quay Walker for the Packers. But how are you going to get some fireworks for this team in a way that doesn't put you in a bad spot for the next couple of years? I just don't see this team being in a spot to go swing big for some of these top guys. I think this is where you have to be shrewd, and I think this is where they put themselves in a bad spot where they played their hand a little bit early. And they decided to go all in for year 2. They decided to push their chips into the middle a little bit more for year 2, and it worked out poorly. And so now I think you have to be smart. It's not to say that you can't do it in year 4, year 5, but I think you have to be smart in year 3 and start trying to build this thing the right way so that you have a long-term foundation of players for this team, so that you have something to build this team on. Because I think that would be the one flaw that you've seen for this team over the last couple of years now, and where they're at right now. We talked about the draft classes earlier. What is the foundation of this team right now? I think you'd say Jaden Daniels, obviously, Laramie Tunsil, Josh Connerly, Terry McLaurin, but how much of a foundation can you be when this could be his final year, so you've only got this guy for maybe another year? Trey Amos? I mean, you don't have much of a foundation for this team, frankly, which is disappointing, but it's where you're at. And it's not to say that some of these guys from that 24 draft can't still step up and redeem themselves. But the reality is you don't have a ton of guys to build on. So I don't know that now is the time to try to, well, we got to overcorrect for the disappointment we had last year and go spend all of our cap space and try to do all these things to make sure we're right back in the running again next year. And I think maybe that's a discussion that we should realistically have about this team. What are your expectations for next year? Are you expecting this team to just be right back in the hunt? Or are you expecting this team to continue to try to build and hopefully take a step forward? And luckily for you, if Jayden Daniels stays healthy and gets back to the way that he played in his rookie season, even if he doesn't get back to the top 5 level right away, where he was playing at the end of the year and into the playoffs, if he just plays at an above-average level where he was a top 12 quarterback for a majority of the season and occasionally showed flashes throughout the year of being one of the top 5 guys, if he plays at that level, he can cover up for a lot of your problems. He can cover up for a lot of your sins on the roster. So I think you've got to bank on that. Not to say that you leave him out to dry, but I think you've got to be careful trying to overcorrect once again and try to fix this thing in one offseason. I think you've got to still build this thing up, because I think the flaw that they ran into and where they got overextended here was they bought into Jayden Daniels is on a rookie contract, so we've got to get this thing done. And I don't think that's a wrong mindset to have. But where they ended up in a wrong spot is Jayden Daniels is still on a rookie contract for this season. Jayden Daniels is still on a rookie contract for the following season. And after you pick up the 5th-year option, even though it's going to be hefty, it's still a rookie contract in that 5th season. They went all in on year 2 when you could have still built that thing in year 2 and then potentially maybe been more aggressive this offseason while you had more of a foundation after year 2. Not to say that they were stupid with it, but they got burnt when they decided to overextend themselves, stretch themselves a bit thin, and you end up in a spot where going into this year, this team was in the NFC Championship game not that long ago, and you're looking at this team now and they're void of talent. So there's a lot of stuff they got to do this offseason. But what do you make of the Rappaport audio? 800-636-1067. We'll wrap things up next. What do you make of that? Fireworks, potentially, according to Ian Rappaport. Is that the right approach for this offseason? We'll wrap up the show next. Final couple of minutes on the Junks. They'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. Toby Altizer sitting in for the guys today. Doc Walker coming up, or B. Mitch and Finley coming up at 10 o'clock, wrapping up our discussion about the Washington Commanders. Ian Rappaport saying there could be some fireworks this offseason for the team. I don't know that that's necessarily the right approach going big time on some of these moves. I think it's time to be a little more shrewd. Maybe set yourself up with a better foundation, so going into year 4, maybe that's more of a time that you can be a little more aggressive in the offseason. Because one of the things that I think is a shame is who are the guys that you're developing, that are in your pipeline, that you're trying to grow into being impact players for this football team going forward. Who are they? Like, who is the developmental pass rusher that can help you out that you would have liked to have seen at the end of last year? Who is the developmental? Obviously, you've got some young wide receivers, but who's some of the developmental guys that you believe that you can work on that in year 3, year 4, they can suddenly be impact guys for you? They don't have a ton. Especially at edge rusher was the disappointing one for me. Like, okay, so you're down a couple of guys, and Jacob Martin showed well, but Jacob Martin's not developmental. Like, I don't know. It's just disappointing where they're at. And I don't know that now is the time to be extra aggressive, although they've got cap space, that they need to make some moves to improve this football team for next year. Mitch is in Jersey. Mitch, what's going on?
Good morning, Toby. How's it going?
Doing great, Mitch.
Yeah. Obviously, spend the money, free agency. We got to hit both sides of the line. I know about it, but I'm interested in defensive linemen to bring back the old pass rush that we used to have. And I like Jaden Phillips. And there's another fellow came from UCLA. Lawyer, I can't remember his name. I don't know if he's available, but
I don't think he's available. No, I think you're talking about Latu for.
It's not. I wonder if the Higgins trade. I wonder if Higgins is going to be available, because Cincinnati can't go on having two really, good wide receivers that paid quite well.
Yeah, no,
I've heard them right now.
Appreciate the phone call, Mitch. One, I don't think they could make a Higgins trade work. That's just going to cost way too much. The shame of this, frankly, I actually think there's a receiver that would make a lot of sense, that would fit what a lot of people love, but they don't have the assets to make the trade. Brian Thomas Jr. would be fun to go try to get. What kind of assets do you have to go do that? Why would Jacksonville even consider trading him here? Because I think that would be a fun fit. Everyone seems to love the idea of Jaden throwing to his former receivers from college, and it obviously makes sense. Malik Neighbors was incredible. You'd love to have him if possible. You obviously love what Brian Thomas Jr. did. You love, or people are talking about the Brandon Ayuk thing. So it's something that people really enjoy to talk about. Guys that Jaden had a connection with in college. Who better than Brian Thomas Jr.? And there's a chance that maybe with the way that last year went with him and in his first year with Liam Cohen, maybe you just move off of him. But there's zero chance you would move off of him to Washington for the assets that this team would be willing to give up or have the ability to give up. And it wouldn't make any sense for Washington because they don't have the assets to give up to go get a singular guy, even though I think that would be a nice guy to have as a potential replacement for Terry down the line and to work alongside him for this season. That'd be awesome. But that's the tough part, is you gave up a lot of these assets. So I don't know that now's the time that you can even double down and try to be a little more aggressive. Like, what kind of trades could you make this offseason that make any sense at all? I don't think there's any where you can move off of draft picks to acquire more talent. I don't think that makes any sense. And personally, I would move off of Daron Payne. Anyone that thinks that you could get a good draft pick for Daron Payne, I think, is being a little crazy. What is he worth? I think he played well this season. Is he worth what he's going to be making? Probably not. I think I'd rather have the cap space than him. So it's a tough spot where they're at, and I just don't see a way that they need so many guys. The tough part for this offseason is I truly think they have to go quantity over quality in a lot of ways. They can't shop at the top of the market. They just can't. You can shop in not necessarily the bargain bin, because I think you shop in the bargain bin, you get what you paid for, but you can't go shopping in the premier section. We're not shopping for Louis. You're looking for stuff that's more quality, that's good, but isn't that top-of-the-line type of stuff. And I think you can get a couple of those guys to improve this team, but realistically on defense, you need almost every position. On offense, you still need probably 2 receivers to feel good about that receiving core. You need a tight end. You need running backs. I mean, realistically, the only things that you feel set going into next year and why it's so disappointing, but you can look at it one of 2 ways. I mean, you can look at it as there's not a lot to work with, or you can look at it as they can kind of build this thing however they want to build it. But realistically, the only things you feel good about going into next year are quarterback position and offensive line. That's a tough spot to be in. They've got the cap space. They've got some draft picks. You can get some impact guys, but it's a weird spot to be in this offseason where I don't know that they're going to build a roster that you feel great about going into next year. It'll be fine. It might feel better than what you did for a majority of this past season, and hopefully they can do that. But honestly, and quite frankly, and really the thing that can make our jobs a little bit difficult at times, it's really one thing that can decide how this thing goes. It's Jayden Daniels. If Jayden plays at an incredibly high level, then I can sit up here and do topics about fireworks and how should they address and all these different things. If Jayden plays well, if Jayden is playing at his highest level, if Jayden is back to being Jayden, then that can cover up for a poor offseason. That can make this team play a lot better. And if you add in a fact that they maybe do well this offseason and Jayden plays well, that can get you back to a level that you outplay what this roster's talent really is. So a lot of next year, once again, as simple as it is, it's going to rely on how Jayden plays and keeping him healthy and making sure that he can take the next steps necessary so that his year 3 is more like his year 1 versus his year 2. All right, that's going to do it for us. Appreciate you listening in. The Junks will be back at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Appreciate Ben doing all the hard work behind the scenes. For Unfunny Ben, I'm Toby Altizer. Thanks for listening. DOC, Doc Walker, up next here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
34-year-old retired quarterback Derek Carr says he would be willing to unretire, but only for a team that could make the Super Bowl. Which begs the obvious follow-up question. Why would any team that could potentially win a Super Bowl want to sign Derek Carr? I mean, you'd have to have no other options out there to bring Derek Carr in. Has never been a Super Bowl quarterback. Derek Carr, a good QB, far from a great one. I'm Nick Costos.
Chili temps, hot. Savings, the turn, aggressive pricing, and the number you see already includes freight. Upfront, no late raises either. By the river, you're just grabbing your set of keys. When the chips hit the felt, that's the number. The hand plays straight at Lindsay Chevy. You'll love it at LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Get more out of every mile when you share the ride to work. With carpooling, you'll have time to relax, save money, and pick up new friends.
President's Day here on 106.7 The Fan, DOC, Heavy Metal, with you. Honored to be here. We did very little other than just be alive right now and be happy that the NBA. Now, I don't know what the consensus is, and I can't wait to hear it from you, the people. But I was more than satisfied with the effort, tenacity of it. I mean, these young guns, it shows you youth is no joke. And I'll tell you what, and I'm sure it's not what LeBron's goal was, but the fact that he is still who he is and seeing that youth is still hard to beat made him even more incredible for me. Dame Lillard, the three-point contest, not playing, coming back, being a marksman was great. G from the shop, all the K9 community. Can't wait just to hear the response. It was amazing. And then the Olympics, and I just don't know what part of it do you not like or are you not intrigued by. It is just, to me, absolutely amazing, probably because I'm the furthest from the norm that would be A, participant, B, attracted to anything cold. But, man, just the degree of difficulty, whether it's the skating, the pairs, the skiing, the jumping off alpine, you name it. Every part of it, can't take my eyes off of it. And that has been amazing. It's almost like if you don't see some disappointments and some upsets, and American definitely in the figure skating, Malinin to be eighth, disappointing eighth place is disappointing, but it shows you that it's not fake. It's for real. Watching the Chinese and the pairs missing a hand placement, returning gold medalists, and then, boom, you're basically out of it. One hairline of a mistake, and you're done. So if that's not captivating enough for you, I don't know what's flowing through your veins, because to me, it has been amazing just to watch it in every area. And then the competitive part about it is still something about hearing the chants, USA, USA. And compete, and compete, and compete, and compete. And that was, to me, what I remember about it. It's another breathtaking moment for me. One of my favorite players to wear the burgundy and gold was the big banger, Trey Johnson. So impressed with this young brother, man. He was an amazing individual, sharp as a whip, been in the education system, teaching, helping share his life lessons with young people at a very high level, and we lost him. Over the weekend, it's just a devastating, 54 years old, toddler. You don't get to choose your exit. Well, I guess you could, but it would be really tragic. But if it's other than natural causes, you just don't know. Trey Johnson, the big banger, the most enjoyable person as a reporter to cover, a guy that just loved getting down and dirty, being sloppy with it, and just banging heads with defensive tackles, working up on linebackers, great feet, super athletic, just a monster of a man, father of 4, husband. Just, but what the impact he had on those young people to be able to go to your class and to see a man of his size and stature playing that rugged game of NFL football, and then to be gentle enough to teach, to counsel, to be a mentor. Heavy Metal would have just enjoyed the hell out of him. They would have got along really well. It was so that's a loss. It's part of it. You know, it's what we do. We live it, a life that is not how we always plan it, and we just have to make sure that we appreciate what we have while we have it. I don't know how. You figure, well, what's the number one story? Is Dame Lillard not even being active per se, coming off an Achilles tear in rehab to win a pro contest? Is that just a spotlight of his excellence, but not theirs? I mean, active guys. Dude hadn't played all year, comes out, but he's just been shooting. So maybe he's put in the most work. That's the part that, we won't know. That's the difficult part, but we got to deal with it. Today was going to be so fascinating for me in here for B. Mitch and Finley on President's Day. Well-deserved break for those two lunatics who, getting the job done. It is amazing. JP just on social just said, I often hear death comes in sets of three. Crazy to think that Sonny Jurgensen, Barry Wilburn, and now Trey Johnson passed away within a week. Sad times for Burgundy and Gold. And the show, making sure we don't come in here and destroy it. But no, we're on the same page. And I know how it can affect JP. Any guy who covers a beat, you're that beat guy. They become like brothers to you, covering them. That's how intimate it is. I mean, you're not playing, but you're the closest thing to a player. It's someone that's there through the boring times, and that is practice. The boring times. People really don't know, for the most part, how much time is put in, idle time, meetings, when there's 4 to 5 hours of meetings every day, just watching film as a group, going over the mental side of everything. Don't feel sorry for them. Everybody's compensated handsomely. And although when you hear that people say, well, I'd do it for nothing, they're generally right. They generally are very serious about it when you're under the influence of being a competitive, professional athlete. And that old saying about doing something that you love is never considered work. That's always said by people that don't lift things for a living. If you can think your way through it, it's easy to back that philosophy. But if you're in anything that's manual, that requires you doing squats for a living, a whole different perspective on things. Because now you got to test your body every stinking day. And that becomes quite a toll. It's 1-800-636-1067 is our number. We going to have at some point in the broadcast today, Coach Naki is going to join us. Terps had 2 good wins, and stubbed their toe yesterday, and it's competitive. It is really competitive. So that's what we got to do. We got a whole bunch of time to deal with this up to 2 p.m. I know that it's going to end up being a house party because that's how we do it. We're talking sports and proud to be able to do that. B. Mitch and Finley Show, DOC, Metal, filling in. We'll be right back.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question.
kind of new way to talk about NBA basketball, but I guess we got to get used to it because it ain't going nowhere. And whenever hoops are the issue, I scratch my head, I go, just ask Coach Naki because he'll get it figured out for us. And he's nice enough to join us right now. Coming off a personal loss, Terrapins, 2 wins, momentum building, and then stub your toe. Hate to start off on a negative, but Coach Knock, you in the business. You understand what time it is.
Yeah. No question about it, Doc. It was sort of 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But, there's another opportunity to play at Northwestern on Wednesday night in Chicago, and it's an opportunity to get better and get a W, man. That's all you can do.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's a brutal, brutal world called pro sports. Changes are inevitable. They don't always work out. I have very seldom paid any attention for the maybe last 5 years about All-Star Weekend other than just to see people that, we know personally. But I've got to tell you, man, the Stars and Stripes deal, it worked for me. I saw a level of energy. I saw people competing at the highest level. And I enjoyed it from a player and a coach's standpoint. What was your take?
Yeah, it was a huge hit, Doc. You know what? I agree with you. It had become completely irrelevant, and it needed work. And this, I assume, we're not alone in the assessment, and I assume that this is here to stay, at least for a while. But anything you do to get, these are the best players on the planet, right? The guys who were on that court, obviously there were a couple of guys out because of injury stuff, and Giannis, of course, but the guys who suited up last night are the best players on the planet, and they were, I thought some of those guys were at the top of their games. You can't say enough about Wembanyama. Ant-Man is crazy. Kawhi looked like he was channeling like 2012,
How does
again.
He do that? Seriously, just stick with Kawhi for a second. How does he do it? How do you do that?
Well, that makes. First of all, I've always been a big fan of the skill set and how good he is when he plays. I wonder if you're looking at this from a Clippers standpoint. If you're looking at this like, man, we should be getting this every night, or we could be getting it every night. It was the one quarter he had he went all Urban Coalition. He went all it was crazy what he was able to do, but he wasn't alone. There were guys making plays all over the place, and Wemby is just dynamic. I heard something, Doc, last night that really struck me. I heard the first quarter on NBA radio before I got home and watched the rest of it. And PJ Carlesimo was doing the game. And he said something. He said, not only is this guy a serious MVP candidate, he's got to be right there with a guy like Jaylen Brown. But not only is he a serious MVP candidate, he may be the most improved player in the league. So you think about that. He was so good when he came in, and he's only gotten much better. His game is so much more refined than it was in his first year. And it scares you to think he's 22. Where is he going to be in 3 years? He gets a little bit, I don't know if he'll ever have meat on his bones, but he'll get stronger, And so, talk about the world being your oyster. Holy cow.
His handle is what blows me away.
Yeah.
And his Jordan-like edge. For the majority, for a large guy to be that edgy, he ain't playing. He's not kidding around. I judged Jordan, and the most impressive thing about Mike was how he was to his own teammates. It wasn't no act for opponents. He was hard on his own people because he wanted everybody at his competitive level. I sensed that from Wemby. For a young dude, that is it's crazy.
And I like your point, too, because big guys aren't usually wired that way.
Right. Thank God the elephant don't have a bad attitude.
Yeah. Well, the only big guy that you can kind of compare that nastiness to is Kevin Garnett. And that's one of the things that made Garnett just so good, was just so tough and so nasty. And I mean that in the most positive way possible.
Oh, absolutely.
But
Competitive anger.
I love what Wemby did. From the tip, the jump ball is thrown up, and he runs right down underneath the basket and says, "Give me the ball," and turn it, threw it down. I mean, it was, talk about setting the tone. And Ant-Man last night after the game said that Wemby set the tone for the whole evening, and I think he was spot on with that.
Yeah, Ant has that edge to a lot of these young guys. As much as we joke on them, they do put work in, and it matters to them. And Anthony Edwards, to me, has that deal. It's hard to kind of explain it. It's just that he's not doing this to get commercials and to get endorsements. He's trying to win the game.
Doc, that speaks to something too. We're always talking about, as it applies to the Commanders or whoever, about who you want to draft and the evaluative part of sports, right? Think about this, man. That guy, Anthony Edwards, when he came out, there was actual discussion about the fact that, is he the number one pick or is James Wiseman the number one pick? I don't even know if Wiseman is in the NBA.
Right.
But
I don't either.
You almost have to ask, like the core question has to be, how much do you love the game? How much do you feel like playing? And teams miss all the time. As good as the Warriors have been, they missed on Wiseman, Kuminga, guys like that. Do they love to play? And that's one of those things when you watch Ant-Man, he gets it, and he loves to play. He loves the ball. Every game he brings it, not a night off, and you got to love that in the young guys when you see it.
And whenever we talk like this, when we have these conversations, Kobe Bryant, first guy comes to my mind, again, who is on that trail. He's kind of like that, one of the founding fathers, if you will, of a super talented person that worked like he was trying to make the team.
Doc, this is a credit to you because you schooled me. You've given me so much insight over the years, and I did something when I was in L.A. We were playing USC and UCLA, and in between the games, we moved to a hotel closer to USC because traffic issues and stuff like that. But I got out of the hotel and walked down to the Kobe statue in L.A. And I thought to myself, damn, it's a Tuesday at 2:00 in the afternoon. There won't be a soul down here. We're like 100 people down there, and this is like in the middle of, like I said, a weekday, nothing going on. And I get it if there's a game there and people gather and take pictures out there. I mean, you talk about, and he's been gone now for, sadly, for 3-4 years, whatever that number is. And but man, talk about a guy.
So vivid.
Yeah. You just talk about a presence that resonates so much, and but he's one of one, man. There just aren't that many guys that it's a once in a generation kind of thing. It was Mike.
And you've coached them. You've coached. I mean, you've seen people, and I'm sure that there's one or two guys that you didn't get it out of them. And it wasn't because you didn't try. They didn't let you in. They didn't let you in.
Well, ultimately, when you coach, it's about pressing buttons, and sometimes you can't find one, and sometimes you press the wrong ones, and there's some missteps along the way, but there are other guys who are on autopilot. Just do it; comes naturally to them in any sport, and you sure know it when you see it. And they're just different guys. They're just wired completely differently.
You've seen it because you've been on both sides, winning, losing, participant, coach, evaluator. Buzz, pulling your team that you know is better than its record, stabilizing it through those waters. What is the key to that?
Yeah, the hardest part of coaching, I think, is sometimes to stay, to try and stay positive as hard as that can be, and with all the noise that's out there, right? To try and stay positive, and yet letting everybody know that losing isn't what we do here. You know what? We're not in this to lose. So. And sometimes you have to weather it with a lack of, the lack of the necessary means, the lack of talent. And, when you look at the Terps this year, Doc, they just, when Pharrell Payne went out in December, he was the guy. He was the best player, head and shoulders above everybody else. He's probably one of the top centers in the Big Ten Conference, which means he's one of the top centers in the country. And, he went out, and you're just dealing. It's almost like you got an arm tied behind your back after that. And so, you just try and get better. I thought the Terps had made some real strides. They had a great win against a ranked Iowa team. But again, the margins. You're playing on the margins, and the margins are really, really thin for this Maryland team right now.
How much Olympics? I know with you in season, all that's going on. You got any eyeballs left for the Olympics?
I tried to, Doc, but I've actually gone out and seen some high school games and stuff. So, I know what's going on, with the Olympics, and I definitely read enough about it, and I stay in tune. If there's something I want to see at night, I will definitely tune in. I love some of the skiing. I definitely watch some of the hockey. I watch the USA beat Germany. So I'm into it. And I know I'll get more involved. Probably, and I know I'm late to the party, but I will see more of it for sure.
Coach, always a pleasure, man. Appreciate you sharing with us. It's that All-Star game. You like me, I could hear it in your voice. I've been so disappointed.
Yeah.
I've been so disappointed because it meant so much to me. I mean, coming up watching Julius, the level of excitement for the NBA All-Star Weekend and my surroundings, household, friends, or whatever, was huge. Going back to Dr. J, what am I talking about? I'm talking about I can go back to Dr. J. I can go back to Oscar Robinson. And that All-Star Weekend, it's like you never missed it. You never missed anything.
Yeah, I'm with you, Doc. I grew up in those glory years. And by the way, before you let me go, Dr. J has a documentary that's on Prime.
I heard about that.
It's all about the ABA. It's a 4-part series. He's the executive producer. Of course, he was the guy, the star, and one of the guys who forced the merger back in the day because he was such a star. And but it's on Prime, and he put it together. And I've only seen the first part, but it's phenomenal. Great footage.
Black and white? Can I say black and white without laughing? It's
No. It's mostly color, including that red, white, and blue ball that was such.
But you heard about him. See, imagine I'm on the West Coast.
Yeah,
and we're hearing about a guy from the Rucker League. I'm hearing about him from playing blacktop.
He played here for the Virginia Squires, which was one of the ABA franchises, and he was telling. I heard him tell a story on the radio the other day. He said, "You know what? I had to get out." I said, "I love playing in Virginia, but I had 2 checks bounce, 2 paychecks bounce." And so, at any rate, yeah, they're great stories that go along with that old league.
Yeah,
man.
As you was an old shooter, Dame Lillard comes back, hasn't played yet, goes through rehab, and wins the 3-point shooting. That's not a smirk on anybody, anything. It's just his greatness.
I think he's a dog, and the DAWG dog. He is a competitor, and he said he came back because he wanted to get that juice. He wanted to feel the juice again, I think is what he said, and I'm good with that, Doc. If I know he's not technically playing right now, but I'm happy to have him back.
Yeah, and the slam dunk. I missed the Hoya. And I don't know why he didn't participate this year, but I'll say this. I still enjoyed it, and I was lucky enough to have been on the West Coast when one of the most incredible, they're all incredible dunks, but Vince Carter, when he hung his elbow on the rim, being there, seeing that live, it's hard to, if you don't see this kind of stuff every day, it's mind-boggling. But I thought everybody competed. I thought it was good. I think they saved it. It went from an embarrassment to something I can look forward to now.
Yeah, I agree, and it's nice that it was a combination of some of the old guys saving it, some of the new guys, some of the young guys saving it too. So I love it. It was a good weekend for the NBA.
Yeah, them young legs, man, them team stars.
Yeah.
Man, that youth, it shows you. And you know, I think you were looking at it like I was looking at it going, you know what? Coach Thompson used to always say, Father Time is undefeated. Yeah. And them young whippersnappers, man, them old men, they just wore them down. Coach, I appreciate you, man.
All right, Doc. Good talking to you.
Get a Wizard our best. All right, good deal. Chris Naki, as Coach would say, simply one of the best. And that is courtesy of the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We thank you. We'll be back.
Beat Mitch and Finley are presented.
manning a hot microphone here on President's Day. And, man, little raindrops. I can't believe the fact that the ice is melting. I thought it would be here forever. And I suppose the ice just stayed here. I mean, this has been, I don't know about you, Metal, but for me, I was trying to remember, have we been in this refrigerator? This is the longest time I can remember in a while.
Well, we've had some cold snaps. It's just not usually right after a snow. Yes, that's not usually right after a snow.
Much ice. I couldn't remember. It was during this time of year. Obviously, thought it was the Super Bowl was in Miami. I want to say it was the Colts and the Bears, if they ever played. And I remember because you couldn't get a plane out of Miami. It was that bad. But this is about the longest that I could recall. I mean, there's some out in the road, it's like a bowling ball. It's like a boulder. It dares you to run over it. You may break your axle. And I just didn't remember if it had been this way this long.
I'll tell you what's been bad.
That people live this way.
I'll tell you what's been bad now is we got potholes everywhere because the temperature the other day was like 50 degrees, and this asphalt is just popping potholes everywhere. I saw a massive one on 8th Street by where the trolley comes out yesterday. Drove by one. They had a lane shut down on Rock Creek Parkway today because there's a big cone in the middle of one. Like, we're just talking like these things would take your wheel right off, man. So we've entered the age of potholes now.
That hadn't been for a while, but no, it's all relevant. And then on the ice, as you mentioned, you were whispering in my ear that Team USA women are on the ice, and
they just scored right as you bring them up. Nice, Doc.
Beautiful.
Yeah, they're up 1-0 now. They're taking on Sweden into the semifinal.
Yeah. Now, do the girls? Do they understand? What do the Olympics mean to them?
I don't know, but they've been crushing. They've been beating teams this year. Like, not just like, they won 2-3. Like, no, they're like going up like 5-1 and stuff. A lot of these games, they've been killing.
Okay, well, we love that. I watched, the men. The fight. It's at the highest level. I don't know how you come off these mountains. I admire these skiers. I'm going to assume you don't ski and haven't skied. I don't think you're built for skiing. I'm not built for skiing.
I used to some when I was young.
Come on, Metal.
I did. So back when I lived in Arizona, back out in Phoenix, we used to go out to the mountains out there, and they would have these like Indian reservations that had skiing slopes. We'd go ski on the reservation slopes, man. So I'd never actually been skiing like out here, like in the Appalachians or anything. But I used to go out in Arizona. But I was never that great at it. Ice skating was more my thing.
Yeah, I watched that last night. I really enjoy it.
Well, not the figure skating. I just meant like I used to play ice hockey.
Figure skating too. I like the figure skating.
The figure skating is cool, but let's not pretend I was doing leaps and spins and twirls.
No, I know you weren't doing. I can't imagine you on blades. I can imagine you playing hockey, but I can't imagine.
Hey, you want to play ice hockey? You got to learn to skate. You can't just be good at stick handling. You got to skate. So that's part of it.
Yeah, that is true. Because the Indiana Hoosiers kind of shocked the world, not only being really good, but winning it all and run the table. Thinking about round ball, and I meant to mention this to Coach Naki. That's a demotion for me. Miami of Ohio, being 25-0. I don't know about you, but part of why I love March Madness is because of the upset, the potential upset, or a team that comes out of, I don't want to say nowhere, but obscurity to a bit.
I mean, as someone that went to George Mason, you don't have to sell me.
Well, I know, and I got a chance to cover that, and I was there for that, and it's one of the top 25 for me of all time. To energy, I don't know what the arena was called back to the US Air, not US Air, but this was downtown.
Patriot Center was the. Oh, you're talking about where
when they played.
Yeah,
when they played. To have been in that building, to sense that, to be,
Was it MCI Center at that point?
Maybe. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I'll never forget that. There's certain things, especially when you're in sports. And so this is what you cover. You do this every year, every sport. So it's not like you deserve a medal. It's your job. But then there are moments that stand out within this. And it's the Final Four run. It's a run. And, or the rivalry game. Duke, Maryland, hoops, back at Cole. You know, certain things stick out that are hard to duplicate. And it's Dallas, Washington, RFK, for all the money, chips down on the ground. And so when you get that Mason run, you've been lucky enough to been here and to be covering it. It's like we're on the air now and that's going on. That's all we've been talking about the first hour. It had that kind of gravity to it. It was unbelievable, man. And you didn't think they'd ever lose the way they were playing. And if you're lucky enough to be on one of those type of teams throughout your entire athletic career, you're blessed. Because most people don't. That's how odd it is. And not that you pull for it. You like it, but you know it's not likely. This cards are stacked towards perennial powers and big money. You know, and it usually doesn't happen. But where would we be if it never happened? That's the beauty of it. That's why I love what Indiana did. I mean, that wasn't a fluke. They acquired talent. Their coaches obviously were a cut above. And the guys stepped up and made plays. And you have to have an alien. I mean, you got to have a guy on your team that's built differently. And that's what drives us. I think it's the most exciting thing we have in sports. It's not the favorite. Although I wouldn't hate it for the Patriots. I didn't hate them. I think it's hard to be that good that often. You know, we've been on a few streaks here. I understand how hard that is. But I also don't hate them because they're great. Because you know what that puts in. And it's just people don't realize on the outside how much pros leave on the plate. In other words, you would think that if you were being paid to play a game, you would eat, sleep, and drink it, wouldn't you? It's like you've been in a rock band. If you were you like the Stones, I mean, if you were that big, what would you ever find time not to practice?
Oh yeah, I mean, you see those guys that are like the best guitar players and stuff, and they aren't just like playing on stage and whatever. Like you see them, they're playing on the tour bus. They're just playing like anywhere they can. They got their guitar in their hand and they're just fiddling around and practicing. And like you don't get that good by not playing every day like that, you know.
Bingo, but putting in that work. With Coach Knocker, we mentioned Kobe. Why is it? And like watching Ant-Man and Wembanyama. That's how we started this whole dialogue. He's an alien, yeah, but he's got the mindset of a pit bull. He acts like somebody that got teased his whole life, got picked on.
Yeah, and then he got big.
He's picking back, yeah, and then he gave up. I'm telling you what, it is so. I used to always joke about just talking about nature and talking about how the creations on this earth, what God has built. Suppose he'd have made the elephant a nasty individual. I mean, why is the bigger animals docile? Or they have patience. And the little one is a wreck because he can't destroy as much as the big one can. And so when you find somebody with size and all this stuff and they got the eye of the tiger, you're in trouble. And that's when I'm watching Wemby last night. I would have thought he was acting if I didn't know that's just who he is. The tip-off the first play of the game in the All-Star game, he sprints to a spot. That was real. And I just wonder, is he appreciated by the Blacktoppers? I wonder. I wonder. I've not yet to hear from G from the shop. I thought he would be the first person on the docket today. I really want his take on the All-Star game. We had a lot of people complaining about it, but I don't hear a lot of them now. Is it because of the holiday? What say you? I mean, I thought everybody hated it. Or are you going to tell me you didn't watch, and you're lying if you say you didn't watch? I legitimately used to not try to watch at all. I would say try. I couldn't get it done. I had to watch. I'm conditioned to watch. And the dunk contest, and I enjoyed it all, man. I thought it was great effort. Highly competitive. What was there for me not to like? And I know that people tend to, by nature, be pretty hard on the hoops all-star games. I don't sense that thus far. I really don't. I think even Toby enjoyed it a little bit. Toby can't hide his passion. He's a complete seamhead, no doubt about it. And God love him for that, because the brother, man, he is so on point that it's like you remember what loving sports is all about. To me, when I hear Toby doing his thing, laying it down, I mean, because he is not playing. He ain't playing at all. He is dominating because it matters. It means something to him. It's just not it's something that he appreciates at the highest level. And then to be able to break it down and to lay it out for the public is a gift. But it just shows you the excitement of a game, a competitive contest where people are going after it, trying to win something. And why are they doing it? It's not just money. Although I understand them gambling might have invaded our three-point shooting contest. That I want to follow up on. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. DOC and Metal and for B. Mitch and Finley. Join us. I want your take on the NBA. A lot of you were bitching about it until it's happened. Where are you now?
B. Mitch and Finley are presented.
Welcome back. B. Mitch Finley program here on 106.7 The Fan. DOC and Heavy Metal in with you on President's Day. A lot going on, like, yeah, you think, with all the All-Stars, Olympics, the whole bit. Even without the Olympics, a lot of activities going on. Probably taking a little away from the round ball from the collegiate standpoint. Navy Mo says, good morning regarding the NBA. I didn't watch the All-Star weekend, but I'm finally excited to see interest in our Wizards. And they are doing, and their expectations for next year. Just don't know how they're going to handle these remaining games. That's why we'll be keeping an eye on it. Let's go to AP out in Columbia, Maryland. AP, what up?
Hey, now Handler, what's going on, Doc?
Hey, man, you know what it is, man. Just pushing this big round ball up a hill.
Yes, sir. And shout out to Trey Johnson. You know, condolences to his family.
Yeah, that
gotta acknowledge that.
Swift. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's like we keep losing, you know, some Washington greats and alumni. So I think that's the third one.
Yeah, JP put it out earlier this morning. He was right in threes and 9.
Yeah.
Big banger, you know, and Barry. Yeah, stuff.
But switching gears, as far as the All-Star Weekend, I was telling our call screener that heavy metal, yeah. You know, so many good producers, but it's hard to keep up. But yeah, heavy metal. I was telling heavy metal, like, the worst part of the All-Star Weekend for me was obviously the dunk contest. And, you know, it's just really not what it used to be. Because, like, when you think All-Star, you think, players that fans want to go out to see, i.e. a LeBron, a Anthony Edwards, you know, back in the day, a Jordan, you know, and all those other players. Like, those are the people that should be participating in these dunk contests.
But they have done it. Let's say they have done it. You want them to do it every year?
Well, not the same player every year, but just, you know, I think there's enough, you know, premium players in the league that are power dunkers and skilled at dunking that can partake. And then especially like LeBron, you 41 years old, you still dunking. You still moving better than me. I mean, I'm 38, but you still moving better than most 20-year-olds.
If you're his teammate, are you really requiring a guy his age to go in a dunk contest as much as he's given the league? That's what I'm saying.
LeBron's a lost cause at this point. Like,
right. Now I want to see these young bucks, because you know there's guys that got hops that we don't even know about. We don't hear about it. They've got some mad skills. To me, that's what this is, a skills competition, not your basketball IQ. I want to see the guy that can jump through a sunroof. I don't care if he plays 2 minutes a game, but he's already done it.
Anthony Edwards, Ant-Man, is a high flyer.
I know. He's done it. Hasn't he done a dunk contest?
Memory serves me right. I think he has.
Yeah,
but
that's what
it's like, again, like, I would even rather seen the Hoya yesterday. I mean, the day before yesterday, because it's like all those dunks that I saw, they were mid. They were dunks I've seen before this. You know, in a dunk contest, I want to see something. I want to see something I haven't seen before.
I don't know why he didn't post.
Was he asked not to go? He posted videos online of dunks that he would have done, and every last one of them looked way better than what we saw in the dunk contest. Every last one.
Yeah, I don't know if we can
Each
solve
of his dunks
this
could have
problem.
been the game. Could have been the winning dunk to land him first place.
I wanted to see him, but it's not like I'm trailing his career. I don't even know if he's active, you know, but I do want you in the league if you're going to go through this.
Agreed. I don't
want you
can clean
coming from the outside to take over prime real estate in something. Either if he's active, if he's on a team, I'm good.
I think he's playing with Orlando, I believe.
Yeah, but see, you like me. I believe. I'm not sure. Why? Because he's not on the radar.
Right.
But I wanted his dunk. I wanted him there. I wanted him there because I want to be entertained. That doesn't necessarily mean it's right. But I'm with you. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Bowie.
Yes,
All right, Little. Let's go completely off the course now. We're talking NBA All-Star Game. What you going to talk about now?
I'm going to talk about the game, Legend. Shout out to Metal. And you know where I look at it, Doc? I was telling Metal, yeah, it's entertaining, but like the Hoya kid would have won the slam dunk hands down. But it's all about the betting props. You know, Doc, they had props.
I'm with you,
I'm not saying everybody be betting, but they had one prop. Who's going to get the first dunk? So you got to realize that's going to be the big fella with Miami. If you ain't put 10,000 on that, not saying I did, but my old lady said I keep posting stuff, it's going to be my last post. Yeah,
no, but Metal, you're on point. You are on point.
Yeah, let me share this other prop. Who's going to win the 3-point contest? That's common sense. You know Dame was going to win it. So it was all about the betting. And I was telling Metal, you know what I'm saying, you sit back and watch the game.
Wait. We didn't even know Dame was going to participate. How did we know he was going to win it? I know maybe you know more than I do. So he announced months ago?
No, Dame was on DraftKings prior to the 3-point contest. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't had common sense to know he was going to win it, one prop was like, Doc, who going to hit the first 3-point shot?
Little, you're on point.
Ahead.
You're on point.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's all about that, man. And I enjoyed it. But like my wife says,
too.
I keep posting. It's going to be my last post. Hey, God bless y'all, big fella. Stay up.
Thanks, Lil.
Hey, look,
appreciate you, man.
My condolences go out to home. Let me say this, Doc. Let me say this. My condolences go out to Trey Johnson because the big fella, man, I used to bump into him down the wall. He used to love oysters, Doc. So I used to see him down there some nights on Friday night. Yeah, the big fella loved oysters. Yeah,
he was pure, man. He is
I'm talking about
one of the more unusual guys.
Yeah, when he was playing, he'd come down there and get him about 24 oysters.
Yeah.
Hey, God bless y'all. Stay up, Doc.
All right, appreciate you, Little. He's going to be missed, man. This guy was Metal. You would have loved him. Had you got a chance to know him, he would have grooved with you. No doubt in my mind.
Well, how so? Why do you think so?
He was solid, man. He was core to the earth. No BS about him. And just a man's man. Just loved, a tough guy that's gentle with his kids.
I can relate to that.
That to me is a real dude. You know, because he ain't fake. Fake dude flexes all the time. He flexes, in front of the mirror by himself. Brother know he rip. He don't even look at himself. I mean, he just was that kind of dude. And I loved him because he was decleating people at the line of scrimmage. I mean, Big Banger was, and he enjoyed. Some big dudes aren't comfortable in their skin. He enjoyed being a brute. He wore it with like a badge of honor. He knew he was a badass. He knew when he walked in the room, he was the strongest man in the room. He knew when he walked in the room, he was a badass. This brother was so, and then the fact that he had that skill set and then took and educated young people as an instructor, as a teacher, and had the patience. So he was like a bull in a china shop, yet he could coach and teach children. Remarkable individual, man. I'm so happy that I got a chance to, interact, cover, know him, had him. I filmed a segment with him on the show I was doing at the time. And he came in the house and he had just had a surgery, a knee or something he had done. First of all, you coming out of surgery. You're not going somewhere, some jackass's basement to film something. But he did. He did. Yeah, I enjoyed it, man. It's 3 individuals, different ages, shapes, forms, ethnicity, all that they had one thing in common. They wore burgundy and gold. And they fought for the city and played hard for the city. And that means a hell of a lot, man. It really does when you can honor them. And believe it or not, as much as we kid him and the Steelers, Big Tony just recently saw him and spent time with him. He's Big Tony's kind of guy. You know, big, physical guy who just gentle, but don't cross him. Yeah, man, that's tough. That is as much as we talk about this NBA All-Star game, seeing Anthony Edwards, who does Anthony Edwards remind you of? I have a couple people in mind, but I just wonder. I don't think he's patterned his game after anybody. I just think his game is evolving because anytime you're as dynamic as he is around the rim, as lethal as he is outside the arc, and you can't block his shot, he is a freak. And just love what he's doing. Is gambling... I mean, I guess we got to get used to this. Little mentioned it, and he was right. Can we even do a show now? Do we discuss any facet of these games without mentioning wagering? I just put an APB out. All I had to do was just call the liquor stores in Bethesda and just say, hey, Big Tony out there with a brown paper bag, have him call the station. And hopefully he'll, no, seriously, that's how you communicate with him. Yeah. He got a brown paper bag, and he's sitting somewhere outside, panhandling or whatever, you know. Brother like him. Oh, we do? Oh, so he's in. All right, let's get him on there. Uh-huh. I know you ain't hard to get a hold of. I told you that. Yeah.
What's going on,
all kidding aside, man. You know what? I know how you felt about this brother, because he was just one of a kind, but the kind that I'm so glad I got to meet, man. What happened? How was he the last time you saw him?
Doc, because I go to Landon like 3 or 4 times a week to the athletic department, so I'd always see him when he's on break or whatever.
Right.
And the first time I met him, probably he was still playing for the Skins, probably like his last 3 years. My man used to train him. And, Doc, let me tell you something. You see my crew. All my dudes are 6'5", 6'6", 280, 300, 350. Yeah. I train with athletes, wrestlers, football players, da-da-da-da-da. Doc, I ain't never lifted with a dude that we literally had to do leg day. I know you don't think I do leg day, but I do. They just don't grow.
Right.
Doc, we literally had to do leg day at the end. My man owned the gym, so gym closed at 9. We come in at 9:30 because there would be no weights. Doc, if he did the leg press, oh, you can cancel Christmas. Every 45 in the gym is on his leg press. And when we do shrugs, now I ain't gonna lie to you, I would do like 6 plates, was like 6 plates aside, 12 plates. It's like 585, 605 or something like that. Doc, he'd do 7 or 8 for reps, 10. You hear what I'm talking about? Like it was nothing. Like a normal person was doing 185. And like you said, Doc, just a physical dude, nice as all get out, you know. But like you said, I used to try and wrestle him. Yeah, I'm a fool.
Yeah, you crazy, and I thought you were.
Hey, Doc, I used to try and wrestle him, and he used to box too, because my man used to train him in boxing. Him and Springs used to be up there doing the same boxing thing. And Doc, I could get him from the outside, but when he backed you into the corner and hit you with the body shots, I swear you wish you climbed back up in your mother and wish you were never born. You talking about hurt?
Yeah.
Man, and he wasn't even going full speed. But no, the other day when I saw him, he was normal. It was just like when you had Butch McAdams on, and we were talking to him, and everybody said he was normal, but then we went back and listened to the tape. He was like, well, he was a little not as spunky as he used to be, you know? But no, he was straight normal. I could have never known nothing. But here's a message to all you knuckleheads out there. if you got any kind of symptoms, because Doc, remember what was it last year or 2 years ago when I damn near died when my heart was working 10%?
Yeah.
And we thought I just had the damn flu when I was really having heart failure. You knuckleheads out there, you got something going on, and you over 50, not even over 50, you over 40, and you got something going on, man. Get yourself in there and get checked out. Yeah, I know you just shrug it off, put some duct tape on it, some castor. Doc, as you had me dying the other day, put that castor oil on it, boy.
Oh, you know about castor? You don't know nothing about no castor oil.
Hey, Slim, you got hurt ankle.
You don't know anything about castor oil.
Doc, my grandmother, man. You got
I'm about to say you too young.
Oil.
You too young.
Slim. Not Doc. I'm with that. The green, the pink, all that, man.
Here's what you do know something about: being 400 pounds. That you can speak on. Say goodbye. Anyway, that was our correspondent in the field, Big Tony. I tell you what. Oh my God! Let's go to break on that. I mean, we got the best undercover investigator. J.P. Finley, eat your heart out. That's our undercover investigator, Big Tony. Back in a moment. I never thought that I would have to say that Big Tony did a magnificent job. I didn't think he was capable of that, but he did. And Tailgate Ted, I feel you, man. It's who didn't love the Big Banger? It's he just had one of those personalities that we view big people differently. And anybody that says we don't, then you it's just not true. If we're not afraid of them, then we have a different relationship. Being in a big man sport like basketball or football or whatever makes it more comfortable. But you take them out of that environment and they just, the dude was enormous. His power, seeing a guy generate that kind of power was just a beautiful thing to watch. And he enjoyed being big and physical. He embodied everything we started talking about, what, the Hogs and the guys represented. And I think 57, thank God for technology. I was blown away. 57. There was a point in time where 57 would have made him an elder statesman. He would have been, but we've progressed so much, through medicine, that 57, I still feel like, man, he had training wheels on. What are we talking about? Toddler. And again, I don't have all the details. I don't have any details. And really the details are irrelevant at this point. He is gone to see our Heavenly Father, and we will just honor the life that we got a chance to see him perform in. And then that's the school, and as a teacher and educator for a guy that could just knock the door down, and yet he was gentle and compassionate. It's crazy, man. Crazy. And then the Olympics, and I got to give Medal giving us our update. Still 1-0. Looks like.
Yeah, they just started the second period, but Team USA women's still up 1-0 over Sweden in the semifinal.
Yeah. So what about Sweden's outfits?
They always wear that like banana yellow.
Yeah, that banana yellow though, but we don't really see. There's not a whole bunch of that.
In the summer, it's like Jamaica, and then in the winter, it's Sweden.
Yeah, that's distinctive. I'm surprised we don't see more of it, but yeah, it's.
I saw the Germans in a bright yellow bobsled earlier today. They were running. There are two German teams. They both have these bright yellow bobsleds. The American one looks pretty slick. It was all black with the Team USA and I think red and blue.
Yeah,
but
man. I still say the one where you are face forward first.
Oh, the skeleton. Yeah.
The skeleton. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, they're doing that this weekend. That stuff's so wild.
That is just come on, man. I'm surprised it's not an amusement park. It's not built off just a skeleton.
Yeah, I just feel that it'd be a liability issue.
It'd be a loss. Be some phenomenal spills. It had to be some crazy crashes.
Well, some of those people, too, they start out in running because you have to do that running start. You run and then basically belly flop onto a sled as fast as you can. And so, like, some of these guys are like sprinters and stuff have that already. They do that running part already.
I love it. Look, I love watching them.
Man.
Yeah, I love watching them. The Olympics, to me, is still those coming off like an avalanche and skiing and flip. I'm so happy people can do that, so I can watch it.
Yeah, and from the comfort of my own home.
Oh, that's right, because ain't no waste left. You talk about torture. Man. Having people just compete. And, how about the training? That's the thing we don't get to see. What the crash look like in training?
Sure.
I'm surprised there's not just trial and error. A lot of these things don't work. Well, you got to practice.
Well, that's what makes it interesting, too, because, like, a lot of these teams, they're practicing wherever they're from, their home countries or whatever, and then they come to the Olympics, and, like, you know, the mountain is not one they've ever really been on. And, yeah, you can do a couple practice runs, but it's not the same as having trained on it for a year, you know?
That's a good point.
Or, like, the bobsled, you know, trail is in a different shape, and there's different turns than the one that you use back home or whatever. So, you know, even though you've practiced so much, like, there's still things throwing you a curveball in there, you know?
Yeah, you think so. But I'm saying we're watching the event. You got adrenaline. You have crowds. What is it like to practice? Very few people out there. It's got to be colder with less people around. And you out there, man, that's just being around this ice for 2 weeks that we've been dealing with it. You'll never have to worry about me migrating to an area. There's just no way.
Man, the
way.
The one that kills me is the cross country skiers or any of the events that involve it, like the biathlon and stuff.
Yeah,
because skiing downhill is fun. That waddle walk they do uphill in skis is miserable. That is not something I would want to be practicing all the time, man. It looks so unfun. And unlike just like normal running, your body's not really supposed to like do that walk all that. Like you have to like train yourself to do that weird uphill waddle they do with like their legs out in a V. Or their feet, like it looks so miserable to be just doing that all the time.
Yeah, you know, I just checking the wire, and I was interested in, you know, sometimes talent doesn't work with common sense. And I like to use the term, he held talent hostage. And if I ask you, what athlete do you believe has held talent hostage in the NFL the most? A perfect example of that is someone that has unbelievable skill, and they've displayed it certain times, but have a problem maintaining it. And so even though they're outstanding,
I get
to
you
be
here.
the poster boy for that.
I mean, I tend to think of wide receivers a lot of times. Wide receivers tend to, not all of them, but, you know, some of the big attitudes and egos and stuff.
I think it's Tyreek Hill.
Oh, all right. There you go.
You know, and I've always thought that that for him, the coach used to always say, you know, you're holding talent hostage. And so finally, once again, he's available. I mean, Tyreek Hill is available. Apparently, the Miami Dolphins are releasing the wide receiver. Who would be released with that kind of talent if they didn't have more jerk in them than talent?
Yeah, I feel his some of his off the field antics can be
some.
Yeah. Well, I mean, didn't he get pulled over by the police and they put him at gunpoint? And that really wasn't his fault. Like,
yeah.
But like some of the other stuff, you know, I don't know. But
you know what you lose when you're a jackass? You lose the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
So maybe he wasn't wrong.
You also lose some olive
time.
Branches from people when you do that.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. But it's him. Why is it him surrounded by it? And it's sad because I'm jealous. I'm not jealous. I'm selfish. I love watching him play when he's playing. And him in Kansas City, oh, man, what a work. It was a beautiful, it was symphony. Watching him and Patrick. And the Chiefs, they went on to win without him. He'll never get the wins. See, to me, he was a Hall of Famer. He just, but the greed ran him out of, who leaves Patrick Mahomes if you're a wide receiver? Who does that?
If I recall, didn't he have some off-the-field issues?
He always has off-the-field issues.
Domestic, I don't like say if I'm not 100%.
No.
I thought he had something like his kids allegedly, or something. Yeah,
allegedly. But what's new?
Well, I don't know. Not everybody has that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm not saying he did it or
but
not.
He has a history.
Yeah.
It's been documented.
Oh, yeah.
It's been documented. And what he's going to find out in life is that we only care because he's good at the sport.
For now.
The moment he can't run anymore, nobody's going to give a damn. His audience, his audience shrinks. It's like the guy who's always buying the champagne. We love you a long time, long as you buying. The moment you get broke, you alone.
I mean, I think you saw it with T.O. You know, I feel his career could have been longer, but at a certain point, people stopped wanting to deal with him. You know?
I know, wasn't it fun watching it, man? I'll tell you what.
It's definitely
man, when he had that Sharpie, when he was breaking the Sharpie, I swear to God, I was crying, laughing so hard because I knew what this was doing to America. They were having the hardest time dealing with him, and he was clowning. And, they took him, didn't make him unanimous. They have a way of getting, when I say they, the system has a way of getting back at you. You usually don't beat it because it's that powerful. But if you were explaining this to young people, you would say you can't win. You can't win. Get the cash, get paid. And then you can maybe be creative in a different sense. But if you think there's always going to be another guy, that's the one thing older people tell you when you're young. You're not the first fool they met. And there'll be one after you. You're not anything that's special. You just happen to be who you are now. You'll be replaced. There'll be somebody even crazier. And they'll be replaced. No one monkey stops the show at all. It keeps going. Check yourself. And we'll see who picks him up. You know who might pick him up, don't you? I know what you're thinking. Let's deal with that when we come back. B. Mitch and Finley Show, DOC and Metal in on a President's Day. We'll be right back.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by
such a good heart that I make the
Metal. President's Day. Seeing Team USA. Hockey gear. And on top, we like that. That's a really a good thing. Your home team doesn't always win. It's a tough part about it. I really admire Coach Naki. I was 2-game win streak, Terps kicking tail, and then they go out to Rutgers and they lose, and yet he right soldier like a soldier. Stood up and joined us today. When you travel with teams and the team loses, it's a horrible ride home. I mean, there's no spirit. When you win, partay. But it's just not comfortable. So I appreciate that he gutted it out for us earlier today and got it going on. That was cool. It really was. Least interesting. Is there anything that you look at the Olympics and you're not impressed by?
I know a lot of people like to rag on curling. I actually find curling fairly interesting. Because it's a slower sport than a lot of the slippery stuff going on in the Winter Olympics. But I do think there's still a lot of intensity. It's almost like watching something really intense but really slow, you know? I don't know. But like ice dancing to me is probably the least interesting to me. And part of it is because we have the figure skating. And if we didn't have like the figure skating where they're doing the Lutzes and now backflips and stuff, no, ice dancing is boring to me. But part of it's because we have the figure skaters, and they're doing their fancy spins and all the flips and things that they can do, and then they're like, "All right, we're going to take all that cool stuff from figure skating and get rid of it, and that's called ice dancing." And you're like, "Okay," it does not do it for me.
And that's fine. Honesty is what we ask for.
I get why some people like it, but again, maybe if figure skating wasn't already there, but because it is, it just seems so inferior.
You think it's overkill?
It just seems so inferior. We already have like a couple's double figure skating, and that's usually friggin' amazing. They're throwing these people around and all kinds of stuff.
I don't know how they do that.
Yeah, it's
crazy. How do you not get so dizzy?
Yeah, I know.
How do they avoid that?
I know, man. I don't know, but
is there something that you take a pill? Is there something you eat or don't eat?
Yeah,
I know it probably sounds elementary, but any of you rocket scientists that are listening now, help a brother out. I would love to know. I would love to hear it from you. How in the world can you get spun around like a washing machine, recycle maneuver, and then yet they just keep going? I admire it.
The ones where they go up and down, too, like they start standing, and then they start squatting, and then they stand back up, all while spinning incredibly fast the whole time. I'm like, my ass would be falling over. You ever do that game where you put like the baseball bat on your forehead and run around in circles?
No.
Oh, man.
I missed that one. Are you kidding me?
No, it's like a kid. You put a baseball bat, stand it up, put your forehead on it, and just like spin around it. And then you
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I've never done it successfully. No. That's the way to answer it.
No, I feel like these figure skaters would be the champions at that sport.
Oh man, it's amazing. Yeah, no, it's crazy. And somebody figured all this thing out, and I go, they add to the degree of difficulty continues to increase. Yet I find it like I can't turn it off. I just can't. I can't turn it off. I mean, easily with all the opponents, they make it so easy for you to view. I will say a lot of sports could catch on. The coverage has been brilliant to me.
Oh yeah,
it's accessible. I mean, just give me anything I want, when I want it, how I want it. Tarico's been outstanding. It's just they do a great job at delivery, and you can't get bored with it because it's ever changing. So much action coming at us that I find it really entertaining. Now, if I understood the one where we're gliding that little, I call it a battleship, and we're trying to. It looks like a version of pool.
Yeah, but, the curling. You're talking about curling?
Yeah, but I've watched more curling than anything I've watched, and I know nothing about it.
They've had some.
Nothing about it makes sense to me.
Apparently, there have been some controversies in some of the matches this year.
He did what?
Apparently, there's been some controversies in some of the matches this year.
Okay, talk us through it.
I don't know all the details, but I know. So they have, like in bowling where they have like the line you can't step past when you throw the ball. In curling, they call that the hog line, which is hilarious. For whatever reason, it's called the hog line. And I guess there's been accusations by a few teams touching the stone after it's crossed the hog line, and teams yelling at each other about whether this was intentional or not, or allowed or not. I don't know. They've had to bring in officials and stuff and replay. Like, it's gotten kind of wild on some of these matches. I know. I think it was the women's Canada and Sweden had a big match that they were shouting over. I don't know, but
yeah, we just got on the bat phone that the Longhorn Derek Dockery is going to join us, and in the 1 o'clock hour. That'll be good. Some insight on the loss of a man he shared a meeting room with as the offensive lineman, as a guard. And we'll talk a little bit more about the big banger, Trey Johnson. May he rest in peace. And the question that I put out, threw the net out, was that was he ill? I don't believe he was. This may have been sudden, don't know. The outcome is the same, but we just like to add some clarity if possible. So we appreciate the Longhorn for agreeing to join us. He'll have to go get makeup on before he can do the radio show with us. So I guarantee you that's a fact. You think I'm kidding? Yeah, he'll have to do that. I don't understand. Where's a game like this? And I'm gonna have to do more background. Let me do my due diligence. It had to start somewhere, and a group of guys drinking, having a ball with it, and decided it became an Olympic sport, curling.
It didn't become an Olympic sport, I think, till the 80s. So it's not like super old, at least not in the Olympics.
Ever become? But that's my whole point. I'm trying to figure out. Most of these I can understand. Do you really make sense of this?
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of strategy to curling. That's the thing. It's I don't know. It's a strategy game probably more than anything, but there is a physical element to it, you know? You know what you're trying to do, but can you execute it?
Yeah, the guy where they come with the broom,
yeah,
he's working.
But you got to curl the ball. You got to curl the rock or whatever, the stone, so that it moves around and you knock the other people's out while keeping yours in. Like,
what did the stone originally? That's what I guess my point. It didn't start off the way the stone looks now.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Stone is elegant now. What did it start out looking like?
Yeah,
and were these guys just drunk and they're out there? Because then I can get it. And you can't talk me into this without the presence of alcohol. How could this be something that many people decided, you know what? This is pretty cool. It's an Olympic sport? Okay. All right. Well, I guess it's pool and ping pong, and now that I can understand. But curling. And yet I probably put in more eyeball hours in that. And my question to the DMV, what has logged the most hours of your eyeballs in these Olympics? How's that? I like the sound of that. Let's take that to the next hour. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. What has logged the most hours, eyeball hours, from you in the games? Back in a moment.
Beach and Philly are
On a hot microphone here, B. Mitch and Finley show. And taking a few calls. Appreciate you. Persistence is really a good word for it. Mill, thanks for being patient.
Hey, thank you for taking my call, Heavy Metal. And how you doing, Doc? Hope y'all doing all right.
Fantastic.
You know, I really love the Olympics, especially Winter Olympics. So I've been pretty much consumed by any and everything, but I like speed skating, and also, you know, I'm a big fan of curling as well. Like, some people just don't get why they're using brooms to kind of slow down this big, massive cinder block of an item curl, but at the same time, it's just, like I said, just the competition of it all. And like Heavy Metal just kind of said, it's like it's been a kind of theatrics here and there, trying to figure out like if they're breaking the rules here and there. And like I said, I've been a big fan of that. I mean, I grew up actually watching the Olympics, like speed skating, like Apollo, and I like Erin Jackson. I know she lost in the 500 meter against these women from the Netherlands. I mean, they're killing it. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I'm not mad at it, but it's the competition of it all. I'm a big fan of snowboarding as well. Like, grew up doing the Shaun White days and stuff like that. Just seeing anything that's Yeah. So, you know, I'm definitely a big fan of anything across the board, but I'm definitely very excited about the U.S. women. Like I said, I think it's 2-0 now going against Sweden. So I hope they really just, you know, bring it home for us. And I just want to one more thing.
It's
like
5-0 now.
It's 5-0. Correction, 5-0.
Oh, woo!
They've been on a heater. Okay. Well, you've been on hold. They've been on a heater.
Okay, cool. So I just want to touch on one thing from the All-Star game. So just seeing how it was, because I didn't watch it last year, but this year was basically up there. I mean, one of my favorite players is definitely Kawhi Leonard. Like I said, I mean, the boy was just amazing yesterday. I mean, I give it to Edwards, and like I said, I love Wemby. I mean, taking on Kevin Durant down low. I mean, it was a sight to see.
It was nice.
But like I said, you got Kawhi coming down there, 2 3-pointers, and they're looking like MJ with the fadeaway. I'm just like, man. I mean, what can he not do? I mean, when he's healthy, yes. But overall, I mean, thank you guys for taking my call. Y'all enjoy the rest of President's Day. All right? Take it easy.
Thank you. That was enthusiastic. Love the calls like that. All right, Mitchell, you're up against a lot. That's a lot of pressure. Mitch, you want to call back later? You want to follow that one?
Yeah, I'm dessert. It's the nightcap. I'll make it short. Well, happy President's Day.
Hey, man, how you doing, brother?
Doc, Heavy Metal. Too bad I don't have football. I guess we would be.
We had enough
taking,
football. I'm done with football. I'm glad we don't have football. It's been a relief not to have to throw up in my mouth watching something.
We would be the bullies, right? I find it fascinating with the skiing, especially the half pipe. On one, I'd be so scared. Even the ones with the 2 skis and the poles. The speed they're going, it's amazing. It's fantastic. What coordination! Like, sure, there's one guy. I think he was doing squats like 500 pounds. So
everybody in this, is a lot to be proud of. Appreciate you, Mitchell. We're going to Vienna. Dan, thank you for being so patient.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me. I just want to say that curling right now is way more exciting than the NBA regular season. You know, at least these curlers care a little bit about what they're doing. I watched the dunk contest this last weekend, and honestly, I was embarrassed for the league. You know, it's bad when they have the G League guys trotting out there.
This year? The one that just happened?
The one that just happened, the dunk contest we just had, I was embarrassed for those guys out there.
Really?
They weren't trying. The dunks for the dude who won were absolutely pedestrian at best. And the guy who got second place, I mean, he missed his last dunk and couldn't even get it in. So it was like, by default, this guy won.
You're a hell of a critic, boy. I should. But you're right to your opinion. I get it, but I thought it was encouraging. Based on what I see, I miss Matt McClung. I wish McClung had been there. I agree with you on that
one. I wish he had, too, and I wish the league would find a place for him in the actual league so they weren't putting G League players in their marquee event over All-Star
Well, you can't
weekend.
Be finding places for people. They got to earn the spot or they don't.
Exactly. So if he can't earn a place in the league, he shouldn't be in the dunk contest.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't bitch
premier
about
piece. So this is all just emblematic of the tanking that's going on in the league right now. I mean, it's an absolute disgrace that teams are out there trying to lose. And it's not just like one team. It's not like the 76ers out there and everybody knows what's going on. It's like half the teams in this league. I mean, you got guys that are getting under federal investigation for cheating and all this and going to jail, and yet half the teams in this league are trying to lose games. That is a complete sham and a shame. It should not be allowed to happen. And again, like, people may not like a lot of these Olympic sports, but at least these guys are out here trying. They put their everything on the line, and they're working to win. Like, this NBA right now is a complete shame.
There's nothing you said that we would fight over. And it's an embarrassment. A number of people are responsible for it, but I enjoyed the effort on this one. I didn't see it through the same lens you did. I thought they went after the dunks. But I wanted McClung. He's not there. The guys that went up gave it a shot. It just goes down that way. But I was okay with that. And the three-point deal for a man not even in the league to come out and win that, we put in probably more time in that particular art than everyone else. And he's just better at it. But I appreciate your input. That's the beauty about this. Throw it out there. Let's see where it lands. You might be right. Is Charlie still out in College Park, Metal?
Hello?
Charlie, what's going on?
Yes, sir. Oh, hi, Doc. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call.
Did you forget that you called the show, Charlie?
I'm sorry?
Did you forget that you called the show?
No, I didn't forget. I didn't know if you could hear me. It sounds dead.
Oh, yeah, I got you loud and clear.
No, I'll never forget you, Doc. Let's say one quick thing before I get to the Olympics. Your screener said you're talking Olympics. I understand. Christian Adolph Jurgensen. I was watching the Redskins since 1958. I saw the championship game with the Giants and the Colts. That's when I started watching pro football. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying he's better than Brady. I'm not saying he's better than Elway, Marino, any of those guys. Not better. But no one ever threw a football better and where he wanted it than Sonny Jurgensen. That's all I got to say about that. I respected him so much.
And I don't think you're going to get an argument from anyone.
A lot of people, because he played in a different time, he's on better teams. I tell you what, the man can control the game. Control the game throwing the football. Unfortunately,
we all get a chance to choose.
Yeah, right.
How we rate players. I do it by errors. I don't compare Sonny and Brady. I don't compare them. They're
I don't either.
Errors.
You're right. Exactly right.
So if we keep I don't know if I'm right or not. I'm just telling you what I do.
Well,
and so if I go by the errors, I don't get it confused because only a complete moron wouldn't understand that somebody with more technology, more aerodynamics and everything, that they're going to have an edge. Hello. But I don't do it. I do it by the errors. And in his error, with nobody throwing it like Sonny, throwing it. But it's not just. It's not baseball.
I would say the American women are, to say the least, focused. They're smoking. They're on a mission. If they don't win it all now, it's a miracle. Thanks, Doc.
Appreciate you. Yeah, American women, it ain't no joke. Ain't no joke. And it's the patriotism part of it, I think, still matters, which is amazing. Yeah, which is amazing to me. Bonesy in Southeast, welcome home.
Hey, Doc, my main man, Doc Walker, man. Shout out to Heavy Metal. Man, Doc, I want to offer my condolences, man, to the family of Barry Wilburn, the family of Sonny Jurgensen, and the family of Big Trey Johnson, man, And then, man, I want to also, man, give a shout-out, man, to all the athletes, man, that participate in the Olympics and basketball, baseball, football, because, they go out there and they do the best they can, man. They train hard, man, And, man, they only can bring the best that they can bring, man. A lot of times it's not going to be perfect, A lot of times we're going to miss the dunk, you understand? A lot of times we're going to overthrow the receiver, you understand? A lot of times you ain't going to pick up the ground ball, but as an athlete, man, as a former athlete, man, I know, man, we do the best we can, man, in spite of the criticism that we get, man, from people that be watching, man, that don't know how to play at all. You know what I mean? So, I want to offer, man, all these athletes, man, a vote of confidence, man, and give him some praise, for just the effort. And Doc, man, I want to also get that, man, to you as well, man, with the job that you do, man, and bringing us together, man, to communicate, man, on this platform, man. Thanks for taking my call,
Appreciate
man.
you, Bozy.
Guys, man. Peace.
All right. We love you back. Going to Ricardo in Northeast.
The doctor.
Yes, sir.
And the heavy metal. Yes, sir. I haven't watched much of the Winter Olympics. After the All-Star game went off, I watched the ABA documentary that Naki was talking about. I watched the first 2 episodes.
I'm going to watch that tonight.
Good.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Now, I understand everybody's entitled to their opinion. I understand that completely. But this last caller is saying that the curling was more exciting than the dunk contest. I'm not saying the dunk contest was great. We know it wasn't as good. And I agree. I think the Hoya would have been cool. As the previous caller said, he put out some video with some dunks that he could have did that would have won the contest again this year. But the curling, I'm with you. I'm just clueless. I don't get it. But I also go with Fonzie.
Yeah.
I don't. That's just a waste of my time, man. But
I'm telling you, man. You got to let it take you over. You're fighting it. Don't fight it.
I don't think so.
Just surrender
I don't think so. I got better things to do. But also, have you noticed, this is slightly off the
go ahead.
Topic,
take the wild turn.
But I know heavy metal's big music guy. You big music guy. But have you noticed the New Balance commercial that has the Godfather of Go-Go's music on there? The New Balance commercial where they talking about grab your tambourine, go get yourself a whistle and blow. Have you seen that commercial? They've been playing it a lot.
No.
Oh, wow. Oh, well, I bet you have, and maybe you have, because they play it all during NBA games, and they played it yesterday during the All-Star game. But anyway, it's an old Chuck Brown record.
We'll check it out.
From the 70s. Yeah, and it's on New Balance.
I remember
it's on the new. Yeah,
Metal don't remember the 70s. He wasn't born. But yeah.
No, he wouldn't even know this Chuck Brown.
I actually was born in the late 70s.
But it's on, yeah. Well, you might know it, heavy metal, but heavy metal. Do you know the commercial I'm talking about? New Balance.
No, I haven't.
It's got Cooper Flag.
I haven't seen that one. I've seen that one. It's got one of the guys from Key and Peele, and they're pretending to be like metal dudes, and they keep telling you like your insurance just keeps saying no or whatever, and then Bon Jovi shows up. I've seen that one, but.
It's the New Balance tennis shoe commercial with Cooper Flag.
I have to keep looking. I haven't seen
several other athletes, and it's got Chuck Brown. And I'm pretty sure his family getting some royalties. But next time you got to check it out.
We'll check it out.
And the cut is like that, man. That was early, and Bones and all them they know what I'm talking about. Go get yourself a whistle and blow. But one last thing, Matt, when you going to give us some Funkadelic on there, man, on your playlist?
Unfortunately, I'm limited to the music that is already in our system, so I got to pick from what they allow me to play on the air. We'll see what we can do.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't get to pick that. I can't pick any song in the world, unfortunately. So. I love P-Funk, man. I'm a big P-Funk fan, so you don't have to sell me on George Clinton.
They have some of the greatest guitars. Their lead guitars are very underrated.
Oh, dude, Bootsy Collins, man, dude, I love Bootsy.
They landed the mothership.
I know he's a bass player, but nobody plays bass like Bootsy Collins.
I'm talking about lead guitars. The psychedelic lead guitars. That's why Funkadelic part of that name.
Oh yeah,
psychedelic, funkadelic, funk with the psychedelic music. Eddie Hazel, Michael Hampton. But anyway, I just wanted to school people. I know a lot of people do know about that, but check out that New Balance commercial with the Chuck Brown music on it, man.
All right, holla.
Thanks, man. Peace out.
Appreciate you. Man, Funkadelics, George Clinton. Yeah,
I mean, I do love George Clinton. Don't get me wrong,
he
man.
landed. I was at the landing
awesome power
of the mothership.
was it the awesome
Los
power
Angeles
of a mothership came out?
Coliseum. Yeah, the landing of the mothership. I mean, it was crazy. That's where I every time we talk about concerts and stuff, well, I know we share a little bit of that generation that I don't know if young people today appreciate the venues and the excitement like was done then. Maybe they do and even more. But for me,
well, you get away with a lot more at concerts back then, let me tell you.
Yeah, man, you're right. We'll go to break on that note so we can stay on air. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Beach and Philly are presented
DOC and Metal left to protect the treasure. That it is. Lap has been patient, and we appreciate that. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, DOC? Getting that money today. I see you, man.
I'm guarding the treasure. They left me in charge of guarding the treasure.
I know, you know, watching that Indiana Jones, man. That's what it do for you, man. You know that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, the All-Star weekend wasn't bad. I really enjoyed the 3-point contest. I know you're a big fan of that. Yeah, that what Dame did was so impressive, man. Coming off Achilles tear, man, that was impressive. And then you did it against Devin Booker, one of the best shooters in the league. Come on, man, that was dope. That dunk contest wasn't that bad. I like the kid that won. I would like to see him come back and compete because it looked like, man, he was kind of holding him back, but he was dancing, he was grooving, man, getting into it with the fans. I love that. I wish Bronny James would have did it. Yeah, I wish Bronny James would have got into it, man, because, you know, even though he really can't ball, he's probably nowhere going to be close to his dad in no capacity, but he might surprise you maybe. But he got crazy bounce, and it would have been nice to see him in there and maybe his father throw some passes or something just to be engaged because we always wanted to see LeBron compete in the dunk contest. It never happened, and I think that would have been dope if you know, you gave him some oops or, you know, assisted on some of his dunks, man, and let him participate. I think that would have been a good idea. And then Anthony Edwards,
we might have to argue. We might have to argue over that one because I think at some point they need to just let Bronny be a young man, go get him something that he's really good at, and go live his life. I think forcing all this stuff, I feel bad for him.
Well, yes, it's hard to choose the field, man. I mean, he's getting coddled like a baby, man. I mean, you gotta let him play.
Look, everybody, it's his son. Do what the hell he want to do with him. Should have left him at SC. The kid was playing his butt off. He was doing great. And it would have been.
He got to come into it.
Yeah, man, leave him alone. He would have been at SC, had a great career, could have done something. His dad is messy to me. And I just think that, you know, I ain't into that. I mean, but that's his prerogative, his children. He can do whatever the hell he want to do with them. But for me to want to see him, more of him, in an All-Star game, no. He got what he deserved. And them young boys told him they tore their behind up.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, LeBron need to hurry up and retire, man.
It's time. Go. Man. Move on.
He's annoying me, man. Yeah, and shout out to Ricardo, man. I ain't heard him in a while. That's one of my Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Ricardo, absolutely.
And Bonesy, man. You know, Bonesy a true DC guy. When you say Southeast DC, because you know everybody say they from DC. He specifically say Southeast DC, so people that's in DC know the different parts of DC. So
even Anthony, I love it when they say Anthony's from Southeast DC.
Yeah, see, we South Side. That's why I always say Southeast because you know people that's from Southeast, they know that, and you know anybody that grew up in other parts of DC should know that too. But that's the trenches. That's like the toughest part in DC. And like I said, you make it out of there, man, and survive. Especially when I was in the 80s and the 90s when Rayford was in DC. It was a different ball game, and it's still bad some areas now. But anybody to make it out there to live to tell about it, it's a blessing, man. I'm telling you.
It is, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yep.
We appreciate
that. Yes, sir. Yep.
It's, life in itself is not always as easy as it's cracked up to be. But that's the one thing we share, man. These sports, it's a good thing. It is 12:31.
Yep.
1 o'clock hour. You're going to like this one. Stick around for it. Derek Dockery. His people have just notified our people and to say that we'll be able to get him on. Again, he'll be in makeup for about an hour, but once he comes out, it'll be well worth it. Mel, when's the last time you've been in a makeup chair?
A makeup chair?
A makeup chair.
I mean, I got two little girls at home.
No, for doing a spot. You know, whenever you go on TV or whatever,
I don't go on TV.
Camera.
No, I'm in radio. I'm in ugly people's TV.
You've never had TV makeup applied?
I was in. This is a while ago. I had a friend. No, listen. I had a friend that was in college that was trying to get funding for a horror movie, and so they shot a trailer, and I was like the bad guy in it. I was like the murderer in this. So
you were in a horror movie.
It was like a trailer
how did
for a
I
movie.
not
I don't
figure
think it
that
ever
one
even
out?
got made, but they're like trying to secure funding. They like you make these like you make like a short film kind of trailer thing,
Dude, you got to.
And then you try to get someone to fund you for it.
I got to see it.
I don't even know. I never even saw. I don't even know what, because this is like in college. It's kind of like a friend was working on it, and they asked me if I was, and I was like, because I'm like the big metal dude they knew, and I had long hair and like whatever, and I was like, yeah, all right, I'll go try that, whatever. And it was such a weird experience, but they did makeup on that, but it wasn't like pretty makeup.
I didn't think it would.
But I got to spit blood. It was fake blood. It was actually made from like chocolate syrup with like Hershey's syrup with food coloring. It actually tasted delicious, but it was like real weird because it looked like blood. But yeah,
you got to do it.
Kind of the only time I did something like that.
You don't have one photo, one.
I did a photo shoot in heavy metal makeup once too.
We need
like
to see
the face paint. Oh yeah, I can get you. I text you one of those. I don't care.
Has Big L ever seen it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. It was before I was working here. I was actually doing. I'm lucky to have some amazing friends that work in a bunch of awesome stuff. So I have a friend that's a professional makeup artist, and she goes like they pay her to like work on commercials and stuff. And I know she worked with like Max Scherzer one time when he was selling something and like whatever. She doesn't follow sports, so she didn't even know who he was, which I thought was hilarious.
Most of them don't.
Yeah, but that's what she does. And I had her. I know her through like the metal scene, and so I had her do some metal makeup for me for a photo shoot I was doing. Because I was trying to sell some T-shirts that I was selling, and so I was like, "Oh, I'll wear the they call it corpse paint." I was like, "I'll have her do the corpse paint for me." And I had another friend of mine who works for like National Geographic as a photographer. It's like a real legit photographer here. Come out and do this, and we were doing this like goofy photo shoot in DC and stuff. And so we went to like a cemetery, and then we went out in front of the Capitol building. There's a picture of me in heavy metal corpse paint in front of the Capitol building with a Christmas tree in front of it because it was in December.
Yeah, see, again, if I could put a visual to that, it would be great.
I'll find that.
We had to go shout out belated birthday to I like to say this, number 28, Darryl Green. I remember his rookie season, so when I say old, I'm just joking because I've lapped him, but I can see his smile right now. What does a guy like Darryl Green do on his birthday? What do you think?
Runs?
You're right. You're right. You're right. I guarantee you ran. He worked out. And I'll tell him, and anybody is my age should tell anybody, never stop running. Never stop doing whatever the hell you're doing now. Don't stop.
I will tell you, one of the highlights I have had working here, Doc, was with you. We had done some show, and I don't remember. It was on the weekend or something, and we had finished the show, and you texted me afterward saying that Darryl Green had been listening, and he texted you or called you or something and said that he loved today's show and thought we had a great banter back and forth. And I was like, amazing.
Yeah.
Darryl Green is on some level a fan here. That's awesome.
No, he's a normal. But the beauty about D. Green.
I just grew up watching Darryl Green. I'm a huge fan.
He's a normal dude, man. He really is. And
that was just so cool to me. I'll never forget that.
He wouldn't do it unless he was listening and actually agree.
For sure.
What I love about him is that you don't have to agree with him about everything. You do whatever the hell's on your mind. Whoever you are, be yourself. He can handle it. And I'm crazy about him because having played with him, I know how tough he is. And at his size, that's not easy. But to do some of the things he did that I saw him do, and even in practice or whatever, he can run and all that, but he's a football player who just happened to be a sprinter. He's not a sprinter, who just played football. He's a football player that can run. And I'm telling you what, that makes a big difference, man. Because if you underestimate him, you're going to lose. Because he's tough and athletic and all the above. And that's how you win. You win with people that have that incredible. Like watching Wembanyama yesterday, to me, I was so happy that he's got that reptile attitude. He's a killer.
There's something
This
wild
dude,
about watching
Wemby,
that guy play. It's almost
man,
like
it looks. You know why? Because your eyes can't adjust to him.
Well, it's like
he's not supposed to be able to do what he does.
You ever play like a video game? I don't know how much video games you play. You ever play like a video game where you get to like make your own character and try to make him look like you, and then like you can make him like skinnier or fatter, or taller or shorter, and it's like someone turned it all the way tall, all the way skinny or something. You know?
I know the power of video because Tron. I was so hooked on Tron and trying to get the 5,000 point and to get it's the affirmation it gives you. It's brilliant. Make you chase something to get it to work, give you the reward, whether it's the surprise or with the action that it generates. And if you're a maniac, which most of us are, you'll just keep chasing until you get it. And when I tell you that you stay up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and you got an 8 o'clock call and you're a professional athlete and you're chasing trying to get to 1,000 points on Tron, you're sick. You got a problem. You know what I mean? And so that's why I knew, thank goodness is at the tip of this addiction, and I saw it, and I said, if it got me, and it, like if you play in television, there's baseball and television baseball, I'd have bet anybody in the world, I'd have played you in the world for World Chat and then television baseball. And the hours that you put in, and how serious you have to be really good at it.
I mean, they got tournaments for a lot of this stuff.
Oh,
now,
I know, but I'm
like
just saying.
Street Fighter,
as a former
whatever.
addict, then you say to yourself, I got to keep this away from my kids because it got me. And I'm going, I can say, I'll just sacrifice sleep for it. But eventually you'll end up sacrificing your career for it. Because
it's a time eater. That's the thing. Like I like video games, but I wish I had the time to sit around and be, because like you can't just pick them up and be good. No,
you got to
like play them a lot to actually be good at them. And I just don't have the time.
You hear me say 5 a.m.? I said 4 or 5 a.m. And then we had a bet with some of us who could get Tron. If you hit 5,000 or 5 minutes on Tron, he would glow and blow up. So I won't mention the names because I want to embarrass people that may not want their business out there.
Have you heard of speed running, Doc? Have you heard of this in video games?
No.
That's where people try to beat generally classic video games, like maybe Super Mario or something, in the fastest time in the world, and they all like do all these shortcuts and tricks to like try to like beat some game that I played as a kid for like hours and hours, and they'll beat it in like 20 minutes.
The key to any addiction is to accepting it and then keeping yourself away from it. Because, see, I can't just start it and play casually. I have to play till I hit the mark. So if I start it, no, I can't. I just can't.
Do you play any sports video games? You ever play like NBA Jam or like any of those classic sports games? Bases Loaded, Blades of Steel.
I just told you I can't.
Yeah. What's different with sports? Because you're just playing your friend. You don't have to like be best in the world. You just play with your buddy and like try to beat him.
You got to beat the game. You got to win it. You got to hit whatever the top mark is. You got to hit it.
Well, yeah, but it's like playing a football game against like Tecmo Bowl, right? Everybody want to Bo Jackson, but like you're just playing your friend. You're not playing like the whole world. It's just your buddy sitting there with you, and it's like you're just trying to beat them.
No. I learned a long time ago. You got to know your weaknesses and then avoid them like the plague. You don't anybody talk you into doing something that you know is going to hurt you. You're going to hurt yourself. And I'm telling you, these games, that's why I know how dangerous they are. Anybody that leaves their kids under 15, 16 with these things unsupervised, you have no idea. I ain't mad at them. But I don't take it lightly. And it's so much fun. It's not that it's anything bad. It's a hell of a lot of fun. But is your brain developed enough to deal with it? In my case, no, you better be careful. But it's a lot of fun. Happy birthday, Daryl. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. B. Mitch and Finley Show, DOC and Metal, right here on the Fan.
B. Mitch
have to tap into heavy metal. Getting back on my theme a little bit. We're getting a little weak. I don't know. I hear this return to music. I don't even know who it is. And
my man, that's Ozzy.
I forgot. Metal is experimenting. And I'll go 50-50 with you. But I can never do 100%.
I'm just saying, that's Crazy Train by Ozzy. They play that at like every sporting event in the country.
Yeah. It's all right. But I have a standard. I'd love to get back to it. Appreciate you. Love you. Long time. I'm just wondering about the Commanders. Very interesting time. Toby was he was a flamethrower this morning. And I think it's interesting when we talk about Tunsil and being a free agent and wanting money the whole bit. I love the way he negotiates. That's why I think this is going to be very interesting. Because Tunsil tells you what he's not going to do and then demands money. I laugh at that. Because he's been getting away with it. He's been getting away with it. Now, AP's coming off a deal where he's been criticized with the technique he employed dealing with McLaurin. I don't think the consensus has it that he didn't win that it hurt the team. And when a man tells you what he's not going to do and then asks you for money, oh, man, I'm in the front row for this one. I'm in the front row. Aren't you? Aren't you interested as to how this is going to come down? When a man clearly, if we take in the public voting on it, AP versus the wide receiver, he lost. It's perceived as a detriment that nobody wanted. He didn't win. And now you got a man who, look, if he wasn't on the team that I adore, then I have a whole lot to say about him. But I can't be mad at a man that has the audacity to tell you what he's not going to do and then put a gun in your face and tell you to pay him. So, to me, this must see. There's nothing more interesting to me than this. Because it's going to tell you a whole lot. And you're a little light when it comes to draft picks. So, get a front row seat for this. Or as T.O. used to, get your popcorn ready. This is going to be a dizzy. Because somebody's bluffing and somebody's not. So this is one of them things that say, be careful what you ask for in positions in life and responsibility. Because sooner or later, the rubber meets the metal. That's the most intriguing thing going for me. I got a front row seat for this one.
Well, Doc, do you want to see him stay?
I want to see how the negotiator negotiates. I'm not mad at the player for maximizing that. It's a skill. It's called negotiation. Are you a negotiator or not? But don't act like there's not a winner or a loser. The problem is when they're on the same team, is there ever really a winner and a loser? So it's like fights make styles. Styles make fights, per se. So I'm willing to see, I want to see now, oh, okay. Oh, you a badass, huh? Yeah, I am. I'm Brutus. And I want this, and I'm not coming to none of your other bull crap. Okay, go on with your bad self. Then I look to the management side and I go, Slim, you going to take that? Really? Oh, okay. Now everybody else is looking. Like the older kids, when he says something, the young kid waiting, they say, well, how's mom going to react to it? Don't y'all see it? Homeboy, this is better than the OK Corral. It's a shootout at the OK Corral. Let's see. Because your number one asset, everybody knows, is JD5. Well, who's his personal protector? That left tackle. What kind of job did he do? He did a hell of a good job. So now it's on. And how do we judge negotiations? How do we judge the winners and losers? By most standards, we do it by dollar amounts, not championships. Nobody gives a damn about championship. I got to get paid. I got to get the bag. Okay. Aren't you interested in this? Is there anything more compelling that's going on right now? This is a match of chicken. It's the left tackle running at the GM. Who you like? Who you betting on? If there's anything more compelling that's going on right now, 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Holler at me. I'd love to hear it. Because for me, this is it. And I cannot wait. Matter of fact, I might run that by our next guest. He knows a little something about the offensive line. He's a Longhorn, and he'll be with us the 1 o'clock hour. expecting to join us. He's in makeup. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. We're on radio. Why is he on makeup? Hey, some brothers, they just feel like they always feel like they're being watched. And I'm not mad at them. I mean, let's face it. There really is no more such thing as just radio. I mean, the majority of radio is video, film, watch. Just somebody looking at you every word. So I guess it goes without saying. I did put out an APB for Vernon Davis, Terp, and terrific athlete, actor, movie star, you name it. VD's all over it because of his affection for curling. And we thought we might be able to get him on today to speak. We'll stay in pursuit of that. That won't change. It's a lot going on. Metal did send me the photo that at some point I thought I was going to post it, and then I decided, no, I could be arrested.
You can post it, Doc. I don't care.
I can't do it. It's just people, a great deal of respect and admiration I have for you. This would distort all of it because it's frightening. It's frightening. And I'm going, no. I just thought if I opened up a door and that was standing on the other side, and your makeup artist, she's brilliant. What's her name?
Her name's Jessie.
Oh yeah, she's good.
I don't know if I'd plug if I could. Good. I don't know her little brand or whatever. No, she's like self-employed, but she's awesome. She did all that makeup. Yeah. Because
it doesn't look fake. I mean, it looks like it could really be the person that's behind it is a person.
Yeah, I mean, she is a pro makeup artist. That is her job. Is
frightening.
Full time. Yeah, so
it's frightening. Did you grow up being a fan of scary movies?
Oh yeah. Tales from the Crypt we used to watch all the time.
So you like scary movies?
Oh yeah. Evil Deads and Texas Chainsaw Massacre and all that stuff. Yeah.
I think that was my last one. But I know I grew up with The Night of the Living Dead.
Oh yeah, I love George Romero films. Yeah, he's awesome.
And then at some point I started asking myself, why are you doing this to yourself? I said, only a moron would go out and frighten themselves, put themselves in a state of uncertainty on purpose.
I don't know. So George Romero, the director of Night of the Living Dead, he was kind of the first like horror director to really do, he had like social messages and stuff. That stuff was coming out in the 60s. And he had a lot of social messages that were being portrayed in a zombie film, He basically created the zombie genre himself with Night of the Living Dead. And I don't know, there's more to it than just the surface, I think, just being scared too.
There is, but it's the idea that, people that frighten themselves to the point that they can't be in a dark room or can't be alone or can't do this or can't do that. And it's self-inflicted.
Did you ever see the sequel, Dawn of the Dead?
Yes.
Where they're like trapped in a shopping mall?
I'm a former moron. Yeah, that's why I speak with such conviction. Because I'm a recovered moron. And I kept thinking, why would you do this to yourself? You already know what the desired reaction is. You're going to be stuck with it. It's not like you can just get it out of your brain. You can eventually, and I go, and you paid for that? Who's the nut? Who's the idiot? I can understand somebody trapped you, kidnapped you, put you in, forced you to watch it.
You more into rom-coms now, Doc? You more into rom-coms?
I went to The Exorcist. No.
Oh, Exorcist, that's from here in Georgetown, man.
I know. But seeing that, I remember that vividly and the reaction that it had, and to think that and it was up in Hollywood at the time. We lived in Orange County. We drove all the way up. These are back in the 60s where you stayed in line for like 3 to 4 hours in L.A. to get into a beautiful movie theater. That's without stating any exaggeration, minimum 3 to 4 hours waits, and you did it all the time for the big ones, the premieres. And then to come out of there and be it'd be different if somebody forced me to go do it. I paid for it. I volunteered.
So
I thought, what a moron. No, I'm done.
Did you ever see Rosemary's Baby, the Polanski film?
I think I might have watched half of it and just said again, why am I doing this?
So a funny thing is, when my better half was pregnant with our first, we watched that movie. It was probably around Halloween time, and we watched Rosemary's Baby because I thought it'd be kind of funny to watch a movie about that while we're pregnant. And
it is.
And it turns out we had the exact same due date as Rosemary does in the.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I had no idea going in. We had the same due date as the baby in the movie.
No, I appreciate.
What are the odds?
The work that's put into them, and the fact that they make it so real. Like, I used to be a big fan of Dracula, and I thought, man, that was like really cool for me. And Count Dracula and.
Which one you're talking about? Bela Lugosi or like?
Yeah, Bela Lugosi.
Yeah.
Back in the day. All my stuff's the original because it's 60, 70. So, and he was just, to me, just like a hustler. I mean, he was smooth as silk. I ain't mad at it, but I just know that, when I look at two things that changed, that can affect your behavior, if you allow it to. I understand all this is me. I have not been in a swimming pool without a light on it since Jaws.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm serious.
No, that's a traumatizing movie to a lot of people.
I do not get in a pool without a light on at night. That's out. That's never going to happen. And it's crazy. I know it, but the effect that Jaws had on me at that time, and to think of when I look at it now, it looks like, dude, you couldn't tell that was. I don't want to take away from it because it was in the 60s or 70s, but it was so real at the time. Man, that thing was
that was part of the beauty of Jaws. You don't actually see the shark a ton, so a lot of it's in your head, you know?
Yeah. Oh, but it was masterfully done. Like The Exorcist. The 1 and 2 for me are Jaws and The Exorcist. And I know maybe time in which you viewed them, but to have that type of impact, it's just amazing. The cinema and the whole idea of creating something, and if you allow it to, it can become a reality. And I start thinking, these things they're not jokes. And it's just a test to how you see it, and then the proof is in how you treat your kids with it. What you allow and what you don't allow. That's the whole beauty about being a leadership. Talk is cheap. How did you raise your kids on it? What was your philosophy for people you care about? That's the truth. That tells me who you are. All this other crap is bull malarkey. The test is in what you preach and teach, and then the results you get. And then if you get the result, because filmmakers, the beauty about Hollywood is it's just fascinating that people can create this and then put it on film and put it out there and to get it going. See, that's why I don't mess with Longhorns, because they're spoiled brats. They're so used to being given all that money, like when they're in high school. They come out, they might have a F10 of 150 in their driveway. This is all this legislation, all this stuff we've been fighting through. Hell, the Longhorns been doing this. This ain't nothing new. Is he there? Oops. Hey, Derek, how you doing, man?
Hey, Doc, what's going on, man? Why you always got to start this?
No, man, really, I didn't know you was on. They told me you wasn't there yet. I was just giving people some background on how you got paid coming out of high school, and way before this NIL. Y'all been doing this, and the rest of the country has simply just caught up, and so that's why we're honored to have you on as always. Because of your affiliation with the Longhorns. And then on a serious tip, losing a friend. When did you hear? Did you know? And when is the last time you had hooked up with the Big Banger?
Well, Doc, appreciate you having me on, man. I did not know about Trey's issue. I found out, like a lot of folks found out, or some of my friends found out through social media that he had passed away. Man, it hits hard because Trey was in camp my rookie year. And so I got to know Trey before he left the team. Great human being, great person, great spirit, personality. I mean, post-career went, into teaching, in the teaching profession. He was a teacher on and off the field. When I was with him, willing to help me, teach me some certain things as far as, O-line play. And he'll be sorely missed. His fan, wife, kids, condolences go out to them. It's a hard one. I mean, he was one of the preeminent offensive guards in the National Football League during that time, and there were some great ones. Himself, Will Shields, McDaniels, Allen, you name him. He was considered one of the best, and he played the game the way it should be played. And so he will be sorely missed. It's a tough loss for the Redskins and Commanders community and family.
Trying to explain him to Metal, because he was such a unique, just a powerful dude who was athletic as all get out and smart as a whip.
Yeah,
that's what made him unique.
Yeah, very unique. I mean, growing up, and I played offensive line in high school, and in college, you try to find those people or players you wanted to model your game after, and he was one of them. And just his power, his explosiveness, and just intellect, man. I mean, you can see it in his game. It was evident how he played the game, the passion he played with. He left everything on the field. I mean, he was he was tough too, tough player. And so, like, for me, watching him play growing up, I mean, my grandfather, his favorite team was the Redskins. And so we would watch the Redskins play. And I mean, he's like, hey, you see that guy right there? I mean, phenomenal player, offensive line, and obviously when Madden was calling his game, Madden would always highlight him. Highlight him. Madden loved him. Would always highlight him because of just his physical play, him pancake blocks or anything. I mean, getting to the second level. I mean, you talk about his athleticism, but even on the perimeter, when he was full, quickness on screen plays. I mean, you name it, he didn't have any difficulty blocking in space. So he was a phenomenal player, but more importantly, I mean, just a phenomenal human being.
Yeah, no, it was Derek Dockery, our guest here, and losing a teammate and a friend and a colleague. It's real time, real talk. Nothing fake about it. I ran into Worrell Grant yesterday. It's when I first became aware. And yeah, man, I had him over and done an interview here at the crib and home in the studio, and he had just had a surgery, and he was coming out. He was in rehab, and he hit them steps. He made it happen, and just such a delight to talk to. And being on the sidelines where I was, I got to see y'all up close and right in the trenches, and y'all had such a physical line. You never really got the credit you deserved. The team really didn't make it all happen at once. But you dudes, man, you guys was rough riders up front. And it just really, to this day, bothers me that you didn't end up getting the overall team success, because I thought you had a lot of talent.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where what I loved about the NFC East, I mean, it's one of those blue collar. Joe Bugle used to tell me this all the time, man. NFC East is blue collar. Bring your lunch pail. Go to work type division, and that's what it was all about. And himself, Randy, Thomas, Chris, John Jansen, Casey Robach,
Yeah.
To name a few, Ray Brown I played with.
Yeah, line.
Great guys.
You guys had some players, yeah.
Great players, and I learned a lot. I was tremendously blessed in that respect to be around some guys like those guys who was able to teach a young guy like me, a rookie coming in 2003, the ropes, and I was fortunate.
Yeah, you were, and you got it done. You guys, for me, that's the most fun I had covering a team was your guys' group, man. It was because of your youth. You guys all seem to come up together, play with great spirit. It doesn't work out for everybody. It just doesn't as a team. But it wasn't because a lack of effort. Not at all. Not at all. Man, I appreciate you taking this time out. I think it's important to have teammates. I didn't get a chance to play with Banger. I covered him and admired him from the outside in. And I'll just never forget the day he came to the house and made it downstairs, just having had a surgery, to do a cable show. I mean, not like we want Wide World of Sports. And, yeah, it's those little things that matter. But all my best to the family. Anything on the political front that you want to announce. I know sooner or later I'm going to have you on the show and you're going to announce your candidacy.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
are we closer? Are we getting closer?
Man, no, man. I think for me, man, I'm just enjoying life. I think for, linemen as myself, when you get news like this, you just say, hey, love your family. All of my, former peers, teammates, we're not 23 anymore. I mean, It was over 20 years ago when I stepped foot onto the National Football League or entered to the league. So I make sure, I check on my teammates, making sure, we're doing what we're supposed to do as far as post-career, taking care of ourselves, our bodies, and then, to your point, like our prayers, thoughts, go out to the family. There's a beloved person in the community here in D.C., post-career, and doing great things as far as mentoring young people, teaching. And that's what we ask of our guys when they leave, like we retire 32, 33 years old.
Yeah.
If you play quite at least, longer than 5 to 10 years. Yeah. And then you still have the rest of your life ahead of you. And you got to figure out, like, what's the next steps, next chapters of your life going to look like. And he made a tremendous pivot. And I think for the most of us, I think we all want to have that pivot where we can be successful, do great things, have a family, raise, have, as far as, our marriages and our kids growing up. And so, yeah, I mean, I just, want to just honor Banger, Trey, his family, his wife, kids, honor them. And, for me, just, I'm enjoying life, Doc. I mean, being around my family, my wife, my kids, my youngest son goes to Gonzaga. He's playing football now. My girls are playing soccer, committed to one's signed to go to GW, other one's committed to go to GW. And so loving life, man, loving my wife and just having fun. Still serving our military families and kids. And, just trying to be the best Derek I can be.
Well, I guarantee your parents are proud as hell of you. And just keep doing what you're doing, man. Sooner or later, your Longhorns, man, they're going to make you proud. Just hang in there. Don't give up on them.
Hey, man, you don't give up on your bro. You know what? You guys might be all right because you got the crew from JMU. Signetti left to go to Indiana. Maybe the JMU crew might bring something good to UCLA. I know it's been a while. It's been a long time, way longer than UT. But it's coming for you, Doc.
It's been a while. Yeah. Well, you know what? As I always say, I won there. I have a Rose Bowl ring. That's their issue. I'm praying for them. That's all I can do. So if you got yours when you were there, you got yours when you was there. So that's it. You don't owe them anything other than prayers. That's it.
That's it, man. But you always want to
you did your thing.
Mater.
Yeah, you did your thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. Hey, man, love you, brother. Appreciate you always being there.
Love you too, Doc. Thank you for having me on.
Good deal. Derek Dockery. We can take a quick break. I understand that Nick Ashooh is he just drove. Well, his driver just dropped him off at the facility, so that would be interesting for us to come up. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by
We gon' party like it's your birthday. Welcome back, Doc Walker, Heavy Metal, and for B. Mitch and Finley, and it's great. We always want to be mindful to appreciate the guests, man. This is a hard gig to pull off, especially dancing solo. But thanks to our good friends on the Rude Guest Hotline, once again providing another champion for us. And Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and they back a punch. Appreciate that. And it was good having Derek Dockery join us. And on line one, now we have the 757 in representation. Paulie, hail to the W.
Hail to the W. Doc, how you doing, my guy?
Good, man. Good. It's been competitive. We've read a lot of content, and people today were opinionated, and that's what makes this work.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, man. Slop in peace, Trey Johnson, man, because he was a hog right after the hog era. But he was every representation of what a hog was supposed to be, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So definitely slop in heaven, man. You was talking about that Thompson thing earlier. We talk about Dan Quinn learning from his mistakes last year. Well, AP has to learn too. Don't let this thing drag out into camp. Don't lose your leverage, man. If me personally, I'm the GM. If I can't get this man signed a week or two before this draft, I'm getting him out of here, man. I mean, we won without you. I drafted a left tackle in the first round last year, and I drafted a tackle in the third round the year before. And both of them guys seem to be playing well. So I'm not going to let one player, and I'm not saying this is what Terry did, but the situation turned into a player holding the team hostage and a team holding the player hostage, and it didn't work out good for either one of us, the team or the player. So, like I said, man, I won without you, and I need some picks, and I'm in the youth movement. So hey, as far as I'm concerned, man, they can't get the ink signed on them. Go ahead and get them out of there, and let's recoup some of them picks. And let's get some more young bucks up in here, man.
You playing? He's damn good. He's a damn good player.
Yeah,
but see, you're negotiating now. You're negotiating from a position of strength. I'm not certain they do that.
Right, and that's what I said. That's why I said he has to learn from his mistakes last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Because last year they negotiated from a position of ego.
Right.
And you can't have that, man, because that was a big part of why things went south last year. So, I hope he has learned from that mistake from last year. Honestly, the person I'm really worried about, the first person that I'm trying to get paper to ink would be Chris Paul. That's the guy I'm really worried about.
I agree.
We talk about a guard, Big Trey Johnson. Well, Chris Paul is the guy that I'm really trying to get that ink signed on, man. So that's how I view it, Doc, man. Hey, have
I'm
a
with
great
you. We're on the same page.
Great President's Day. I love
Appreciate
you, Doc,
you, man.
Hell to the
love
W.
you back. I'm with you too. I want everybody that wants to be with us. I'm not kissing nobody's behind that I don't win a championship with. And you telling me what you gonna do on your term? Yeah, really? You want to? Okay, let's bet. Let's see. But again, do what they got to do. You know what I believe? Do what you're capable of doing. Play within yourself. I can't ask you to do something you're not built to handle. That wouldn't be fair by me. Handle the biggest load you're capable of. But don't come up crying when it don't work, when you get punked up front. Luke in D.C., welcome.
Hey, Doc. This is kind of a sad day for me, personally, because of Trey Johnson, because I kind of have a story to tell about that. My dad, my old man, he when I was 6 years old, and I knew nothing about football. You want to know what the first thing he taught me about football? The first position group he taught me about football. The only thing I knew when I was 6 years old, the big uglies, the offensive line. Yeah. He taught me. He said, if anything, son, know about those big fat people in the front line. They're the most important thing in the NFL, and I'll never forget that. And my favorite player subsequently that year was 1999. That was the first year I started watching football. Was Trey Johnson. Trey Johnson was my favorite player. I loved that guy.
He was a slobber knocker.
And can I say before I hang up? I want to also mention. I know we'll probably bring this up later, but could you imagine? I mean, Tyreek was playing with let's be honest here. He was playing with a declining Tua. Tua was not the last 2 years. Tua was not what he was the first 2 years with Tyreek. He had concussions. He had injuries. Can you imagine Tyreek, the cheetah, with the best deep ball thrower? I'm talking about the best deep ball thrower in the NFL right now, in my opinion, and Jaden Daniels when he's healthy. I mean, just put that in perspective. The best deep.
I can do it. I can tease myself with the talent. I'm not certain that this is the best environment for a guy that needs a really strict and stern environment. But he hasn't been a team player on any team yet.
I'm hit, Doc. I'm hit, but they said the same thing about Debo last year, and look what Debo did.
Debo, you're right.
You're right. Debo's become. He was a great asset for us, and I mean,
I agree.
I'm just saying.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm just have to keep it completely real. If I was, because they have shown me nothing to tell me that they manage tough situations the right way. They don't have a track record with me showing me. They haven't showed me that.
I mean,
so I want to know how you handle your own house before I recommend you to somebody else.
Can I just say another thing about this though? Sure. I honestly think that DQ is a different type of coach. I know how you feel about him sometimes, but what I will say about him is he likes to keep things in house, and he likes to keep a team together. That team was gelled all throughout the season last year, and you can't teach that. That's on coaching. I mean, we were.
That's your opinion, and you're entitled to your opinion.
I mean, we were. I mean, I don't think there was anybody's. I mean, could you recount anybody saying stuff about the locker room being bad?
No. It's not about your locker room. You're paid for your performance on the field.
I mean, you're right about that.
If you're singing Kumbaya, you can have the same kind of underwear on. I don't care about that kind of stuff.
You're right about that. I mean,
I'm looking at their results. If they don't tackle worth a damn, you don't run the ball when you should run the ball. You can't talk me into that. There's everything about me that will not allow me to go against what I know. How you win? You don't win doing the stuff that they were doing.
You're right about that.
Great guy. I love to go to the movies with him. I love to go to the movies with him. But you're not going to talk him into that with me.
Doc, what I will say is, I think this new coaching staff that we have is going to be different. I know I'm just preaching right here, but
no, you're hopeful.
I think David Blau is a beast, man.
I'm hopeful with you, but I don't have a track record to support that.
And let's not forget about Durante, man. I know it's a good story and all that he's from the DMV. But I mean, let's be real here. He got here for a reason. He worked his butt off.
I gotta run. Mel is love talking to you. I just have a tip that we might get Rich Daniel to call us in with some perspective. Somewhat of a historian here on side of owning the DC Divas. Stay with us.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John.
what Coach would say. And as much on the upbeat as we've been, Olympics we've had, you know, hoops has been really good. All-Star game has been interesting. But the loss of some iconic players and good people have been also echoed around us. And Rich Daniel, a colleague, a friend, a man who's covered sports in this town, is an owner of DC Divas and had interaction with all the metropolitan athletes here. Always respect your perspective because you've seen what I've seen, and you've seen it even in more detail. How do you frame what we've experienced over the past week or so?
Doc, it's a sad day. You know, it's gloomy and has that pale kind of cast over the city. And when you look at these icons, the modern day and Trey, and then the iconic Sonny Jurgensen.
Yeah.
These deaths, right? This tragedy has affected all of us from generation to generation, right? So no matter where you touched the Washington Redskins or Commanders over our time, whether it be covering the team or, of course, you playing for it, and then being able to cover the team with you on it, with Sonny as a broadcaster, and then with Trey as an NFC conference champion, flying home after beating San Francisco and thinking that we had finally turned the corner as an organization with all the struggle and the back and forth. And then, of course, the next year, things changed even more dramatically from there. But Trey, I just go back to the sadness, Doc. You know, I've known his wife, Irene Johnson, for well over 20, almost 30 years now as a TV photographer at Channel 5 and 4, and is now the PIO of the D.C. Fire Department. Just one of the nicest, best human beings I've ever met, and a talented photographer. And then to be connected in such a way also to one of the smartest football players you will ever meet in your life. And to think that he went to teach at Landon after his career, as you know, in TV that you've been so successful in media. Many guys in many different professions find what is next and find how to speak to not only the competitor, but to the soul of who you are. And I can't think of another off the top of my head that went into the teaching profession. So again, just another nod to this incredible man who, as was described earlier as a player, I mean, when you're 6-something, 300-something, and you move like that, and you know where you're supposed to be, and you're smarter than the guy you're going against, it's going to be a long day for that opposition. And another thing, Doc, too, about you'll appreciate this from the media side and the player side. You know, players are schooled now more than ever about what to say, how to say, when to say, all of those things. And even in Trey's day, that was beginning to be the case of those types of seminars and classes and stuff. And one thing I also appreciate about Trey was you could always go to him and find some realness in those answers, right? It wasn't a total, oh, I've heard that from everybody else, or the canned or the safe answer. It was a thorough, thoughtful answer. And that was always appreciated with Trey Johnson.
Well, I can hear it in your voice, and I know it's for real. And you've brought so much to the table with your depth of the knowledge of the family and the whole 9 yards. And he will be missed. They'll all be missed. Barry Walburn, who will be missed as well. Yes. And it is it's sad, but it's being glad that we could put some flowers out for them, for those that were close enough and had those personal experiences as we both did with them, and talking about the quality of the individuals. Thank you for lending this and sharing your knowledge with us. And next time we got to talk about the girls.
We will talk about that, and I got some great Sonny stories that'll make you smile, so maybe we'll do that one of these Saturdays.
Yeah, I'm on this week. Well, we may be this week if you're available. I'll call you back.
Yeah, we'll do that. Get a little further away from our sadness.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Thank you, Rich. You're always there, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate
Rich Daniel,
you, Doc.
And historian, media guy in this town, and owner of the DC Divas, and puts out a hell of a product. It is we have to be able to mask, and it's okay. The sadness is normal, but to also appreciate that. And I'll be honest to the point that if somebody comes out, if you're young, and I think 54 is young, I know I give B. Mitch hell about his age, but I think it's young. But I just didn't expect to hear. I just didn't expect it to caught me off guard because I didn't know he was ill. If you're in the hospital or something happens, like, oh, okay, makes sense. This one, man, just cold cocked me. And I was like, wow. Wow, I'm telling you, the man literally just had surgery and came down and walked in my basement, went down steps coming out of surgery to do a show, a cable show. It's the kind of dude he was. If you know steps, you got to come down them. Guess what? You got to go back up them. And he did it. Warrior, man. He was something special, man. And he is something special. His soul remains with us, and we just pray for it, for his family. Metal, you are a pro's pro.
I try to be, my man.
Yeah, brother, I appreciate you. We make it look easy, but it's not. And sometimes you're battling things behind the scenes.
Did a lot of juggling today.
Yeah, brother. Today was one of those that we'll sit around one day at the water cooler and discuss it and how they define professionalism is by no matter whatever goes down, that is unnoticed. That's the key. That continue to get the job done. To do our part in today, it's some big shoes to fill, man. B. Mitch and Finley, there's like 15 people on that show. And the fact that 3 of us were able to get this thing done, man, I take great pride in that. I mean, look at Toby.
I'm not going home. I'm doing the Nick show too.
Oh,
right?
I know Nick, but Nick's like the Beatle. Nick's like
Nick's
a rock star.
You got Nick and Czaban up next.
Wait a minute. They get to be together?
Yeah, man. They're both sitting right next to me.
Oh my God. You kidding me? Czaban and Nick?
Yeah, man, it's gonna be killer.
Wow. Oh, they're gonna crush it. That's not even fair. That should be banned from radio. I can't believe they got that passed, man. No. Well, that's going to be some massive entertainment coming up now. I cannot wait, man. Because Hollywood Nick, man. And see, Zabe's a master craftsman.
A total pro. Love to work with him.
Oh, man, it's going to be so much fun. I cannot wait. All right, let's take a break. It's 11:55. We'll make that 1:55 here in the nation's capital. DOC in for B. Mitch, Finley. And they got about 14 people on their show, too, as well. So I'm honored that we were able to get it to the finish line. Stay with us.
Nick Ashooh, we are back. We're back together again. I am caffeinated today, sir. I feel good.
You are.
I'm ready to go.
You are a little bit too fired up for me today.
Well,
on this glorious President's Day 2026, I texted the owners of this house, this Airbnb.
All right.
At least one of the principals, that would be Grant Paulson.
Okay.
And I said to him, I go, why don't you guys bank this holiday and then spend it somewhere down the road when it's warmer? I'm definitely curious about that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm delighted that we're here today.
Sure.
And thank you, Chris Kynard, for trusting us to maintain the airwaves for 4.5 hours today. But, I don't know. What would Grant do on a day like today?
Grant doesn't like taking days off.
I know.
But you texted him and I didn't, so I guess you could ask him.
Well,
he
hadn't replied back.
Well, yeah, because he's taking a day off and doesn't want to think about work.
Do you think he's taking a day off from his phone?
Maybe.
I doubt that.
Sometimes a digital detox is a good thing, my friend.
Hey, a digital detox.
Who doesn't like a digital detox, Zabe?
This is normally a junk week, as you know, in the calendar, the week after the Super Bowl. But actually, we were delivered with tons of great actionable sports radio topics coming out of the weekend.
This will be the first show that I will do with anybody where we'll be talking about coward owners and streakers at the same time. I mean, there's quite a bit. Listen, we know we love the NFL. Everybody does. Football is king in this country. I get all that. But there's a certain point where there's this feeling of like wrapping up the NFL season, putting a nice bow on it and tying it up and being able to say, I know the result of everything that it led up to. Now let's hit the offseason. Let's get to a point now where we're looking at one, other sport. You know, I'm an NBA guy anyway, so this is a time of year that I get excited. But two, we also then hit the offseason, which there's going to be a lot that we're going to get into with the Commanders today and potential free agents that just hit the market today.
Because tomorrow is franchise tag day. So today produced some headlines leading up to tomorrow. But what it used to be, Nick, was we used to actually put the NFL away.
Not anymore. Not anymore, my friend.
That pot in the kitchen is always on the stove. Whether there's something fully in it or not, it never goes into storage anymore. And that's the biggest difference, and that is the way the league likes it and the way they want it.
You want something on the calendar every month, and the league that's come the closest to it is the NBA, but it still has its lulls. The one thing I will say is that the NBA finds a way to invade the NFL in one stretch, and it's Super Week. They've got the trade deadline, and this was a chaotic trade deadline, but then this led up to, is the All-Star weekend, the All-Star game going to be better? And the dunk contest was trash. The three-point contest is always consistent, but its dunk contest was awful.
Rising Stars trash.
Rising Stars. Did you see all the footage of the empty arena, Intuit Arena? It was bad.
Didn't they also do the celebrity game?
I never watched that. I can't tell you. I could not care about it less.
As a hate watch every year, just to laugh.
You're a hate watcher?
Of course.
Really? Okay.
Every sports fan hate watches something.
That's fair.
Just to or watch it just to be able to laugh, to go, look who they were tempted with a $2,000 appearance fee. Alfonso Ribeiro decided to play in the NBA celebrity game, or the celebrity softball game for the All-Star game in baseball. Always fascinates me as to what low-level C stars they can tempt into playing.
You got to fill out rosters somehow.
Yes, exactly.
You got to have some depth. Unlike the Commanders, you got to have some depth.
Right, because it's not like the games would have Tom Cruise and Liam Neeson on them.
I'll tell you what, I'd love to see that, though.
Well, of course you would, but their appearance fee is too high. Right. It's just a dumb softball game.
Right.
But, the weekend was heading towards a disaster, and then the little tournament of All-Star games actually were non-awful, which is a step in the right direction. Now, I watched coming in today on my iPad safely in my Tesla when it was auto-driving while keeping an eye on the road, okay? I am a good driver.
Was it really auto-driving you here and you were on your Tesla?
Of course
it was. Okay. This is good.
If you have a Tesla and you're not auto-driving, you're a sucker.
I just would love to see actual video content of you just live streaming yourself in your Tesla.
No, I don't live stream, but I had my iPad up and I was just keeping an eye and listening to the 20-minute summarized YouTube from NBA's official account. The 20 minutes condensed of the 4 games they played. 4, right?
Yes, 4. Yeah, little mini tournament.
And yes, they actually kind of moved. Kawhi Leonard actually had to dab sweat off of his brow, which, don't laugh, Nick. That's an improvement.
I know.
From what it had been. So I'm watching it, and while it was an improvement, it was literally 90% dunks and wild threes. Like completely irresponsible, unethical three-pointers, like logo threes. And of course, they cut the highlights, so they only showed you the makes.
Of course.
So they were, LeBron from the logo, bang. De'Aaron Fox contested left corner, oh, bang, that's in.
But at the same time, it felt competitive. It felt like it mattered to the players.
It was 2 clicks better. And listen, Adam Silver and the league needed that badly.
Desperate.
Because
Desperately.
Every momentum of narrative was going the wrong way until those games. Now, happened early yesterday. A lot of people missed it because they just assumed it was going to be on at night like it's always been on TNT.
5 p.m.
It
threw
used
a
to
lot
be
of people off.
Totally, because they landed on NBC and they had the Olympics, which had to go in prime time, which is their moneymaker. So that was different. Next year, I assume it's going to drift back into that normal prime time spot.
Yes, but it'll still be NBC and Peacock.
Yes.
They still have it. And think about them. They go from the Super Bowl to the NBA All-Star festivities, all of it, and the Olympics all at the same time. Been busy.
Big
but that's
year
good
for them.
So it sounds to me like you at least relatively enjoyed the All-Star game. There was enough.
I didn't watch it live because I was driving home from the weekend.
So not any of it.
No, I watched the condensed version.
No, I know, but I'm saying from what you at least saw, because I watched it.
I'm sure you did. You're a big NBA guy.
Yeah, I know.
Listen, it was 2 clicks better than the garbage of last year, and that's a huge win for the league. It wasn't really a hard game, but then they haven't been hard games since '87.
Well, here's the ultimate thing. You're not going to fix it completely. You're never going to get the effort from NBA players in an exhibition game that you would expect to get in an NBA Finals game. I'm sorry, people need to understand it's still an exhibition.
Yep.
Baseball's tried this with, World Series, home field advantage with the All-Star game, and that was dumb, and it didn't work, and people hated it. But what I'll credit the NBA for is that they try. They look at something and say, that's a problem, let's fix it. Sometimes it works, like the play-in tournament or the NBA Cup. I like the NBA Cup. It's evolved now into something that has a level of meaning, not a lot, but there's something there that gives you more than just regular season game in the middle of the week in November. It gives you more.
But it's becoming a league of tournaments.
It is.
There's now a play-in tournament.
Yep.
There's a mid-season tournament. I assume this format's going to stay for another year, so we have an all-star tournament.
But doesn't that, in your eyes, generate at least some level of meaning to it? To me, it may be artificial, but it still exists.
I wouldn't say meaning. I'd say entertainment value.
Okay.
But somebody joked about what are we going to do to fix tanking? And we're going to talk about this more later today. And apparently, Silver casually mentioned maybe a tournament for the teams in the lottery. And the snarky comment,
I hate it so much.
I know the snarky comment was, so let's see. Mid-season tournament, play-in tournament, all-star tournament. I feel like I'm going to Pawn Stars going, I need you to fix tanking. Best I can do is a tournament.
Best I can do is a tournament.
Best I can do is a tournament. They said, okay, Adam Silver, just run a little league at this point because it's all tournaments.
It's 82 games, though. You got to put some meaning to these games. I mean, that's the thing.
Know.
Otherwise, and this baseball could take a lesson from this. It's 162 games. If you want to generate some level of meaning, you have to create, even if it's a fake narrative, it's a fake level of competition. What made this work more in the All-Star game is you had World versus U.S., and there's a level of pride. Even if it's manufactured, it's there. Look at the Olympics.
And young versus old?
To a point, there was a young versus old that was a part of it,
because the stripes were the old heads.
Yes.
The stars were the younger heads.
Yes.
Right.
And if you look at before the game, too, Kevin Durant calling out Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic and saying that they lay down and they don't put any effort in this and the old heads care about the All-Star game. There is a level, that's the fundamental of sports that gets lost at the NBA and all these pro levels because it's a league, that's a business, it's entertainment, it's all of those things. But when you bring it back to the traditional this is competition, this is for pride, you can turn that knob up. You can get the stove to get hot again if you come up with some way to make it competitive.
Right.
And that's what they did with World versus U.S. and Kevin Durant's running his mouth. And people watch the Olympics for sports they don't care about because there's Team USA and how many medals are we going to win and national pride. And it's the same thing with the World Cup, where people will watch and care because it's an event and because you've created a level of like pride for your country.
Sure.
And what are we going to do and what success are we going to have? That's similar to the mindset that they have with the All-Star game. And you saw it. These games were competitive,
Yes, but
to the level that they could be.
The only problem is the real U.S. versus the world is the Olympics, and we barely won that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steph Curry. That was an absolute nip.
Oh.
Like, this is how much the world has caught up, and this is David Stern's legacy when he started the McDonald's International game, because back when that was the case, there was like 2 European NBA players, barely stars at that, like Drazen Petrovic and maybe Yao Ming.
Yeah.
Now, the freaking coach of the East of the Stars team is from Serbia, right? The Raptors coach. And there's so many good European players. The world has taken to basketball, our sport, much more than tackle football, which is not in their DNA. And they're producing incredible world-class players. So this tournament was fine, and it was better, so they're going to definitely keep it, maybe tweak it a bit. Can you help me out, though, Nick, being the NBA guy?
All right.
My feeble brain couldn't figure this out.
Okay.
So I'm watching the 20-minute synopsis safely, by the way, on my iPad.
As your car drove you here?
The Tesla's
That's
auto
fair.
driving. Here's what I'm doing. I'm going, all right, so let's see. The Stripes played the Internationals, then the Stars played the Stripes, and then the Stars played the Internationals, and then they lost. But then what would have happened if they lost and they lost? Can you explain?
It's a little confusing. I'll be honest with you. Some of it's still confusing.
Try to explain the format to me right now like it's an elevator pitch.
They each have to play each other, and then the 2 losses dictated that you were eliminated, essentially, because the world lost twice to the U.S.
First to lose 2 is out?
Yes, that's a simple way to put it, I think.
I'll get a piece of paper
write
here.
this down and add the 2. Now, make sure you carry the 2 and add the 1.
Okay, we
on
got
top
the
of
Euro,
that,
and we got the Stars, and we got the Stripes.
Could we ask ChatGPT to explain it to us even better, if you'd like? I can have a robot do it for us.
You know, I was talking about this with my brother last night at dinner. We had a family dinner. I was like, the one thing that all these AI things are terrible about is sports and sports records.
Yes.
And facts.
It gets it wrong a lot.
It gets all kinds
If you're
of stuff
trying
wrong.
topic development when it comes to a show and you're talking to ChatGPT or Gemini or Cloud or any of these, Claude.
You
know
call
what I
it
mean.
Claude?
Yeah, I called it Cloud. Shut up.
My boy Cloud.
Cloud. It's not good. It does not work to that
So
level
there were
yet.
4 games yesterday.
Yeah, you had 4 games, and then
amongst 3
the
teams.
2 losses.
Could there have been a 5th game, depending on the first results? Had Europe not lost, let's see if young Ryan Clary can get in the mix here today. Can you, Ryan?
He's not paying attention. He's in there yapping right now.
Can you explain in a elevator pitch summary?
Right, it was 2 losses
format
eliminated
of
them
yesterday.
first. 2 losses eliminated the world. They lost twice, so that's how it ended up being Stars versus Stripes in the championship game of the All-Star game.
I think that's how it works, but even then, I'm not going to lie, Nick. Like, I don't care about the NBA All-Star game.
I'm not asking you to care. I'm asking you to explain.
And I think Nick is right, but even then, I was too confused by it. Just play East versus West. What was
Do you
wrong?
think any caller could explain it to us like we were 10 years old?
I would. You know what? If
in
somebody
30
could explain it
seconds or
better than I even
less?
could, I will be honest with you. The one thing I did not study before this test, Zabe, was the true change in that format and how they did it in this first year. But if anybody's got a better explanation, 800-636-1067, I'm more than happy to take the explanation that's better. But listen, the tournament style, I'm okay with the whole just make it world versus U.S. game and not making a tournament, but here's the thing. You had, 28 players involved in this. You get more talent in that way, too. The one thing you got to keep in mind is that if you're doing a world versus U.S. and it's just 2 12-man rosters, you're going to be eliminating a lot of U.S.-born players that maybe deserve it because you have to have somebody that's internationally a part of it. So building it the way that they did encompasses a lot more of talent that way, too.
And this is something that also is now affecting the Pro Bowl. The Pro Bowl, like the All-Star game, used to be
Got people
a
calling
simple...
already to explain it better. Yes.
Okay, so the Pro Bowl, much like the All-Star game, used to be a simple metric for us as sports fans, lingo to say, well, he's a 5-time All-Star.
Yep.
He's a 6-time Pro Bowler. that now is blown out of the water because each event now is so bastardized and mutilated.
I would say much more the Pro Bowl than the All-Star game, though, in the NBA. Because at least there's a level of...
But your point, though, is the All-Star game in the NBA is now that way because it's a three-headed monster that mandates a European presence.
But really all you've added is essentially 4-ish more players.
Well, that's still four, though.
Which, but with injury replacements in the past, you've kind of been that way before anyway.
Who was on the end of the European team, and were they kind of skeevy?
There was nobody that I looked at and said that didn't deserve to be a part of it. Like Pascal Siakam deserved to be a part of it, and that's a name that's maybe not like a household name.
Is he still a thing?
I mean, he's still an all-star, yes. I mean, he's
still
great
a
player.
legit all-star.
Here, would you argue with any of these players right now? Well, Giannis didn't play. Giannis was on the team. Denny Avdia is having an amazing year. I know Wizards fans hate it, but
I know.
They should have traded him. The timeline was right. That's what they should have done.
Listen to you going full truther on that.
It
was the right time.
It was, but I also, when they drafted him, I said, this guy is a steal if
we
they
had
can make
him
it work.
And Rui Hachimura at the same time.
I know.
That was our nucleus.
They didn't want to pay him. But Luka deserved to be there. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, of course, even though he was hurt. Nikola Jokic.
Whoa. He was on Euro?
Yes, he's Canadian.
That's not European.
It's world. It's world. That's why it's called world, not Euro. You're not thinking big picture. World, the whole globe. It's a small world after all.
By the way, they also were repping on I believe the U.S. teams. Some of the guys, their actual heritage is Puerto Rico and Jamaica.
Yes,
but they're considered American because they were born here, but they have heritage. That's the way they were listed.
Puerto Rico is America.
Well, it is. It's a U.S. territory.
It's a territory, of course, but still okay.
Norman Powell was a part of it too. Great player, but probably a fringe all-star in that sense. Jamal Murray, Canadian. Alperen Şengün, awesome player. If people don't know enough about him, he's the next Nikola Jokic. Right. He is fantastic. Karl Anthony Towns was on that too.
Cat?
Yeah. Victor Wembanyama, obviously. There was nobody on there that you're like, that's definitely not an all-star. If you
where's Cat from?
Where is Cat from?
I'll look that up. Get the call on line one. I want to hear the format explained to me
here.
like I'm a 10-year-old child.
All right, Co in DC, explain the format directly to us because I can't do it the way apparently you can.
Man, the format is, what's up? Good evening, fellas.
Hello.
Good for the day, Zayd. Welcome back, Zayd.
Thank you, sir.
The format is, gentlemen, like you say, first two losses. So stars, whoever the first two games was, the loser of that game plays the next game, the side piece, and the loser of that game is eliminated. If they would have won, if everybody would have had one loss, then you go back and buy points, accumulated points, and whoever had the most points advanced. That's how you do that.
That's what I missed. Thank you, is the accumulated points.
So there's an accumulated points thing. So the most, the maximum number of games, was 4. Like we could not have had any more than 4 games.
4 games, but if everybody would have won one game, you're right. So it has to be double elimination, guys. That's why somebody's going to lose 2 games.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened was... All right. Thank you, Co. Appreciate that.
So the points is what I missed. Is that right there?
So Euro lost to the Stars, giving up a huge lead. And then they played again right away against Stripes, and they got beat by Stripes on a buzzer beater from, I think, De'Aaron Fox.
Yes.
So that knocked Europe out. Had Europe won that, then we would have, Europe and...
World, Zabe. We're including Canada on this.
I wrote down Europe, world.
Also, Karl Anthony Towns is Dominican,
you got
to... So that's why they have the whole world as part of this, which you'd have to.
But he's born in Edison, New Jersey.
Yes.
And
I think he has dual citizenship.
Well, his heritage is Dominican because of his mom. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. So anyway,
which again, like you mentioned at the beginning of the show, the world has taken on basketball to the point where it is competitive enough, and you have enough talent where you can have a game like this with this format. It works in today's NBA, and that's
absolutely,
and that's what makes this great, and it adds a new layer to this that they'll probably tweak. But I think it worked. I really
saved
think
the
it
weekend
worked.
for
It did.
Adam Silver.
Oh, the dunk contest was bad. Chase Richardson hitting the side of the backboard and falling. I mean, I'm glad he's okay, but man, did not do his dad did not honor his dad who won the dunk contest twice. This poor kid's going to be a meme forever.
God.
It was all no names in that. It's probably the worst field they've ever had in the dunk contest. They might just get rid of it. And it's a shame because it used to be the premier event, but we don't have Dominique Wilkins and Michael Jordan and Vince Carter in the dunk contest
Do you
anymore.
remember when they got rid of it?
I do.
98.
They got rid of it after Kobe was in it.
98, they got rid of it. And they replaced it with something called the two ball, which was the WNBA teaming up with the NBA players.
It was kind of like the shooting stars thing they're doing again. It was
people said boo, and they brought it back. And then Vince Carter stuffed his whole arm in the rim like
he brought it back
like a farm doctor delivering.
It's over, ladies and gentlemen.
He was all the way up there like a farm doctor delivering a baby calf with the rubber gloves to his elbows. You're like, damn.
Why is it now that I picture Vince Carter with his whole
because his whole elbow he was up to the elbow in that thing.
Leave it to you to describe it in a way that I will never unsee ever again.
When else are you up to your elbow in anything? Up to your elbow in horse bleep?
I mean, there's a lot on the internet if you really want to go looking, buddy. It doesn't take very much. Whether you use a VPN or not, you can go find it right now. All right, Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh. Adam Silver wants to eliminate tanking, and he knows what teams are doing right now, and that includes the Wizards here on The Fan. Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh, in for Grant and Danny here on the Fan.
I know what Grant's doing now. I figured it out.
Did he
Just
tell
hearing
you?
that rejoin, I figured it out.
Uh-huh.
He's pine tarring his fungo bats for spring training. Nobody loves spring training as much as Grant does, Mr. Baseball. So he's going to put some fresh pine tar on the fungo bats, and he's going to get himself ready. And I think Grant and Danny probably going to go down there again this year. They usually go down there for a little shot of something.
They usually do. And since the Washington Post won't be going there, it would be more important that Grant and Danny go. It still just makes me real angry. What happened to a lot of talented people, man.
But there's going to be some things that crop up.
Absolutely.
You've probably heard some rumors and talk.
Yes.
Mark Zuckerberg Zuckerman, has announced his new venture where he's going to be independent covering the Nationals.
Yep.
So that's good. There'll be something, but yeah, I do miss the Post. So I told my brother yesterday real quick, and then we'll get into what we're going to get into. I said, yeah, it sucks that they killed the Post sports section. And he said, no, they didn't. I saw it this morning. I go, what do you mean you saw it? He goes, well, I still get the paper version. And I go, get out of here. Goes into his garage, and he gets out the paper version of the Washington Post. And sure enough, there was a section that said sports.
Oh, yeah.
It had 3 articles, though.
Of course.
Sverluga, Mace, and forget the third guy that's over there. It's basically the guys that were scheduled to go over there, knew they were going to get laid off, but said, we're going to go anyway, we're going to write anyway. And the section, Nick, it was so sad.
Can't even imagine.
The above-the-fold photo, and that's all it was, extended below the fold.
Which was a no-no back in the day. You could never do that.
Right, exactly.
Above the fold was an honor.
Above the fold, right. And there was always a story above the fold that was your lead story. There was no story above the fold. It was just a huge photo of Jordan Stoltz, the speed skater. And then there was 3 stories underneath. And then you go to the inside pages, and it was another huge photo, and then the continuation of their 3 stories, and then a mattress ad.
Yep. Well,
and then a Windows ad.
Yep.
And then halfway through the sports section, it became Metro. And I'm just like,
yeah. Well, listen,
this is the saddest thing I've ever seen.
The paper version, though, is different than the online, digital, all the other stuff.
I know it is.
And I know.
My point is,
I know you're not saying it's not, but
I grew up as a teenager with ink-stained fingers delivering the Washington Post on the mean streets of McLean.
I know. My parents were subscribers when I was growing up as a kid. I used to read it every morning in the bathroom, and then I got a laptop and never looked back after that.
That said, I had not actually picked up a live paper version of the Post in years.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sitting there holding it going, oh, yeah, this is what it's like.
This is the old days.
It had been years
Did you
since I'd
slap
done
it
that.
open and get the paper sound?
Crack it open.
Crack it real quick.
And then you got to backhand it like your dad and then say something where you're insulted, like, I can't believe they're still running that 4-3 defense in Cleveland. You snap the paper like that. All right, so let's talk tanking.
We could talk tanking because
that's what you set up.
Well,
that's what you set up, so let's get into it.
Here's what I'd like to say, first and foremost. Everybody loves to talk about the NBA and tanking. Yet let me just say this, Zabe, and I need to see what your thought process is with this, because nobody seems to want to address this. The NFL versus the NBA. So Adam Silver addressed tanking as, part of what All-Star Weekend is about, as Adam Silver gives his kind of, press conference like Roger Goodell does before the Super Bowl and all of those things. So, of course, tanking became the conversation. First off, here's what Adam Silver had to say, where he is very obviously paying attention to what everybody else is saying when it comes to the NBA and tanking, especially this year's.
Really makes sense. I think there was a more classical view of that in the old days, where it was just sort of an understanding among partners about in terms of behavior. I think what we're seeing is modern analytics where it's so clear that the incentives are misaligned. I think when you maybe further answer your question, are we seeing behavior that is worse this year than we've seen in recent memory? Yes, is my view, and which was what led to those those fines, and not just those fines, but to my statement that we're going to be looking more closely at the totality of all the circumstances this season in terms of teams' behavior, and very intentionally wanted teams to be on notice. And there is a bit of a note when you see it quality to this. I mean, we spend a lot of time at the league office going back and forth with teams on injury reports, on coaches' decisions. It's not a position necessarily we want to be in, but I'd say also to address your question, it's not what the fans want at the end of the day, although my caveat is, and this is where teams are in a difficult place, many of you in this room have written, and understandably about our teams, that the worst place to be, for example, is to be a middle-of-the-road team, either be great or be bad, because then that will help you with the draft. And so in many cases, you have fans of those teams, maybe it's not what they want to pay for to see poor performance on the floor, but they're actually rooting for their teams in some cases to be bad, to improve their draft chances. So I think we're coming at it I'd say in two ways. One is, again, focusing on the here and now, the behavior we're seeing from our teams, and doing whatever we can to remind them of what their obligation is to the fans and to their partner teams. But number two, as I also said in that statement, the competition committee started earlier this year re-examining the whole approach.
And they're always going to be re-examining the approach, but everybody loves to talk about the NBA and tanking, yet they've created a lottery system. They've smoothed out the odds. We just had the Mavs go from 11-1. Whether you have a conspiracy theory for that, that's a whole other conversation.
Of course I do.
We just watched the Hawks go from 10-1 in 2023, so that kind of kills the conspiracy theory a little bit, because it's not like the Hawks traded away a star at that point. But here's the thing. In the NFL, when you have the worst record, you have the number one overall pick. We know teams can control their destiny. You can't necessarily completely control your destiny. Ask the Wizards. Just because you have a horrible record doesn't guarantee you number one, number two, number three overall pick. Are there limits to how far you can drop? Sure. But it doesn't guarantee it. The NBA has been much more proactive and at least tried to fix tanking versus the NFL is just like, the Raiders suck. You get the number one overall pick. You know what the case is going to be. That being said, if you look at where the Wizards are right now, so Adam Silver talked about two things there. The fines for two teams. So that was the Jazz and the Pacers because they just sat a bunch of stars. Yep. And this is what the NBA is really sensitive about. But you know why the Wizards don't have to worry about this? Because they said, don't worry, Adam Silver. We're going to trade for a couple of all-stars. They're not going to play this year, but we're going to make it look like we want to be competitive, but we still really want a high draft pick. So what they did was the Wizards were smart, and they masked their tanking with a couple of trades for all-stars that just so happen to be hurt and may not play this year. But don't worry, it's about next year and being competitive. So Adam Silver can look away. They're not finding the Wizards. It's just the Jazz and the Pacers. The NBA is always going to have this. You're not going to be able to totally eliminate this. And if you try to do this tournament at the end of the season, first off, players don't tank, organizations tank. Can you imagine a tournament where it's like, hey, the winner gets the number one overall pick? You think some dude that could lose his job and his roster spot is going to be like, yeah, I'm motivated, so we can draft a rookie that's going to take my spot? It's the dumbest idea ever. You're not going to fully eliminate this.
It's never going to happen. Dumbest anti-tanking idea.
Is there dumber?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
Eliminate the draft and make them free agents.
Oh, God, that's the worst thing ever.
That is actually a proposed remedy that is gaining steam among some NBA writers and media people. Let's just make it free agency, which is insane to think given what we saw with Kawhi Leonard and this aspiration scam deal.
How dare you? They're still investigating. This is allegations, Czaban.
Well, it's very complicated, very deep.
It will take time for us to
analyze.
analyze.
I heard Silver say that, and I'm like, yeah, the podcaster has it all dead to rights. Did you not watch his podcast?
Yes.
Like, Pablo Torre has it soup to nuts. All the documents, and it wasn't even thinly disguised. Kawhi Leonard's company was KL25. Oh, my God. How do we untangle that mystery right there? No, that's the dumbest idea because then a very any of this. But let me channel my inner Ty Webb from Caddyshack when he asked Danny Noonan, you take drugs, Danny? Danny says, every day. Ty goes, good. So what's the problem? So let's bear down on what's the problem. The problem is in the NBA, more so than the NFL, you just don't know if every team really is trying to win on any given night. The NFL is some miracle league in which even teams that are 2 wins will try to win games they shouldn't try to win. We've seen it with the Commanders because the pain of losing for both the players who are getting their bodies beat to hell and don't want to hear about it at the grocery store or at the gym when they're walking around at home, and the coaches who get besieged, Nick. Every loss is another round of hell. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So even guys like Aaron Glenn and the Jets are like, damn, I just want to win a game to get the media off our ass. So that ensures a kind of a purity with the NFL that the NBA does not have. You just don't know if a team is trying to win. And in this case, a third of the league we know is trying to lose because there's a generational draft coming up. So how do you combat against that? I looked this up. The NBA flattened the lottery odds in 2019, taking the top pick odds from 25% ping pong balls to 14%, and then spread more to the rest. And I understand what they were thinking. This is going to dissuade tanking because you have less of a chance. But it encouraged more tanking from the teams that are 5, 6, 7, 8. Because now they're going, hey, we got a real shot at somebody good. Why are we trying to bust hump to get within 2 games of the last play-in spot? Let's go the other way. So it has had unintended consequences that are bearing itself out right now. They need to abort the lottery entirely. That would be my solution. Let there be tanking, race to the bottom. At least the team that wins the race to the bottom will get the best player that year, and they will hopefully be pulled out of the tanking business because they got that guy. When you have teams that tank and then the ping pong balls conspire against them, like last year with Cooper Flagg, who was the number 1 ping pong ball team last year that got screwed? Who should have won the lottery last year?
Jazz.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what you're doing now is that because of this, you are having teams embark upon back-to-back tanking years, much like the vaunted process in Philly when they went, to go after Joel Embiid. So to me, it's just too detrimental. I would get rid of the lottery, give it 2 or 3 years, see how that plays out, and then you can maybe think about other measures. By the way, you can't just start taking picks away from teams because you think or they smell like they're tanking.
That's the problem.
It's
subjective.
It's too subjective.
It's completely subjective.
There's no way to apply it evenly. You cannot actually tell if a guy claims he's hurt and go, no, you weren't hurt. You should have played. Like the game that the Jazz got whacked for. They're leading the Magic through 3. By only 7, though. They're only up 7. And then they benched Jaren Jackson and Lauri Markkanen, 2 of their better players, and Nurkic, right? They still only lost the game by 3. They lost the game 120 to 117. What if they had won that game, and yet they still tried to pull this blatant tank? Do you still find a team that tried to tank in a game but won the game by accident? Like, how would that work? There is no way you're going to have any consistent application on the whims of the commissioner to take away picks.
So if you look at past drafts here, okay, the Mavericks jumped 10 spots for the number 1 pick last year. The Spurs got the number 2 pick. They jumped 6 spots. The Sixers jumped 2 spots. That was your top 3 in last year's draft. In 2024, the Hawks jumped 9 spots. Now, the Wizards had the number 2 overall pick. They stayed right where they were. It's a rare moment where that happens. But behind them was the Nets, and they jumped 6 spots. So it continues to happen time and time again. And I'm with you. I think that might actually be the better situation. Is just get it to the point where the worst teams are the worst teams, and you keep it at that. We have crushed the clock, and that's fine because they put us in a studio, and it's been weeks since we've done this. Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh on The Fan. Ashooh in for Grant and Danny. There's the ski jump going on right now, Zay.
Yeah,
in
the snowstorm.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It is
what a
beautiful.
shot. We just saw a slow motion with the snow. I love the Winter Olympics, man.
It's been a beautiful Olympics because they've got it at a great venue where there's no talk about the snow's not good and we're having to make snow. Remember with Sochi, how bad it was?
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Cortina's fantastic. I'd love to go someday.
I would too.
Looks
Look at
expensive.
this. Well, yeah, I would bet it is.
Expensive and hard to get to.
Looks classy.
USA 5, Sweden nothing.
Yeah.
Women's Olympic hockey, the USA, we are into the championship game, the gold medal game against the winner of Canada and Switzerland. As I look at this, the men as well have earned a bye into the quarterfinals. It'll be Germany versus France, Switzerland versus Italy tomorrow, Czech versus Denmark, and then Sweden versus Latvia. Canada just poleaxed, 10-2. Canada might have the most talented team in Olympic hockey history. And beating them, if USA, they beat France 10-2. If the USA ends up playing France in the gold medal game, Canada,
yeah,
it'll be almost as big of an upset, they say, Nick, as the Miracle on Ice. That's how good this Canadian team is with Tom Wilson scoring a goal yesterday.
And there you go. And listen, we all know there's a rivalry between the U.S. and Canada in hockey, and that would be nice to watch them whoop their ass. That's what the Olympics are all about. Czaban and Ashooh here on The Fan.
Sports Radio.
You got Steve Czaban and Nick Ashooh in today for Grant and Danny. We got the Olympics on right now. Just beautiful sights all around. We got the NFL offseason hitting, Zabe. Free agency coming up. Trades. I've been in free agency and offseason mode, though, for at least 2 months with the Commanders. Let's be honest here. That's why you just get to the point where if your team's not in the playoffs and certainly not in the Super Bowl, you look around and go, all right, can we get this done? We got an offseason. We got things to fix here. That's where I've been for a while. And now today, Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb out in Miami. Commanders could use an edge rusher and probably about 5 more. They could use a receiver.
Yeah, and they got the money to spend.
And that's the key, is that you can have the money to spend, but you also got to make smart decisions. That being said, you have to bring in more talent, period. Even if you're going to get some guys that are in a spot where, all right, you're going to get a couple years out of them max. You're going to have some older, here's what I need to just explain to people. There will be some older guys on this roster. I know it needs to get younger. I know it's an older roster, but you might have Von Miller back. He had 8 sacks for him this season. You might, you make that face, but Von Miller was their best pass rusher this year. It's not saying much, but you might have him back next year in a limited role.
I know. That's the thing that's tough. Production-wise, it's hard to say, well, he sucked. He didn't.
Yeah.
He produced. But I almost think you have to say at some point, where are we going with this? Because at most, you're going with him for 1 more year.
Right.
So I would rather turn the page. I don't want to say early because it's not early on Von Miller at this point, but I would rather turn the page even though he produced statistically for you last year. He produced statistically on a defense, Nick, that was god-awful.
I mean, they don't even know how to tackle, Zabe.
No,
it's like
terrible.
having a car that doesn't have an engine. That's essentially what they had, is guys on defense that couldn't tackle.
They were the easiest, sluttiest girl in high school as a defense last year. It was not pretty.
Then had their OnlyFans, right?
It took very little coaxing to get their pants off last year. Just saying.
It's just, please enter the bedroom. Everything's fine
it was
here.
really bad. So, how do you value that? I don't know.
I know.
The Tyreek Hill thing is interesting because you say, damn, we got a quarterback who's got an arm that can get it to him down there. So the phrase of Tyreek down there somewhere used to be a great phrase until Noodle Arm Jellyhead down there, Tua, couldn't get him the ball down there. That was part of the problem. He just didn't have a strong enough arm.
Nope. Accurate, but not strong.
Right. It's tempting to think, imagine JD5 slinging it to a revitalized Tyreek Hill who's not getting bored with running 9 routes that turn out to be nothings because Tua can't find him or get him the ball. Like that.
Everything in these situations comes down to money, though. Debo comes down to money and whether he's back. I don't think he's going to be, but again, they only gave up a 5th-round pick. I think you're going to end up seeing somebody pay him more like the Panthers. He might go back home, play for the Panthers. The market value on him is still looking at about $15 million a year. They paid him $17.5 this year. For $15 million, would you pay with all of the holdback that they had on Terry McLaurin, who was over 30?
Right.
You're looking at the same thing with Deebo Samuel, who's had more injuries over his career.
Listen, I agree. My personal feeling is let Deebo walk. But my overall reading of the room is that they'll probably keep him because they're more pot committed. They spent assets to get him, and there is that Peters connection. The Peters connection cannot be discounted. These GMs love the guys they know, and they're almost blind to, yeah, but he's this, or yeah, but he's not that. They don't want to hear that. They like their guys. This is what makes the Ayuk thing so, I think, dangerous, which I want no part of Brandon Ayuk.
Neither do I.
0.
Neither do I. But you know what's going to happen? Brandon Ayuk is going to come to Washington. I'm telling you, this is going to happen because if even at the Super Bowl, Jaden Daniels was going around doing interviews and talking about wanting, quote-unquote, former Arizona State teammates to come play, which is Rachaad White, and it's Brandon Ayuk. Now, Brandon Ayuk, from a talent perspective, sure, that was a year and a half before. That was without a year and a half out of football, though. Then there's all of the other stuff in terms of his relationship with the organization and how he's handled things and why this organization's been so willing to let him go and they were going to trade him to the Steelers before the big deal. All of these things. I get that there is talent there and people are tempted because they see it and there's a familiarity and there's, well, if he's around Jaden, it's his friend. So what? Friends and business don't mix well, because if you have Brandon Ayuk in Washington and he's on a 1 or even 2-year deal, he's going to be looking for another big contract. And what happens if he's not getting the ball? Terry McLaurin's getting more targets, because now there's actually a distraction from Terry McLaurin, and he's not constantly seeing double teams. And then Brandon Ayuk goes 3 straight weeks without seeing significant targets. How does that friendship with Jaden Daniels translate over to him not getting the targets and the receptions he needs to get a bigger contract moving forward? These are the things that people like to overlook, and that's the biggest thing you've got to... They don't have a culture right now there yet where they can absorb somebody that's got an ego, that got somebody that maybe had some clashing of personalities in a previous organization, where they could say, you come in, you buy in, you do what we're doing, that's it. The Chiefs, you could maybe make that work. The Patriots, again, just like the old Patriots, you could do that. The Commanders aren't there yet. Brandon Ayuk, any form of a distraction could derail what they're trying to build right now.
I also don't think he's that good. Before he went off
way too
the
up
rails.
and down. Talk to any 49ers fan that covered the team. Yes.
I was like, I see him every week, and I think to myself, I don't know what makes him different than any other run-of-the-mill wide receivers. By the way, I forgot, I was thinking Tyreek Hill had a wrist injury last year. I forgot he tore his knee up. So his knee blew up in multiple ligaments. Very gruesome injury on that tackle on the sideline. So who knows what you're going to get on the other side of the 9 to 12 month recovery, and we're currently in probably week or month 3 of it now.
Yep.
Because he played 4 games last year. So if it's a 9-month recovery, then he's good to go by training camp. If it's more than that, he may not be good to go. And then how much lid lifting ability will he have post this catastrophic
And that's
injury?
the thing. He's on the other side of 30.
He's 31.
He's dealt with a knee injury. His game is predicated on speed. If you get a 75% of Tyreek Hill, is that really worth it? Again, all this comes down to money, but at that point...
Now that I remembered he tore his knee up, I'm like, I'm out.
And that's
I'm like on Shark Tank. I'm Mr. Wonderful. I'm sorry, I'm out.
But so did Brandon Ayuk. So if you had to have the choice now, Zabe, I'm making you have a choice. Brandon Ayuk or Tyreek Hill?
Neither guy.
You have to pick one.
No, I don't.
How can you justify one? Me. I'm making the rules.
Oh, God.
You got to pick one. I'll tell you who I'd pick.
I'd pick Tyreek because I really just think Ayuk, Tyreek when he's right is a one-of-one weapon.
But when was the last time he was there?
3 years ago. I'm looking at his grid. His grid of stats on Pro Football Reference, age 29 season. 16 games.
Yep.
He had 119 catches for 1,800 yards, 13 touchdowns, and a yards per catch of 15.1.
But here's
Tyreek
the difference.
Down there somewhere.
But he's 31 years old, coming off a torn-up knee. If I had to make
With
the choice,
17 baby mamas,
if you put a gun to my head right now, Zabe, and it's you've got to pick one, and I'm not happy about this choice, but I'd go Brandon Ayuk because he's 27, and at least he's on the right side, and it's easier to recover from a torn-up knee when you're in your 20s than your 30s. All of these things matter. I don't like either choice, but if I also had to make a prediction, I think Ayuk does come to Washington. Because Jaden Daniels is going to talk to that organization and say, guys, we need more. Terry needs somebody to be, as a distraction. We need a number 2. What for the entire time that Terry McLaurin has been in burgundy and gold, we have had the conversation of we need a number 2. We need somebody opposite Terry McLaurin.
Get more weapons.
Get more weapons. And for all of the conversation about how much this defense needs, which is all true, the offense needs a lot of help, too. You need a number 2 receiver. You're going to need a tight end that you can count on. You're going to need somebody else in that backfield as a running back. There's a lot of things that this offense needs, too. So it's not just all about the defense. This offense is ready to go. They need help on both sides of the football.
The class, according to Pro Football Reference, is a little bit mangy at wide receiver for free agents. Tyreek Hill is at the top of the list only based on the sort by previous AAV. That's how they sorted it.
Yeah.
Mike Evans is 2. 30, what is he? Where's his
33,
age?
I think.
Okay.
I don't think he leaves Tampa, though.
Christian Kirk.
No, want nothing to do with him.
From the Texans. Debo is 4th on the list, according to SpotRack.com. De'Ami Brown For the Jaguars, you want to bring him back?
You know what? For a small price, why not? He's familiar with the team. For depth.
Two Atwell from the Rams.
So if you're looking for speed, it's there. The problem is that he's somebody that would have thrived in Sean McVay's offense, and he never got the consistency that you were hoping for there. So that worries.
There's a lot of fast guys with average hands or just can't run routes.
Yes.
Marquise Brown, next on the list, is exactly that guy.
Yeah.
Another fast guy who's just whatever. Juwan Jennings for the Niners. Now, if we're going to shop at the Niners store,
I'd go Juwan Jennings.
I would shop Juwan Jennings because he'll be a lot cheaper, and I think he's got some dog sort of traits to him. Khalif Raymond is next. Rashid Shaheed is a UFA.
He's going to
from
be
the Seahawks.
There's another name you haven't mentioned yet.
DeAndre Hopkins is still around at 33 and a half years old.
No, thank you. We don't need to go older at receiver.
Greg Dortch, Noah Brown, Keenan Allen, Jahan Dotson, Josh Reynolds, and beyond that, I don't even want to read the names because you're really
there's one that you did forget that actually would be. It's probably
difference maker.
Alec Pierce,
receiver
out of the Colts from the Colts. Yeah, because he's somebody that would be.
Why is he not on my list?
It might just be based on.
Oh yeah, there it is, way down there.
Because you're looking at they're basing it on what he made previously, right?
Okay.
Not in terms. This isn't ranking in terms of skill set. So,
hey, look at this. Juju Smith-Schuster still in the league.
Yeah,
still don't want him, though.
No.
Thank you for asking.
No, the pickings are slim when it comes to free agent.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling still in the league.
Yeah.
Don't want him either.
You get one or two deep balls a year from him. Listen, if you're looking for a deep threat, Alec Pierce is that guy, but he's going to probably need about $20 million a year. That's what it's going to cost. But he's not even 26 years old, and he's somebody that can take the top off of a defense. So there's at least a benefit there. I just think if they're going to go to the free agent market, they're going to get a prove-it deal for Brandon Ayuk, and maybe it's even 2 years. The first year is show us what you can do, missing a year and a half of football, and then the second year is the real year. They draft another wide receiver. They got a couple of young guys.
Can we just spend our money on defense? Now,
I would prefer it.
Reading this list of purchasable wideouts has only sort of depressed me.
Zabe, can I interest you in the free agent market on edge rushers, though, real quick?
Please do.
Trey Hendrickson, 31 years old. Just made $29 million a year and has been arguing with the Bengals for years over his deal. Gonna want to get paid. Bradley Chubb, now on the market, maybe.
Hold on, is Trey available?
He's a free agent. He's an unrestricted free agent.
So he ran himself out the door.
He ran himself.
Unless they tag him.
They could tag him.
Okay.
So we have to wait until March 3rd, I think, is the last day to tag players.
I was never a Hendrickson truther. But he didn't have a good year. A lot of that, though, had to do with the fact you were going to have to trade for him and then pay him. If I just have to pay him, that changes the equation.
But at 31 years old, what are you giving him?
I know. I'm more open to the idea. I'm not wild about it. Go on.
So you've got Bradley Chubb now on the market.
Shook free
from Miami, so maybe it's a 1-year deal. So there's somebody that can help you with that. Khalil Mack is next up. He's 35 almost. Hassan Reddick's 31. Joey Bosa's almost 31.
Where did you get Khalil Mack?
How about Leonard Floyd, who's 33? I mean, this is what you have on the free agent market with receivers and edge rushers, and that's why the draft is going to be so important, is they're going to be looking for some guys that are cheaper, even though they've got the cap space, and younger for the oldest roster in the NFL. Free agent Trey Hendrickson is a previous regime free agent signing. I don't think that's this team unless he's willing to take a short-term deal. If Trey Hendrickson comes in at 2 years, okay, but he's not going to take a 2-year, $50-something million deal. He's going to want to get paid. It's probably his last payday. And in the past, you came to Washington for that one extra last payday, and they're not going to do that this time around.
I'm trying to sort through in my brain the notion of bringing back Von Miller and then adding Khalil Mack. And then just sit back with our arms folded like, look at how good we are from 6 years ago.
Right, it would be a great
What
edge.
a sick, we got both these guys. Look how sick we are.
And that's really what we're looking at now.
2018 called and said congratulations on that edge pair you've got
and really what it comes down to, if you're looking at free agent edge rushers, you're going to have to identify talent that you think will be in a spot to succeed getting a bigger opportunity like a Dorrance Armstrong, who was their best pass rusher before he got hurt this year. So if you're going to be able to look at somebody that's, say, 24, 25 years old, hitting that free agent market, and this is an opportunity to give them an expanded role in this defense, then it's a different setup. But they're going to have to really draft well this draft because there's not a ton. The biggest positions of need for them, well, everything is on defense. But when it comes to edge rusher, there's not a lot in free agency. That's why I say trade for Max Crosby. Again,
oh,
he's 28.
Here we go.
And let me point this out to you too, Zabe. I've been saying this since December, and everybody yelled at me on social media for this. And now everybody's talking about trading for Max Crosby. I was the early adopter, thank you very much. Now everybody's like, Max Crosby to the Commanders. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, of course it does. And what I would rather see them do, because again, look at this free agent market. This is a need, and this is somebody that wants out. This is somebody that you now know wants out. It's public, even though we won't say it publicly. So the market is slightly down where you can say, listen, Raiders, he might not show up. We'll offer you a first. Here's a second down the road.
No, God, no.
It's going to happen.
No.
What else
first.
Are you gonna do? What else are you doing?
No first.
What else are you doing?
Draft players with our first rounders. Don't give them away.
What happened when they did that with Chase Young? There's no guarantee that somebody that is a great pass rusher.
There's also no
in college.
guarantee you're going to keep picking rubber chickens
with
your first round picks.
But there is with the position of need they have. This is somebody is one of the best edge rushers in the NFL in his prime.
I get it. You have a lot of empty lots on Max Crosby Island. You're the number one landowner there. You want Max Crosby Island to be fully developed so you can make a ton of money.
I would love it.
You have a lot of shares invested in this.
And I'm convincing everyone to buy real estate with it too.
You are
Get in
pitching
with me.
it. Get in now. Get in now before it takes off.
Because listen, Ruben Bain might not be on the board, and I'm not even convinced that 6'3", 275, that he's actually an edge rusher with the short little crocodile arms that he's got going on.
T-Rex arms.
Is David Bailey somebody out of Texas Tech who is very good? Maybe could be a great edge rusher for you, but Max Crosby is. There are not a lot of choices out there. There are not a lot of choices for this team.
This is the truth, though, about all free agency is that you're getting pretty well-used vehicles that have a Carfax report of some degree on them.
There's been at least one accident.
Yeah, otherwise the teams that are letting them go would keep them. That's the bottom line. And you and I have seen over the years the Danny regime, boy, they would love buying these guys.
Now, Dante Fowler's a free agent again. He had a good year 1 year here, went back to Dallas, bring him back here again. I mean, this is what you're working with right now.
I know.
This is what you're working with. 800-636-1067. From a wide receiver perspective, Brandon Ayuk, Tyreek Hill. Zabe wants neither, but he picked one, and he says Tyreek Hill is the guy. Brandon Ayuk, this is the only time, Zabe, the only time that I would take Brandon Ayuk is if I think it's happening.
Good Lord.
I think it's happening.
Lord help us.
One of those, Brandon Ayuk or Tyreek Hill, could be in Washington next year.
Dang.
Which one would you take? 800-636-1067. And if you want to throw an edge rusher in there, you can too. Because now we're getting
Never too early to start shopping virtually. Free agency does not begin for another month, I believe.
No, March 11th. March 11th is the official open of free agency. But
4 weeks.
Yeah.
28 days.
Now let's be honest. Everybody's talking right now. There's stuff going on behind the scenes, even if it's not the legal tampering period.
12 days left in Feb.
Yep.
By the way, kudos to us. We're almost half done with this miserable month.
Oh, it's so cold and just awful. I'm so over it.
Yesterday was so depressing.
And you know what, though?
Dark.
It washed away all of the salt and
wet.
melted snow, though. I'll take it. Saturday was great.
42 and rain.
But at least that wasn't snow. The last thing we need is more snow piled up on all that crap.
But good job by us. We're well halfway through this stupid month.
And you know what? I like your positive mindset on this.
And we're through Valentine's Day. Did you get through Valentine's Day okay?
It's
unscathed?
Unscathed.
No incidents? No arguments?
Planned ahead.
Okay,
it
good
all
for
went
you.
well.
Well done.
Go simple with roses. You can't go wrong with roses to start, and you're good. 800-636-1067. Free agency for the Commanders. Tyreek Hill's now on the market as well. Would you take him? Zabe would. I would not. Brandon Ayuk, if I had to, I guess I'd go him. 800-636-1067. Zabe and Ashooh in for Grant and Danny on the Fan. Czaban Ashooh in for Grant and Danny. Tyreek Hill's a free agent. Brandon Ayuk's going to be on the market. Commanders need a receiver, Zabe. They got some baggage, but, maybe still some talent, some knee injuries, some personalities that clash. But, hey, they can catch a football still, right? So that's all that matters.
Yeah.
No?
Yes. Got to spend on somebody. They have the money to spend, and they got to spend it.
It is a dangerous game to play, though, when you do that. You got to spend because you got the money, and then, the difference is if you're looking at the Commanders and where they are now, this is a team that doesn't have the luxury of just slowly rebuilding things after the complete regression of 5-12 this past year and being the oldest team in the NFL for a good portion of it. You've got to be able to look around and say, we have needs, we have the money to spend, but you still have to do it relatively smartly. And it's why, honestly, I would take neither one of these guys, but if you had to pick one, it's going to be Brandon Ayuk. He's 27 years old. It's Jaden Daniels' former teammate at Arizona State. He's campaigning for him, and in the end, I think he's in burgundy and gold for maybe a 1 or 2 year deal. I think he comes to Washington. I think Tyreek Hill is far less of an opportunity there. Here's what I'd rather see. And again, this is all with the money. Don't overspend on these guys. And I know that this is a very broad way to look at it.
Don't overspend.
But if you could get Ayuk on a 1 year deal.
Easier said than done.
And if you could get Deebo Samuel back on a shorter term deal too, now we're talking their roles are a little bit smaller.
Now we got the Niners all over again.
Well, that's, listen, those teams had some success.
I know.
Let's bring in Jawan Jennings while we're at it. Just get them all.
Yeah, get nuts.
Remember the years ago when they did this with the Jets? They had all the former Jets. Yeah, the
exactly.
Jetskins. It's the same thing.
The running back who was their third down back, and then Lavernius Coles.
Was it Chad Morton?
Chad Morton.
Yeah, Lavernius Coles. Yeah, ding ding. I don't know where the bell is, but yeah.
All right, so currently,
there's your bell, buddy.
According to Spot Rack, where do the Commanders rank in terms of money available? Cap space.
So I think right now it's 6th, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
okay.
No, 5th is right.
But it can change, obviously.
And unfortunately, it's other than one team, it's not a good neighborhood because all the teams that have money are bad teams.
Mm-hmm.
The Chargers at 3 are the only good team in the group. Here's your
think about that. You win a
Super Bowl
Super Bowl
champs,
and you have the
and they're
6th
number
most
6.
cap space.
Yeah.
God. Yeah. It's the average age too of Seattle is 26 years old.
Yeah, you want to hear the bottom 5?
Yes, and by the way, a lot of the teams in the bottom are all in the NFC East, which is great news.
Cleveland, Dallas, Minnesota, New Orleans, and Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
The bill has come due for the Chiefs.
Finally.
Good. Pay up, sir.
Yes. Commanders still the oldest team, 27.3 years old. San Francisco right behind them with Atlanta, and then Denver at 27. Houston's under that. So Commanders still sit there at the very top. A lot of money, but they're going to have to spend it on some younger. That's really where the key is you're going to have to be able to look at some guys and say they're going to make it in our system because they're going to get more of an opportunity. And I think that helps. That's also why I don't think Tyreek Hill is the answer at 31 coming off of a knee injury, but Brandon Ayuk at 27 coming off of a knee injury. Come on, we all know this. That you're less Peter Griffin in your 30s. Ooh, it's a lot different in your 30s coming off of a knee injury than it is in your 20s. All right, Lap's in DC. What's up, Lap?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
Hey, Czaban, big fan of yours, man. Tell my boy Scott Lynn I said what's up, man. I've been listening to you since I was young, man.
Thank you. Will do.
Yeah. I definitely take Brandon Ayuk. But Tyreek Hill, man, he just so special, man. I just don't want to deal with the off-field issues he has.
We'll let the courts deal with that. We'll let the family courts deal with that.
Yeah, if he could just come in and play, bro, he would be so spectacular with Jaden Daniels, man.
Yeah, I know.
But Brandon Ayuk is like, he's familiar with him, and hopefully, like, if we get him for the cheap and he comes out and ball out, man, that would be a steal for us. And in the draft, guys, I want to know who would you guys draft with the 7? Because I know Doc always say Love. I like Tate, man. I really like Tate. I think Tate would be special with Jaden.
Thanks, Lap. Yeah, I think
defense.
I am defense all the way. I'm defense. Again, they have needs on both sides of the ball, but they have more needs on defense. And if David Bailey out of Texas Tech, the edge there, is available, But there's also Caleb Downs. They could use help deep at safety. So Caleb Downs could be a tremendous talent there. There's talent available.
BDPA, best defensive player available.
I'm down for that.
BDPA. Repeat after me.
Is that like always leave early? ALE?
ALE, yes, exactly.
ALE theory.
The top cap hits as we approach franchise day tomorrow for individual players. This is, again, which is on the books. It doesn't mean they're going to hit because they could obviously waive some of these guys. But you know who is the number one cap hit on the books for a single player next year?
For the Commanders or anybody?
For any team in the league. He didn't play a snap last year. Very much hated in the town that he plays in. Deshaun Watson.
Oh, yeah, duh. Yeah.
Do you know what his cap hit is on paper?
It's got to be over $60 million.
80?
No, it's not. Is it really?
Yes, it is.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Mahomes' cap hit is $78 million, and they're going to have to dial that down. They're going to have to do some sort of mathematics on that. Lamar's hit in Baltimore is 74.
Yeah, but at least it's Lamar Jackson.
Dak is 74. Goff is 69 for the Lions.
But that's the market you pay for quarterbacks.
And then you got Josh Allen at 56, and then here's the real pain. You ready? Number 7 and 8 on the cap hit list, Tua at 56, and Kyler Murray at 52.
Two teams that have said, I'm done. I'm out. I'm out of this world. But that's an interesting thing, because if you look too at the free agent, or let's not even call it the free agent market. Let's just call it the quarterback market. Draft, it's Fernando Mendoza, nobody else in the first round. Anybody that could be available at quarterback, Kirk Cousins is probably going to get released. That's your bridge quarterback.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray and Tua, massive contracts, owed a lot of money. I think the cap hit for Tua is $99 million. In dead money. The dead money. The dead money.
Oh, yeah. No,
they're going to 99.
They're going to be paying off Tua for a while. It's a credit card bill that is just a monster.
It's Christmas going into the summer.
It's like paying off your daughter's destination wedding if you're a parent down there. I look at Tua and Kyler as rehab projects, and one of the two may work out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I used to be much more cocky about declaring guys toast as players. If the bones are good, or a disaster and a money pit. You just don't know.
Neither one of them played for well-run organizations. Sam Darnold started off with the Jets. Horrible dumpster fire. Baker Mayfield started off in Cleveland, and look where he got once he actually went. Everybody forgets he actually spent some time with the Rams.
And Darnold are the examples of proper rehabs.
Yes, and we could argue Daniel Jones might be going that direction too before he got hurt. He was. I know it's too early to tell, but he looked. They started off 7-1.
I know,
but
they were
good.
They were a running team.
Okay. But
I don't know if Daniel Jones belongs.
It helps to have a run game too.
Okay, fair enough. I don't think Daniel Jones is the passer that these other guys are when they're right.
That's fair.
So, yeah, we'll see. I guess the thing about guys like Tua and Kyler, you have to really be able to assess how much do they love football and how motivated are they to keep believing in themselves and keep working and working, like a Sam Darnold did. And if you feel like one of those two guys has it, then you're much more inclined to say we're in the business. Now, the word is neither guy love football that much.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's, well, we know that with Kyler. There was a video game
Call of Duty clause.
Even though they lie, it doesn't exist. Yeah, we all knew that it exists. Exactly. But I always call it Jay Cutler syndrome. There's a coach somewhere that thinks they can get the most out of the physical gifts that a quarterback has, but it's got to be what goes on upstairs, too. They got to have something there that actually is more than just the physical gifts. Tommy's in Maryland. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey.
Tommy.
I actually think that we need to go ahead and go with Tyreek Hill, man.
Okay.
Sell me on him. Yeah. Let's go. Sell us on Tyreek. Let's go. Turn your radio down, by the way, while you're at it. Thank you very much.
Okay. You can hear me now?
Yes,
we
sir.
got you, Tommy. Sell us on Tyreek Hill over Brandon Ayuk.
I mean, the thing is, like I said, I think Tyreek Hill, even if he's not catching 5-6 footballs a game, he can open up the offense for a lot of guys. I think he can improve your run game because you have to worry about him beating you downfield. He can get McLaurin open. He's already a threat by himself. And then, to addition, if we can get another tight end, man. I mean, I'm okay with Senate, but I ain't seen enough of it. But I just feel like Tyreek Hill can just open up the offense for us.
Tyreek Hill is tempting, Zabe, but at the same time, at 31 and a knee injury, that's the concern. And remember, Brandon Ayuk actually was elite in terms of his own yak back in his prime in San Francisco, too. So there is the ability for him, not to the Tyreek Hill level in Tyreek Hill's prime, but Brandon Ayuk can take the top off of a defense to a point, too.
Yeah, but not truly
not
one of one
not
caliber.
To the level of Tyreek Hill. I get that.
The 3 years of Deshaun Jackson here were pretty damn fun.
Man.
Because
it was one or two catches, but it was 100 yards on those 2 catches.
Right. I mean, if he had a 3-catch, 169-yard day, then you won the game because he wrecked teams. And he made Kirk a lot of money, too.
Yeah, he did.
Because Kirk definitely figured out how to get the ball to him. Here's what's amazing about Deshaun Jackson. His average per catch when he first came here in his age 28 season was 20.9.
That is a monster number.
20.9 on only 56 catches. But it didn't matter that the volume was low because the yards per was so high. His touchdowns, 6, 4, and 4. But his yards per were good, and he had 56, 30, and then 56 catches. It's a good time.
Now, if I can tell you,
it's a good time.
Alec Pierce, 21.3 yards per catch this past season, 22.3 back in 2024.
I think you're not the only guy, just from what I've seen and heard, that is on the Alec Pierce thing.
No, it's going to cost you $20 million a year to start. That's the baseline for him.
I believe that the rest of the league knows.
Oh, it's no secret.
He's the below the radar guy. That's the dude to go get, and he's going to get expensive.
He's going to get very expensive, and there's going to be a lot of teams that have the same ideas. You see what he can do. You know he can take the top off of defense, and it gives your quarterback with a strong arm, or not even a strong arm. Sometimes it's just dump it off to that guy and let him make plays, but he's not maybe as shifty as opposed to it's just going deep on a seam route or something along those lines. But yeah, Alec Pierce is going to get well over $20 million a year, and it may not be in Washington. Here's the thing, too. They do have some young talent at receiver. It's just getting it to, we actually saw, and again, this isn't enough what they have, but we did see some flashes of Luke McCaffrey as more than just a return man. And then Jalen Lane is another guy that can return the football, but can he be somebody that steps up as a receiver that you can count on out of the slot a little bit more, somebody that's going to give you those big play moments? They got some younger guys that have the potential there, but you can't just lean on that and expect that to be your entire receiving core going back this year. So they've got to draft somebody. They got to find at least one person in free agency that's going to take the top off of defense to a point, and maybe it's a combination of those two, but that's what we're looking at. So we'll see. There's a lot of needs for this Commanders team without question.
I have needs, Helen. What about my needs?
He's Steve Czaban. I'm Nick Ashooh. We're in for Grant and Danny. Czaban, Nick Ashooh, in for Grant and Danny. You know, it's tough sometimes. When I look back on the history of the Commanders, and obviously there's a lot of really, really lean years, a lot of losing seasons, a lot of bad seasons. But even in those years, there was always a few fan favorites, right? And we could go down the list of all kinds of guys that.
Well, there wasn't a lot of losing Commander seasons. There was a lot of losing Redskins.
Well,
seasons.
Yes, that's a
and
good
I will
point.
say that word,
and no, it's fine. I say
without
it
hesitation.
Too. I say
but
it too.
To be clear,
it is a habit that I say Commanders. Yeah, it's become the habit now. And then people say Redskins. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. But when I do talk about the history, normally, yes, I do say Redskins, and I still will. Not afraid.
When it seems like when it rains, it pours, and it's pouring right now for former Redskins. It just, the Sonny thing hit hard, even though we knew he had already lived an epic and very long life.
Yeah.
But to reckon with that mortality of a beloved former Redskin, and then the Barry Wilburn story. I remember Barry Wilburn quite vividly. He was one of those second-tier core guys, as Joe Gibbs would say, that made big plays for this team, and to die in a house fire is particularly awful. And then news just yesterday about Trey Johnson passing away on a family vacation at 54 years old of health complications. He obviously, like most NFL linemen, played at a very large weight number. But unlike many offensive linemen who find out a way to slim down once they've stopped playing, that was apparently something that was hard for Trey to do. Now, he had launched this wonderful second career as a teacher at Landon. And he was, he was at Landon, I believe, right? What did I just say to you, the private school? Yes, Landon.
Yes, in
Landon. Bethesda.
Landon School in Bethesda, yeah.
He was doing great there. He was a history teacher, beloved by the young male students that he mentored. And his recent battles with health issues forced him to take a leave of absence. And he was apparently watching a close friend of his, or watching his son play football when he collapsed his hotel at Hampton University. That happened recently, that started this journey medically, and then, passing away like this with your family around. It's so awful. Here's the thing about Trey Johnson that I had to check myself on, because in my mind I go, I think he's the last guy that ... And the answer is he was one of the last guys to play a home playoff game for this franchise.
1999, right?
Against the Lions, and he got ejected from the game.
That's right.
As a brawl broke out late in the game, he bumped into an official, just accidentally knocked his hat off.
We know they don't care.
And he was fined and suspended a game. The suspension was withheld until the following season. He played the following week in Tampa, when obviously they had a chance, the Redskins did, to tie the game on a late field goal, but there was a bad snap from Dan Turk, who walked home to his hotel room afterwards and, distraught, later died of cancer not very long after that. But he was fined $50,000, Trey was, which was one of the largest fines in NFL history at the time. Believe it or not, $50,000.
Yeah.
Now it's 1999, so that's 27 years ago now going on.
$50,000's $50,000 for anybody still. That's a chunk of change.
It was kind of a bad deal, because he was in the melee just kind of going at a guy, and he ended up striking back Judge Bill Levy, and he knocked his hat off. But it's just so hard to absorb these things, because a lot of us, you kind of forget, like, what happened to Trey Johnson? Well, he's teaching at Landon, and he's doing great, and then you're like, 54.
Yeah.
So rest in peace, Trey Johnson, and prayers to his family and everything in this time, because it's just very tough.
He was a Pro Bowler back in 1999, and I remember as a young lad growing up and trying to find something positive with this team that I was a fan of. Trey Johnson was always that guy. He was one of those fan favorites. Everybody loved him, and he left and went to Cleveland, and then came right. I just always think of Trey Johnson as one of those players during that era, though 1999 was a great year. That was the Brad Johnson year. That offense was
Michael
potent.
Westbrook, Albert Connell year.
Yeah, it was a season. I remember they were the second best offense in the NFL behind the Rams, and that was the Rams that won the Super Bowl. And
of SI at one point that year. They were lighting teams up. It was a lot of fun back then. He was a star at Temple, which is interesting because Temple's not a football power.
No.
But drafted 31st overall in the first round and went on to have a great career with us and briefly with the Browns. Leaves behind a wife, Irene, and 4 children, Chloe, EJ, EZ, and Eden. And that kind of devastation is hard to get your head around. But rest in peace, Trey Johnson. Very sad. And it's part of life.
Yeah, and it's one thing when you look at Sonny Jurgensen passing, and long life, and
90 whatever it was,
54 just too young, and it's hard when you hear these stories, especially when you remember players playing, and then you see this, and it's like, wow, life comes at you fast.
So if I may, Lord, we've had enough. Let's slow down.
Yeah,
because as a football fan base, it's been a lot. It's been heavy. It's been heavy the last couple of weeks.
The rule of threes. What do they always say? That's three Redskins.
Do you believe in that?
I mean,
do you believe in the rule of three? By the way,
the proof is in the pudding. Unfortunately,
speaking of passing away, Robert Duvall just an hour ago passed away.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Can
we take a break from all this?
I know,
man.
Well, look. What do you? We want our idols, our stars.
95 though. Again,
I know
and I know no matter what, but
he had a residence out in Middleburg, by the way. Robert Duvall.
Really?
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Like a low
Middleburg's
key.
beautiful. Love it out there.
Big money too.
Yeah.
I mean, we could spend, and maybe we could spend a segment or two, but we could spend many segments talking about our favorite Robert Duvall roles.
Oh my gosh.
And why we love them so much. Now, he played a sort of a similar archetype in each one. But man, oh man, that guy was edge of your seat, compelling box office.
I mean, you're going back to The Godfather, back in the 70s. So and that's just the beginning.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a long list of Robert Duvall's filmography. I mean, every Godfather, Days of Thunder, throw that out there. I mean,
Cole, come on, Cole, you got to get low. Get out of the smoke, Cole. Come on now.
He's in Apocalypse Now. Don't forget that one.
Apocalypse Now.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
I mean, just it is. I mean, it is something else. If you look at actors, and
he was also a scout in The Natural with Redford.
That's right. Yes, I love that movie. All-time great sports movie. All-time great. The Eagle has landed. I mean, it's just the endless amounts of movies from Robert Duvall.
I also think he was. Hold on, let me get this real quick here.
The quick search?
Yes, quick search.
All right.
He was also in The Paper, 1994, co-starring Michael Keaton, Glenn Close, and others. He played a crusty old editor.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a perfect part for him, He was in Gone in 60 Seconds, too. Yeah.
Right, when I say crusty old, it's like, that's what he did.
You know what? It's like when people make fun of actors for playing the same part over and over again. You know what I look at that as? That's job security.
Sure it is.
Because you know that you can do the same part and there's always a need for it. In a volatile industry like that, that's job security. So if Will Ferrell is the same character over and over again, or Robert Duvall was the same character over and over again, you know what? It worked for him. I mean, I'm looking at the list of Robert Duvall movies, and it's a long one. If you really want to go up with a classic, Kicking and Screaming, Zabe. There was with Will Ferrell. There you
go. Duvall, according to this byline, passed away in Middleburg in his home.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
I didn't know you had a place out of there in Middleburg. It's always funny when there's somebody you don't realize is like it has a place in our area, like Pat Sajak in Annapolis.
Duvall described his historic estate between Middleburg and the Plains as, quote, the last station before heaven. He loved it. We're Middleburg adjacent, but we're really just west of Purcellville. That's all it is. It's not actually Middleburg. You can take a road that we're on a good 15 miles, and then you're in Middleburg.
But you still get the rolling hills and the landscape.
No,
Come
I know.
on now. You still get all that.
Listen,
That's what matters.
Right. Without the Middleburg expensive zip code.
Well, that's
for sure.
true. I mean, this
and then
is
if you want for a weekend, you just go tootle down to Middleburg and
That's
say,
it.
"Oh, look at all the rich people down here."
Yes, we're going to Middleburg this weekend, Zabe, on a nice vacation.
His home, Burnley Farm, featured a 3-story Georgian fieldstone farmhouse built circa 1820.
Hope they did some upgrades.
He was active in local preservation, notably opposing a proposed Amazon data center in Fauquier County.
They want those data centers out that way.
Well, great. Now that he's gone, here come the data centers.
Yeah, probably.
We don't have the money or the oomph of Robert Duvall.
He fought the fight as long as he could. As long as he could.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. All right. Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh in for Grant and Danny on the Fan. Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh in for Grant and Danny on the Fan, on the Odyssey app, streaming on YouTube as well. Got all kinds of clips going out. Good job, Ryan Clary, getting all that stuff out on the gram. All of the socials. I'm at Nick Ashooh on all the socials. You're Zabe. Very simple.
Charlie, Zulu, Alpha, Bravo, Echo. You can also get my podcast wherever you want to get podcasts, Zabecast on that. I talked today about the Olympics a bit because I am a big fan of the Winter Olympics, and I'm a fan that they've gone back to what should be the roots of Winter Games, which is European mountain cities.
Yes.
We're talking Innsbruck, Milan, places like that. No offense to Japan, who had a good Winter Games up in their mountains. No offense to South Korea, who did the same. But this is where this event belongs. It belongs here, and it belongs either in America, somewhere like Utah. Although this year, I don't know about Utah. I know Colorado got no snow.
No, we got all the snow.
Right, exactly. the way the jet stream went. Or Canada, obviously. That's where the Winter Games belong. So they've nailed it on that. The games have been compelling. I enjoy NBC's presentation of it. I do want to sit down at night and watch it like a 3-hour TV show where they've condensed and they've curated all the results. Now, there are people that are actually very much anti the way NBC is doing this, and including their sort of inclusion of the human interest stories. Okay?
That's always been a part of it, though.
It has, but I
That's
just
not
got
anything new.
I got this email today. One David Lindsay, he writes to say, I don't know why anyone watches the ad Olympics, meaning commercials. Most of it's on tape delay, and it's full of ads. Yeah, that's what pays the bills.
Yeah,
you know how expensive
it's
these
billions of
games
dollars
were?
they've spent on this.
It's also stuffed with all this human interest story bleep. You can sing Rune Arledge's praises all you want, saying he was the guy that brought in the human interest element to the Olympic coverage, but that bleep sucks. Endless puff pieces with gauzy lighting and trinkly piano music. It was such a struggle for this athlete. All they had to go through. Oh my, sarcasm equals on. We could do it like every other country and just watch the events as they happen, but no. Well, bleep all that noise. I can get the results in real time and watch clips online.
Who hurt this guy's feelings? That's what I want to know.
My response to him was simply, wow, David, you're in a dark place.
I mean, to be that upset about human interest stories at the Olympics, here's one of the great things about those. You don't know a lot of these athletes. We're not paying attention to them like we're paying attention to everything LeBron James does.
I know.
This is how you get background. And by the way, you know what people love? They love underdog stories. You know what Sam Darnold's story, what made it so great, was that he was an underdog that won the Super Bowl. People love this. What does every sports movie involve? Underdogs.
Right.
So this dude right here needs therapy. If he's not already in it, he needs a therapist.
There was a clip yesterday of the moguls where they raced side by side.
Oh, yeah.
And the one guy got way turned around on the moguls.
He finished backwards?
Yes, he flipped. He flipped the wrong way on the final jump, kept on his skis, and finished backwards. Absolute carnage,
what a
mayhem,
badass, though.
And it was nearly a tie. He didn't come like weaving in 10 seconds later backwards. He almost won the race going backwards.
It's like watching it's Ricky Bobby finishing a race backwards, right? Just turning around. We're gonna win this race.
We're gonna win this race, exactly. The drone shots have been amazing.
Mm-hmm.
My only complaint is I want more. I want to watch the entire ski competition from only the drone perspective. Now, my wife came in the room and says, "Oh, that makes me dizzy. I can't watch that." I'm like, give it all to me. They only give you like a 10 or 12-second chunk of the race, but I love watching it.
You're in the minority, though, because you love technology. You love like all these different ways.
The minority.
I think a lot of people don't want to watch those
technology.
Like I like alternate camera angles on any sporting event. Give me the Madden view sometimes in an NFL broadcast. They won't do that. I like that. I like drones. So I'm
you think
with you
we're
on
in
that.
the minority?
I think we're in the minority. I think a lot of people want what they're familiar with and what looks simple versus changing it up. I don't think people, because they're not used to it and it throws them off, it doesn't bother me.
Right. So I've enjoyed these Olympics. The ratings are very good, they say. The ticket sales have been very strong, which is also good. And there's good storylines. Now,
have you watched the Gold Zone?
No.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Is it really?
It's so good.
Our boy Siciliano on that?
He does a great job with it. John Hansen does it as well, and they've got other people.
Is that at night you watch
It's
it?
during the day.
Oh, it's
It's during the day. It's a daytime thing. So you can have it on in the background. They'll jump around to hockey and
they'll say, okay, here's what's going on here.
Yeah. It's literally
I just
NFL
wait for
Red Zone.
I wait for the curated stuff at night.
Which, again, you're getting kind of that idea.
Sure.
They're taking the curated and they're taking Red Zone. They're putting it together and giving you all these events. But they'll go quad box all the time. And it's just like,
the
there it
Gold
is.
Zone quad
And here it's
box.
Siciliano do it. And it's just like, there we go. They do a fantastic job with it. And it's a great, I mean, again, it's like NFL Red Zone, same thing where you're going to get updated on everything. Yeah, I'm with you. The coverage has been great. I've watched it all on Peacock. I'm big because you have so many different options with the actual Peacock edition here, and there's other choices. I love it. But I'm I'm big into all the digital platforms.
Okay.
And,
all right. So you're watching it on the cock.
I'm watching
You're
it
watching
on the cock. Yep, the colorful cock. Yeah, exactly.
So the thing about the Olympics is, even though that's going great, there's 3 big storylines that are controversies or scandals or just weird stories. The number one weirdest story is the acid penis injection story for the ski
Which
jumpers.
I still don't understand how this even works.
Let me try to explain it.
Please do.
The German newspaper Bild reported that several of the ski jumpers had been injecting their penises with hyaluronic acid to make them bulge in advance of their Olympic mandated suit fitting. The Olympics competition committee mandates a in-person suit fitting for your tight-fitting spandex ski jump suit. And if you can go in there with a big old chubby, that will increase the amount of surface area of your suit, and that will give you an extra 1/10 of a second of airtime, which may be enough to carry you down the hill another 8 inches and win gold and be legend in your hometown of Uzbekistan.
Because there's a bulge, then the suit fits and there's more
Hold on.
space?
So it's a temporary injection.
Right.
Of hyaluronic acid, HYU, whatever.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's not the kind of acid that would rot your penis.
I would hope they don't go that far. I feel like that would really ruin the rest of your life for one moment.
Right. And so what happens in theory, and this is not proven, this is a report of a German newspaper which says they're doing this, that when you go get fitted, and the Olympic guy's like, oh boy, you're really... Would you watch some exciting movie this morning? Why are you so bulgy down there? That they fit the suit, and then your penis goes back to more normal size, and your suit is a little looser, and it's got a little bit more flappage, and it gives you better lift.
So the flappage helps because it's catching the wind.
The whole thing about...
But wouldn't you want aerodynamics so there's wind resistance and you can fly through the wind?
One would think.
That's what I don't understand with this.
Listen, they're the ones doing it, not me.
How much would you have to get paid to inject your manhood with this acid?
To make it a big old Olympic-sized hog?
Yeah, what would be the price tag for you?
Now, do I get to run around the village using the free condoms to try it out?
You do. In fact, you can streak on the next... You can streak at an NFL game. How about that?
No, I don't want to do that. I want to use the free condoms at the Olympic Village to meet a sweet-looking Latvian bobsledder and have myself a good old night of sexy time with my hyaluronic acid penis.
But we haven't established, does it fully work when the acid is in there as well?
I don't know.
Okay, you're supposed to know these things.
Listen.
You're supposed to be the penis expert here.
No, listen. I'm just worried about getting the Latvian bobsledder into my dorm. once she's
if they're
in
window shopping, you just want to make sure that you get.
Listen, once she's in, then I'll work on the rest.
That's when you have to temper the expectations and deal with the disappointment.
Yes, she'll be.
Yeah, this is not what I signed up for.
Yes,
well,
right.
yeah, sorry.
Oh, that lasted shorter than one of my bobsled runs. Honey, it's a wild ride, but it's a minute 53 you'll never forget. Now let's keep her moving. That's story number one. Story number two was the fact that the French just don't learn, and they keep cheating at figure skating because the French judge who gave the gold to the French team and screwed our Americans. Don't ask me the names. I wouldn't have invested in the story.
That was ice dancing, not figure skating.
Thank you.
Ice dancing. There
Thank you, Metal Chris,
yes.
who's into these sports.
Yes.
Ice dancing. But the French score on a chart was wildly out of phase with every other judge. So it was just like, yeah, no, that sucked. And then their score for the French skaters was wildly out of phase in positive fashion. Now, this goes back 24 years.
Yeah.
To 2002, and Marie Lagune and the French judge, that was her name at the time, who gave a overly bad score to Soleil and Pelletier, the Canadian heartthrobs of the 2002 Olympics. Do you remember how adorable Jamie Soleil was as a figure skater? I'll call a picture up if you forget.
I need a picture. By the way, your memory with this is fantastic.
Well, I had to look it up. I had vague memories, and then I looked it up. Thank you, Google was open.
Well, there's always just a little bit more, but yeah, it was always I think there was a jealousy of the adorableness that was there, and that's part of the reason why. Let's see a picture. You're calling it up, turning it around. I mean, just
there is the iconic duo.
Picture perfect.
I know. They weren't quite as good as Torville and Dean, who are the goats of this kind of thing, but the lovely Ms. Soleil and David Pelletier got screwed by the French judge to the point that when they had the inquiry, the Olympics then decided to award 2 gold medals.
I remember that.
Two gold medals.
Gold medalists.
Right.
It's like co-MVP in the NFL.
And then the third unfortunate story involves curling. The Canadians do not accept the fact that the world has caught up to them in their favorite stupid sport of curling. This used to be theirs.
And they're not even sorry about it.
They're not even sorry.
Not even sorry. We're not sorry, eh?
They're not sorry.
No.
Right. This is what Canada has had for years to hold on to as their own things. Hockey, curling, Tim Hortons Donuts. Hockey, curling, Tim Hortons Donuts.
Labatt Blue.
Maybe Labatt Blue.
Yeah.
Okay. And Rush. But other than that, that's what they've got. All right. And the rest of the world getting better at curling. So now what are they doing? They're cheating. They're cheating with the old double touch of the granite.
Don't touch the granite.
Don't touch the granite.
Never touch the granite. No touchy.
And what's wild to me is that the Swedes knew they were double touching, and the Swedes told their broadcast, national broadcasters to set up a camera on the hog line, my favorite description. The hog line, named after a 17th century Scottish slang for a hog, a term for a young, weak sheep, or metaphorically, a stone that failed to travel far enough. That's where the term came from.
Okay.
So the hog line is the key line, and they said, set up a camera that looks right at the hog line because we think the Canadians are double touching it. And sure enough, they caught him double touching.
Did they call it the hog camera?
I don't know.
Great.
I don't know. They caught him double touching, and then the Canadians were indignant. The one guy cursed out the Swede, saying, screw you, and expletives. And the Swedes were just very calm, like, don't worry, it's on the camera. What camera? And now the Canadians are accusing the Swedes of illegally filming them because they had the brains and the foresight to go, hey, we should put a camera here. Now, I don't understand it because with all the sweeping, the furious sweeping that goes on, the length of the slide, it would seem like that would make up far more than any extra touch at the hog line. Right? That a tiny touch, the likes of which the Canadians were doing, which technically is illegal, that amount of force can be managed with the sweeping. The sweeping is the fine-tuned adjustment of the throw. both in terms of its speed and its curvature, from what I understand.
You've done a lot of research, actually. I'm just going to kick back and listen more here. What else you got for me?
I don't know.
All
now,
right. That's okay, good. We've maxed out the knowledge of curling now.
Now, here's the question that we got to put to the phone lines. 800-636-1067. I love curling that it exists. It's a silly, dumb sport meant only because Canada has 237,000 rinks that adults and co-eds can't play ice hockey on, so what are they going to do?
Well,
they invented curling
why not?
so they could get out there on the ice during the interminable 7 months of winter up there and do something.
Yeah.
Okay? I love that it exists. I'm sure it's very technical. I bet it's kind of hard, but it's got to be the least athletic sport in the world.
I'm trying to think if we're classifying
Least
things as a sport,
athletic.
Yes. That is the one sport
Nobody
where if
gets
you said,
exhausted.
Here's the rules. Can you do it in the Olympics? I'm going to be the guy that says, yes, I could.
The shooter exerts the tiniest amount of force because those stones slide so easily. In fact, it's so tiny of an amount of force, an extra finger could be all that matters. The sweepers, yes, usually one guy or one gal is furiously scrubbing along.
Vigorously is a word that's also used.
Yes.
There's a vigorous
scrubbing
that's
involved.
yes.
There's usually one that is scrubbing as if there is a blood stain in a hardwood floor in the saloon of Deadwood.
I told you not to stab him in the... Do it outside, yeah.
But as I've noticed, the other sweeper is there just in an emergency almost, as if the first sweeper somehow has a medical emergency and collapses. Okay, don't worry, I'm here to help you out.
Don't worry, I got this.
They don't need two sweepers.
Yeah. Well, apparently they do need to. You have to have a backup. You need a backup.
Here's the question.
All right.
What sport is less athletically challenging than curling? 800-636-1067. And this is going to test the definition of sport because motorsports are physically demanding. I don't know if they would be considered athletically challenging. It's nerves and reflexes.
What about drag racing?
The amount of pressure that the body goes through, yes.
Drag racing, Metal Chris, I think, is in the ballpark of least athletic.
Yeah, because at least a IndyCar race or stock, you got to go 500 miles. That's an endurance match at least there. But drag racing?
Now, I don't include darts, billiards as sports. I do include ping pong or table tennis. Because table tennis at the Olympic level is crazy. These guys are 15 feet. Well, they're 15 feet off the edge of the table.
Why don't they make the table bigger, by the way? That's the. I'm going to be that guy. They're standing way off of it.
They don't need to. They don't need to. Yeah, exactly. So what other sport would be less athletically demanding?
Oh, we got a lot of people jump. People have ideas here.
Okay, let's go.
800-636-1067. Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh on the Fan. Danny, Zabe, we were talking about the Olympics. 800-636-1067. What is less athletic than curling? Zabe has touched a couple of nerves. I'll just point that out real quick because I can see people that are waiting.
Already weighed in?
Curling Nation.
They're waiting. They're waiting to get at me. Okay, let's go.
We did mention the hyaluronic, whatever, the acid that people are injecting into the penis acid. There's also a condom shortage at the Olympics. I know it happened again. And according to the Italian organizing committee said in a statement, quote, we can confirm that condom supplies in the Olympic villages were temporarily depleted due to higher than anticipated demand. Additional supplies are being delivered and will be distributed across all villages between today and Monday. That was over the weekend. So in case you're wondering, I don't know if the acid in the penises has anything to do with it, but there are condoms that are completely depleted right now.
There is an update on the acid penis story.
Oh, we have okay.
This just in right now.
Oh, breaking news.
Well, not breaking news,
That would
but
be an awesome band name.
Well,
Acid
you know,
penis?
you being a big metal
Chris,
guy.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
You go to see Metal Penis down in D.C.? Hell yeah.
New York Post story. A plastic surgeon has added a new layer to the Penisgate controversy at the Olympics. Alessandro Latara, a surgeon who performs penis enlarging operations, told USA Today that he provided that surgery with hyaluronic acid to a ski jumper just last month.
Okay.
He said, I did in fact treat an athlete from that sport whose name and nationality I will obviously not disclose, nor whether he is participating in these games. However, I can say that I treated him last month and used a generous dose of hyaluronic acid.
A generous dose.
Doc, give me the full needle.
I want the full entire thing. Stick it in there.
All right, let's go to the phones.
Man. All right. 800-636-1067. A less athletic sport than curling, but I will say this, Zabe, right off the bat. David in Bethesda disagrees with the athleticism of curling. Go ahead, David.
Okay, David.
Yes, so I was thinking about this actually last night because I'm a somewhat fit guy in my early 30s, still play rugby. Had better years in my past than I will in my future.
Okay.
But you know how low off the ground those guys throwing the stones are? Their knees are basically above their back.
True.
And just propping themselves up on that handle. I was looking at that. There is no way I could do that ever in my life.
I don't think you give yourself enough credit, Dave. You still play rugby. I think you could do it.
That is fair that they have to get into a very tortured pose to release the stones. I'll give you that.
The stone.
Release the Kraken.
I'll give you that one on the stone. That's the one that I disagreed with because I see the way that they move their backs and knees, and there's no way.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. You know what I could say? A little yoga might help with that, Zabe.
Yeah.
Get into a little yoga.
At a certain age. Once you're past a certain number, your body's never getting in that position.
That's
not
fair.
by choice, at least.
Right.
Only when you fall out of bed, you'll temporarily be in that position and not be liking it.
Then you're in one of those commercials with the necklaces that have the button to get help if you fall down and can't get up. That's when you get to that point, whatever that's called. I don't remember what those things are called. But
Life alert.
Life alert. There you go. Yes.
I've fallen,
and then I can't get up. All right, Pat in Winchester, you're on the fan. What's up?
Hey, Zabe, I just wanted to say, as somebody who's speaking of age in my 7th decade, half my life in Seattle, half in this area, you are absolutely my favorite on-air sports personality, and I'm a sports fan my whole life. So just listening to guys on the radio, I just wanted to say you're number one, in my opinion.
Well,
so,
thank
but as far as
that said, you are so full of crap. See, I can feel it coming. It's like the disclaimer.
No, it's true. I do. I don't know if you know who Kevin Calabro is, but he was my favorite growing up in Seattle.
Kevin Calabro, great play-by-play man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Big voice.
You are
Kevin
number one.
Calabro.
There's no cynicism. I'm not setting you up. No sarcasm. I'm just telling you legit. But I would just say the only thing I can think is less athletic than curling is like the pistol shooting. I mean, those guys at least they sweep the broom, right? Like that takes something. But pulling a trigger, I mean, anybody could do that. So I just wanted to say I do agree that it's way down there, but I think there's stuff that's less.
All right. Thanks for the call and the fine compliments. Yusuf Dikec is the international sensation. He's the Turkish shooter who doesn't use all the fancy scopes.
That's right.
And he just kind of holds it kind of sideways and he eyeballs it, and he is dead nuts.
What do you think his previous career was?
Assassin.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, it has to be, right? There's no other option.
Right. I mean,
it has to be an assassin.
Like, you see this, you wake up in the middle of the night, you see this guy.
Oh, this guy looks like a Bond villain.
Your blood goes cold.
I mean, it's just glasses, it's one hand, and he's staring at you with absolutely no expression on his face. And he's, sorry, it's just business.
Right.
And that's it.
Look at all the silly glasses and the tech. That the other competitors
they've got
use.
these scopes and everything, and then you just have this guy that just eyeballs it, and everybody look. And you know what? It's probably an intimidation factor.
And he's got one hand in his pocket, which makes it even better.
It's just casually, just
very casual.
And then everybody sits and again wonders how many people he's killed in his life. Mike in Leesburg agrees as well. Pistol shooting for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried curling. It's pretty hard, but at least like with curling, at least the sweepers are getting some kind of a workout. With pistol, you just kind of stand there and pull the trigger. Like, it does require, like, accuracy and precision, but there's no athleticism as far as, like, working out or getting any type of, like, your blood flowing.
All right, thanks for the call.
I will say we're starting to see the pistol shooting they're making a case for it.
I also think that bobsled is very minimal.
I can't disagree with you more on that.
No, you gotta, like, sprint, though, at the beginning.
It's 50 feet of running.
But then you have to steer
50 feet,
it.
that's it.
We are dealing with the forces
Not
of
if
80
you're-
miles an hour,
not
the
if-
G-forces? Do you
not
know
if-
how hard that is to
Listen,
steer something like that?
Listen, not if you are guy number 2, 3, or 4. The 3 dudes behind the driver, they're just sitting there.
Well, they're leaning.
Leaning. Oh,
it's like going on a roller coaster in the dark, though. You can't see anything. You're just zooming along.
Okay, well then,
I don't deny that bobsledding requires elite training and technique to run in the most efficient way and to be able to launch yourself into the bobsled without clambering and having a leg sticking out. That takes training and precision.
You know, Zabe, as someone that just watched Cool Runnings, they needed sprinters, okay? They didn't just pick random dudes in Jamaica. They picked sprinters because they were fast and they were athletic. I can't disagree with you more on that. The disrespect for bobsled, I won't have.
All right.
But I'm fine with the pistol shooting. Bill in Arlington. What's up, Bill?
Zabe, great to hear your voice again. Hey, curling, if you try it, you can go up to the Columbia Ice Gardens or whatever it is up in Columbia. They do like a kind of a corporate event thing. The athleticism of just staying on your feet and not cracking your head open is unbelievable.
Really?
When you put the Teflon sleeve on, the best piece of equipment they give you when you're first learning is a helmet because you're going to smash.
Oh.
It's amazing that they can stand up.
So wait a minute. They don't have shoes that have little nubs on them?
I thought they did. It's like ice shoes,
on the
right?
sliding shoe.
Oh,
they slide. They put on like a slipper that's Teflon.
Okay.
And you literally can't stand up on it. You see when somebody will take one stride and they'll go half the rink. But
okay. So the sliding shoe is the slick one.
Slipper.
But the sweepers have shoes that have some nubs on
they
them,
have
right?
they have regular shoes.
All right, so there's that. Okay, and yeah, you're right. The position of the shooter, or whatever they call that position, the slider, you're getting way down to try to get a good eyeball on it, and you're stretching, you're doing a deep leg bend on that. I can see that.
Right.
I mean, look, but here's the thing. For anyone who's old and fat, of course it's going to be taxing. Of course your muscles are going to hurt.
Fair. Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about in general.
Well, listen, it doesn't matter how great of shape you're in. If you're doing something that you haven't done physically, your body's going to hurt. I don't care how much I go to the gym. When I the snow that I shoveled, the ice encapsulated snowcrete that we had, I hurt for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It was awful.
You know what wrecked me? And we did this, it was a radio station outing, and it was literally 25 years ago. Paintball.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever done paintball?
Hell yeah.
More than once?
Yeah. It hurts, but it's fun.
There's two things about paintball. Number one, getting shot at is terrifying.
I mean, yeah.
And that's just paintball.
Yeah.
That's not real life war.
This is
where you could die.
Yeah.
Your head could explode. This is just, you don't like the sensation of, I'm hiding behind this tree and I hear the paintballs going pop, 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 and I need to stay crouched down here lest I'm out of the game. That alone is terrifying. But the crouching for several hours and the way you move, the next day I'm like, oh my God, this is very exhausting.
You're
sore.
not used to doing it.
Very
And
sore.
that will get you. Ben
and I would
Rockville.
imagine that curling would make me sore.
Ben in Rockville, you're last up. What's up, Ben?
Hey, guys, I got to tell you, I've gained a new respect for curling. The strategy behind it is really impressive.
It is cool.
It takes a lot of mental ability to do the strategy behind it. But
it
also,
is cool.
As I mentioned, shooting. All right, so I've shot against John Cougar. I don't know who he is. So I've done Olympic-style shotgun courses. I've done trap. I actually beat John Cougar.
You shot against John Cougar?
Before.
Little pink houses for you and me?
At the Greenbrier, White Silver Springs, West Virginia. I beat his score in shotgun shooting on Olympic-style shooting course. So I've beaten his course. I've beaten his record. I've done both those things. Shooting, it takes a lot of ability, hand-eye coordination. Some of the best
reflexes,
baseball players, great hand-eye coordination.
I hear you.
Both of them take a lot of athleticism, but that's mostly in the hand-eye coordination for shooting. As far as the other part, that all takes a lot of you can see how they're stretching the ball. You see how that when they're using the mop or where they would call it to steer the ball, that takes a lot of coordination as well. So both those sports, I do qualify in the sports.
Hold on, don't hang up on me real quick.
Yes, sir.
It sounded like you said John Cougar. It's John Kruger, Kruger. And this story from the Las Vegas Review-Journal, headline, Kruger known as the Tiger Woods of the shotgun world.
Wow.
You do know that he blew his hand off fishing with a grenade, right? And that's where he wears his hand thing. He was fishing with the grenade, and he blew his hand off, and that's where he had to wear it, and he still won a gold medal.
That's not fishing.
Are you?
That's redneckery.
I'm not kidding, dude. This is how it happened. He blew his hand. He do something with his hand. He was like fishing with the grenade, boom, and he still won a gold medal. Dude's an amazing shot, and it takes serious hand-eye coordination to do any shooting. So anyone that doesn't say it's a sport, I think you're insane. The hand-eye coordination, it's sort of like a baseball player. If you're gonna hit a home run, you have to have amazing hand-eye coordination. It's a sport, regardless. The shooting part, it really takes a lot. Of some shot Olympic-style courses and done trap. I've almost did a 50-50. I did not, but the Wascally Wabbit, as we call it, that takes serious hand-eye coordination. Some of the overheads that they fly over you about 50 feet as tall as a building. You have to pull up, you have to pull back and shoot at the right time. Just hit your target. I've done those. I love those.
Okay.
All right, we got to run. Thanks, but
listen, we could talk shooting, trap shooting, skeet shooting,
grenade fishing,
sporting clays, grenade fishing.
Has to be the least athletic
we could
sport.
talk that all day long. We really can't. But say we got to go.
Yeah. And there is
kid a wabbit.
You know, there is another sport that does take a lot of athleticism too, though. Streaking at the Super Bowl.
Let's go.
Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh on the Fan.
Celebrating 30 years.
Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh in for Grant and Danny on the Fan. I think we're on the Team 980 too. Simulcast on both, right? Yeah, there you go. So also on the Team 980. You know, you and I have been texting about this since it pretty much happened, Zabe. The Super Bowl streaker story continues to just have layer upon layer upon layer with it. The minute the video of his POV with the meta glasses
came
out, and we saw that they had a whole plan with one guy that was the Chris Carter fall guy that goes and gets tackled first.
Yep.
While the other guy runs around the field, and you've got views of him, security chasing him, and he's laughing.
You can hear the audio of him. He's like, yeah, bleep, yeah.
Almost gets tackled, and then at the end they get him. Okay, you got me, and he's laughing. You got me.
He's like, okay, you got me.
It is one of the single greatest videos that has ever surfaced on the internet.
Hold on, we have to say as a disclaimer, this is very wrong. We do not encourage people to go on the field.
Do not do that.
We could, we don't want to have another Terry Gamboa situation in White Sox.
No.
We don't want to have a Gunther Parsh situation with Monica Seles' horrible attack where a fan plunged a knife into her back, which was crazy. But that said, nobody was harmed. And they didn't show him on TV.
Nope.
And the guy made it from one end zone all the way to the 12. He would have made it the whole way if it wasn't for Kyle Williams of the Patriots,
who was ready,
who intercepted him, and the way that they edited the video, as soon as he comes into view, they slow it down like, boom. He's like, oh boy, he got me now. Now, as I watched it, I thought he went down a little bit light. I thought he could have stretched to make it to the other end zone.
You think he could have made it end zone to end zone?
Like, look, he bet $50,000 allegedly, and he also promoted his Kickstream handle, Alex G, whatever that is, and he only got hit with a misdemeanor, which is, pretty light work. Now, I don't know about the other guy, what he got hit with, just for jumping down and getting tackled before going on the field. Probably the same thing. But the amount of commitment from a buddy to say, I'm down. I will go, you will go. We'll see who gets farther, but I'll be the first one to go. Did they draw straws? Did they flip a coin? Did they have this predetermined? Did the guy who became the distraction, was he a slower runner?
See, that's what I think, is who is going to be more likely to get caught goes first. Then you create the distraction, and you let the faster guy. Now, did the friend that was the distraction that went first?
I don't even know. I don't even know if he was a friend. I would assume this is all assumption.
That's fair. Yeah.
Unless Alex G unless he knew that other streakers were going to try to do it.
Was there a streaker like Reddit board, perhaps, and they all planned it out?
I wouldn't put anything past Reddit. Would you?
No, I wouldn't.
So, in other words, maybe he was waiting for the moment where the security would be distracted. We got a jumper. We got a jumper. Get on him. South end zone. And then he sees it and he bolts. And the key is getting through that first line. Once he broke through and he was on the field, he lets out this absolute yelp of joy that is so great because it's just what you would imagine. That here he is at the Super Bowl in the clear, running for his very life. And he's got security guards who come into view, and he swerves around them. He dodges another guy. He's at the 50. He's at the 40. Down to the 35-30. 25-20. He could go. Oh, no. He was intercepted by Williams. It's so stupid.
It is.
I'm against this, okay? This is wrong. This is wrong. Don't do this.
But since it already happened and no one got hurt. It's like the friend that slips on ice and falls, and when you realize they haven't broken anything, you can laugh about it.
Then you can laugh.
That's where we are with this. And let me tell you something.
Even though it is a crime.
It is, but apparently it's just a misdemeanor, so is it really that bad?
I know. As performance art, Nick.
Oh. I mean, just
as physical performance art, because everyone knows by now, because there are props you can bet, which he did. Everyone knows to streak the Super Bowl is one of those pinnacle level achievements. Just like joining the Mile High Club on a commercial flight in the lavatory. Now that is, I believe, a low-level felony.
That is actually sounds like worse criminally than
I believe that is
because you're doing it on an airline and
it's disgusting.
Yeah, and there's also that.
It's disgusting.
And also, it's you know what though? It takes athleticism in those tiny little bathrooms.
Oh, absolutely.
That's an Olympic
as much
sport
as curling.
right there.
I mean, imagine being with a woman and they're trying to get the right positions and everything else, and
put this leg up here. My shoe's in the way. Ow! Ow! You're kicking me. Ow! And meanwhile, people just hear this and
knocking on the door, and you got to try to keep it at least quiet enough.
Yeah,
because even though those doors are kind of thick and there's the roar of the engines, if you're really getting after it, people might hear you.
It's more about, it's not necessarily at the highest quality. It's just about the act. It's about checking the box.
Yeah,
that's the goal.
That video was a must loop 15 times.
I've watched it so many times.
Giggle as I watch it.
I did a play-by-play green screen on Instagram with it. I'm like, let's just watch this together. I mean, this is just amazing. And look, if you've ever wanted that whole point of view of what it looks like to streak on a field, now you've got it.
Right.
So there, and if we could just be honest with ourselves here, if you're Meta right now, do you not take this and find a way to use this as marketing? I feel like there's a way you could get away with it, because what are they going to get sued? You know, here's more. Like it's fine. They'll be fine. They do far worse.
I bought a pair of those Meta glasses.
How do you like them?
Well, I returned them, so that's how much I liked them.
That's how much you liked them.
I'm the king of returns. You should know that. I'm the king of returns. I'm the king of leaving early.
Yep.
Bought them in early December on one of my first holiday trips to the mall. And I got taken in by just the most lovely, young, energetic woman in the sales department there at the Ray-Ban store.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I took a lot of her time. It took like 35 minutes deliberating. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. And I got them home and I checked them out. My problem is, being my age, my vision is kind of wonky in that I'm good for these 12 inches in front of my nose.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm bad beyond that. So I need glasses for far. Actually, no, I'm no good for the first 6 inches or anything beyond 2 feet. So my
you got like a specific range.
My strike zone for vision without glasses, even though I've had LASIK, is very narrow.
Oh, and you've had LASIK too.
I have, yeah, but I had LASIK like 25 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So that has slowly worn off.
Yeah.
So my good zone for naked viewing in focus is like this. So you can get, for those Meta glasses, prescription lenses.
Yeah.
But that's an extra surcharge on top of the $400 that they are.
Yeah.
And just, what am I really going to record other than creepy public videos where I'm like, hey, ignore these glasses with the big circles over here that you know are cameras.
You can start doing those get ready with me videos, going to the bathroom. I mean, that's just get ready with Zabe all day.
Get ready
just
with
live
me.
stream
That's
all
for
day.
attractive girls doing their makeup, not for middle-aged men. Get ready with me.
Just watching
Here's
you
the
just
get
like-
ready. Oh, God.
Outfit of the day post.
So yeah, the Meta glasses are pretty cool. The video caliber is also pretty good, but those they have a pair that's like sunglasses, and those only film in square or vertical. And I'm like, I can't.
Got to have all the formats.
I know, I can't.
There's too many formats and too many different
know.
platforms. It just doesn't
Give
work.
me open gate.
You know,
nerd.
now, what would be great, great content is we could have those and it would just be our point of view talking to each other the whole time. That's where they work. We could do that.
And then we could be in different continents.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to be here in these lovely studios that we're
That's
enjoying
all
right
you
now.
need. All right.
Well, anyway, I thoroughly condemn this act.
Yes, it is.
I don't
illegal and
recommend
wrong.
it, but if you haven't seen the video, look it up because. But it's bad. It's wrong. But
No. It's
it's so wrong.
We do not condone this whatsoever, but since we saw it already, it's great content. Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh on the Fan. Steve Czaban and Nick Ashooh in for Grant and Danny. I have said this many times, Zabe. I think that owners have way too much power in the NFL, and they are not held accountable enough for running horrible organizations. We're just lucky in Washington that everybody else held Dan Snyder accountable and finally pushed him out.
Too much power.
Yeah.
They're the owners.
Yeah.
They own the teams.
And what happens if you consistently run a bad organization year after year after year? At what point do you
answer
look
nothing if you own the team, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, and that's my point. That's bad for the league. And it's something it holds fan bases hostage. It holds organizations hostages.
You're not wrong, but they're owners. They don't give a crap.
No, I get it. I know. Roger
you know?
Goodell works for them. They don't care. But now we have them exercising their power a little bit more. Because I absolutely loved when those NFL
annual Players Association report cards on the teams. Everything from the food they have at the facility to their travel accommodations, workout areas, et cetera,
how they treat family, all those details matter.
Report cards to hold the owners' feet to the fire to make them be better, and they would publish it every year.
Well,
and then Woody Johnson decided he had to bug up his butt because he was rated one of the lowest owners in the league, and he was like, "This is illegal. You're violating the collective bargaining agreement," and they took it to arbitration against the players, and the players lost that too. This union, all they do is lose in court, lose in arbitration. They are the losingest loser union in the history of unions. And when somebody tweeted, "I can't believe they lost this case," I said, "What do you expect? They hire strip club fiends as their PA directors. They had to fire the last guy because he was blowing all their per diem money on strip clubs. They're like, this is embarrassing. Get this guy out of here." So I guess nothing surprises me. Now, what's interesting is the union says they're going to still do them.
Yes.
Because it's not against the CBA to do these surveys. The judge just said they couldn't release them. And what Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, said is, now that there is a keen interest in this new contraband information, meaning, we're not going to let you publish it, someone's going to let it leak.
Oh, 100%.
And once it leaks, then we, the people, can report and disseminate and talk about it.
Owners did make changes after they were publicly shamed.
Some did.
Not all of them.
One
but
report said that Woody Johnson made things worse.
Of course, because he's a jackass.
Which is the Monty Burns putting all apples in the vending machine when Homer complained about one apple.
You want a better offensive line. You'll get no offensive line and love it.
Oh, you want apples, Homer? Oh, yes, I'll give you all the apples you want. I mean, the level of petty it takes to do that. But that's the owner. And so that's when, some people were like, I feel bad for Rodgers because of the Jets thing. I go, bitch, he signed with the Jets.
He knew what he was getting himself into.
Yeah, exactly. They were the only team that wanted him. So guess what? You get what you get.
He wanted to get into a situation where he had control and could say, look at my resume and look at your resume.
Right.
But think about this. If you look year in and year out, it's the same crappy organizations that do the same crappy things every single year, and it starts with ownership. Now, I get it. I understand what's realistic and what should be done. I know owners won't be held accountable. I know they run the show. I know Roger Goodell works for them, and he gets his $45 million a year from them. So he's like, well, of course, I'm going to do whatever you want. What else can I do for you guys? Please tell me. Oh, it's fine. That's how I know the dynamic and how it works. But that doesn't mean that it's good for the league. And that's the problem is you see these same organizations year after year. And yeah, does it hit home because my Commanders / football team / Redskins were always held hostage by a horrible owner that was there for so long? Of course. Thankfully, Dan Snyder was pushed out, but we've still got the Cleveland Browns who are having coaching candidates write essays like it's college. Here is the reason why I think I would be a good Browns coach. And they ended up with Todd Monken. And that's their punishment, is you get a 60-year-old first-time head coach because nobody wanted the job. The Jets, bad, dysfunction every single year. The Raiders, always a mess. You can argue the same thing even about the Cardinals. And that's these teams will always be an absolute dumpster fire. And for those fan bases, the only way you make a point is you stop showing up to games. It's the only way that it makes a change.
Even then, I don't know how much it matters because the TV money covers their nut for every player and every contract before a single hot dog is sold, before a single car is parked. So it's kind of hard to exert pressure on an NFL owner. That said, the whole thing about owners, you're absolutely right. I mean, coaches come and go. Owners are till death or until the sale of the team is forced. The Seahawks are about to go up on the block, which is wild to me to think that a well-run, 2-time Super Bowl champion, reigning champion team is going up for sale. Paul Allen didn't want to pass it on to his family. He kind of did what Jack Kent Cooke did here, where he made it hard for family members to maneuver their way into getting the team. So this is going to be fascinating. But on the whole ownership and details front, I think they started this survey. We could look it up. I forget what year it was. But it matters. All of the details absolutely matter. For years, the Redskins didn't have an indoor practice facility.
Right.
When even some bigger high schools in places like Ohio had indoor bubbles. And when the Redskins would face bad weather in December and during the week, like 42s and rain like we had yesterday, and they wouldn't want to practice outdoors, they would have to go to a 24-hour fitness that had a large area and go through walkthroughs, which is absolutely bonkers. Now, Gibbs, the second time around, Nick, when he came here, is like, I'm not worried about indoor practice facility. I want my teams to be NFC East weather ready, meaning he was going to practice in that crap. Here's the problem. You don't get much done because your quarterbacks can't feel their fingers. The ball's all wet. It's an unproductive practice if the weather is that bad or if it's blowing 30 miles an hour. Like, what good are you going to get out of practice if it's 30 miles an hour wind and by Sunday it's supposed to be calm and 50?
Right.
So you're not going to get anything out of it. So Gibbs didn't really push Danny for it, and it was up to Shanahan. Shanahan was the guy that finally put his foot down and said, you got to build something. So Snyder's like, okay. The reason, by the way, he didn't build it was he was working on a new stadium plus headquarters/practice facility in the district, and he didn't want to pay out of his own pocket. He wanted the new practice facility to be part of the whole package. So he was willing to let his team competitively suffer because he's so effing cheap.
But don't worry, you could sign Deion Sanders, so that'll help things out, right?
Yeah. So they build a bubble at Shanahan's insistence, and then it collapses in a snowstorm. Whoops, they got to pop it up. They got to get a new bubble, argue with the insurance company.
Blow it up.
Yeah, exactly. I remember at the time, I'm doing the show with Cooley, and Cooley's like, yeah, man, there's a big insurance fight with the team over the bubble and what happened and why it happened. And the insurance company is saying that they didn't do certain things they had to do in terms of heating it or snow prepping it.
Which would be believable.
1,000%.
Right? Like, the most believable thing on earth.
Because for the 5-odd years that I went into Redskin Park to do the radio show with Cooley and Galdi, I would see little things that I would say to myself, that would bug the hell out of me if I was the owner of this team. Things like landscaping lights that were snapped because somebody backed their car over them in the medians. I'd be like, if I'm Snyder, I go on a warpath when I get in going, why is that light not fixed? The goalposts, Nick, that were crooked and fading yellow on the practice fields, I'd say, straighten those up and paint them, somebody. I would be maniacal about the details because those details translate up the food chain to every detail. And so that's why this survey has been good for some teams whose owners have stepped it up. The Woody Johnsons of the world, the Dan Snyder's no longer, but also Jimmy Haslam in Cleveland, they don't care.
I know.
They just don't want to pay for anything ever.
They want to maximize their income on their investment, which, again, from a business perspective, I understand. Even if you're running a cheap-ass organization, the problem then is that this is something that involves fans and a team and a legacy and all of that, where it goes to my point that I've always said. The only people that are loyal in sports are fans. That's it. They're the only ones that truly care about the team, what happens on the field, what the product actually is. And when you have owners that actually do build a level of culture and consistency, and it's, say whatever you want about the Patriots, the Patriot way has carried over from one era to another. And we've seen it because they have great ownership. And
the owners are very involved in trying to sort out, okay, what's really going on here? Because one of the first mistakes Danny made when he got in was he jumps in as owner, gets control of the team, and quickly finds out that Charlie Casserly and Norv Turner are fighting. So he's got to make a decision. Well, he fired Charlie.
Yep.
And that probably was the wrong call. He ended up firing Norv shortly after that. But it's the same thing, Kraft, for all that you can say about him, Orchids of Asia, he correctly navigated a tricky Brady, Garoppolo, Belichick situation. The first one was Brady didn't like the fact that Garoppolo was being talked about as this could be the heir apparent, and when we're going to transition, he's a lot younger, and that year that Brady was out with a knee injury, he played pretty darn well, right? And so Brady didn't like that. He was bristling at it, and I'm sure Kraft made the decision, get rid of Garoppolo. Garoppolo went for a second rounder, which was lower than a lot of people thought. Then it came down to Brady and Belichick, and he sided with Belichick. Brady went to Tampa, won one more. But he then realized quickly enough, Belichick has lost it. It's time to get out. And so he didn't last long. Same thing with the Gerard Mayo thing. They had set up Mayo to be the successor. He gets the job, and after 1 year, they're like, bro, he ain't it.
You knew right away that was not going to work.
Like, these are all ownership-level decisions where if you're a smart, nimble, involved owner who doesn't have too much of an ego, you will allow those decisions to be made. Another case is in Jacksonville, Shad Khan, who I think is a pretty sharp guy. He had Liam Cohen on the hook to come in as coach, and then Cohen backed out at the last second because he wanted a different GM than the guy they had.
Out, who has a track record of being a terrible general manager.
Exactly.
Ask the 49ers.
And it was ballsy as hell for a guy like Cohen, who had never been a head coach, with what might have been his only shot to be one, be willing to say, no, I'm not going to do it. But credit Shad Khan to go, okay, well, if you feel that strongly, then I guess we'll do that. So they fired Balky.
Yeah.
And it's working out so far right now.
And listen, the smart owners are the ones that listen to the people they hire and trust them.
Yes.
If you're going to hire smart people for your business and not let them do their job, what's the point? What is the point of that? And it's the owners that have too much ego and insecurity, which we saw here in Washington in the past, where that's what gets in the way, and that's where the rash decisions are made, and that's where the ego-driven decisions are made, like Woody Johnson in with the Jets. And you don't like this? Well, I'm going to make it worse then for you. Well, then no one wants to play for you, and you deserve to suck forever. Now, do Jets fans deserve better? Yeah, I feel for fan bases that suffer because I've been there most of my life.
I know.
I don't remember any Super Bowl.
That's all you know.
I wasn't even alive for
all
all
you
of them.
know is dysfunction, misery, and nonsense.
And then 2012, 1999, a little bit when I was real young, and then this past year,
last year.
Yeah, last year.
Last
I guess
year's
it would be
miracle
last year
run.
at this point. And that's it. So
it's a good question.
When you see
is 2025 still this year, or is that already last year?
We're not into the new league year technically yet.
I would not call the 25 season last year yet.
It's still this year.
And I don't have a firm sort of date that I would call it.
When do we transfer over to this season being last year versus this year? That's a great question because I struggle with this too.
For me, I think training camp.
Okay.
Once they open camp, then I call this past season last year.
Because the off-season stuff doesn't really count. It's leading into next year, but you're still kind of like just removed from the previous season. Yeah, I could work with that.
So talking about owners, good owners, bad owners, and decisions and everything else, have you seen what's going on up in New York? Joe Shane, their GM, who should have been fired now for several idiot moves, including...
You mean the fake GM that has no power?
Well, yeah, this is the story. According to reports, Joe Shane has been demoted, essentially, to just be in charge of scouting, that John Harbaugh has installed Dawn Aponte, the former league administrator, okay? The league's former chief football administrative officer. Now, she may be football savvy, and I'm sure she can understand the salary cap, but, I mean, come on. This is, you're hiring someone from an HR to basically run your team now, and Shane has to report to her. And then it's Aponte who will or is it Shane? Well, Now we know. It's actually Dawn.
Do you remember Joe Shane sounding like he was reading a hostage note when he was introducing? He was out of breath and just like, and this is John Harbaugh.
Because he probably knew that they were bringing in the league admin.
Can you imagine
Mizzaponte.
Joe Shane trying to go into John Harbaugh's office on like a Monday morning? Hey, John, so I was up all weekend and I was working on this and I've got this really good idea. And John Harbaugh's like, Just send me an email, pushes him out of the way. I got a meeting with ownership. Just completely just little brothering him the entire time.
Yep.
The minute you knew what the chain of command looked like there, with John Harbaugh coming in, getting everything he wanted, getting control, you knew Joe Shane was out. Like he was just he's there as a figurehead and nothing more. It's a fake. He's basically the equivalent of an offensive coordinator to Aaron Rodgers. Just doesn't exist. Just it's a fake title. That's what you're looking at up there. But it might work because here's the thing. John Harbaugh has had a lot more success than Joe Shane has had, and he's going to make the Giants, unfortunately, a relevant team.
Now, it doesn't help that their current owner, John Mara, 71, is undergoing treatment for cancer. And so he's been in and out. He's optimistic, continues to work part-time, and he feels like he's going to get through this, but he's not as full-time as before, and that leaves a bit of a vacuum at the top.
Yeah.
But back to the surveys, I just love the surveys just because the stuff that some owners do or don't do or that they make you pay for. Did you see where apparently the Bengals and Mike Brown would charge Bengal players for practice jerseys? Yeah.
I did not see that.
Yeah, like outrageous cheapitude. Which fits the bill for the Bengals.
Which it's been masked because they've had Joe Burrow at quarterback.
Of course.
When he's been healthy, they've been winning, so people have forgotten, oh yeah, the Bengals are a mess too. And they've got cheap ownership. So listen, in the end, as I've said, there is only one group of people that is actually loyal in sports, and that's fans and nobody else. And James Harden had exactly that to say and finally had the inside thought outside.
Let's go.
Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh on the Fan. Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh on the Fan, in for Grant and Danny. We do have some more curling on right now, Zabe. Do you feel a little bit more
pro-curling?
Pro-curling after
I was
all
never
this?
anti-curling.
All right, well, you did
I
just
just
look
had
more
to-
athletic after people called in and corrected the situation.
I know this. The women's teams, those ladies look like they're a lot of fun. They look like they'd be really fun at a Chili's after hours.
At a Chili's. All the places you go to Chili's.
Just picking a random suburban haunt. You know what I mean?
Can I be honest with you? I love those kind of restaurants. My wife doesn't. I love them.
You love the chains, huh?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
have
okay
you
with
seen,
it. I'm a simple guy, man. I don't need anything fancy.
Have you seen this half cheeseburger that is in a tray
of cheese?
What do they call that thing?
I don't know. It's like ultimate cheeseburger, cheesy good. I don't know. They came up with some marketing gimmick. They cut a cheeseburger in half and put it in liquid cheese. That's all that it is.
Right. They put it in a small dish. Of molten cheese.
It's just
where you can dip the side of the half cheeseburger.
Such a gimmick.
Okay.
But
okay, look. It looks sexual in the commercials. It looks so good.
Of course it does.
You're like, oh my God, I want that.
It's probably not even a real cheese.
Unfortunately, the internet exists and people have TikTok accounts. And I saw somebody shoot a video of what theirs came out like.
I'm sure it was a mushed, microwaved looking mess.
It was a caked, half burned, crusty, not anything like the video in the commercial.
You're saying that something was fake on TV or the internet.
Right, food. Fast food or quick serve food was somehow not what it was filmed as.
Have you ever watched those like videos
How they do
behind
it?
the scenes of how they do it?
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Right,
it's not
because
edible.
well, no, they'll like for cheese they'll use actual silicone or glue or caulking that is painted or dyed.
Disgusting.
And they're like, okay, well we actually use different things and we nail the caulking to the fake burger and then we lift the bun up so it stretches. That's not real cheese.
None of it's real.
No,
yeah.
it's not
and it's like you just listen. I'm all for food.
So you're a
gimmicks
fan of
occasionally.
those type
Sometimes,
restaurants?
yeah. I like a TGI Fridays.
Okay,
Yeah, you can get some
they're
good
still
burgers
hanging
there.
around. I believe
Yeah.
Bennigan's went out of business.
I haven't been to a Bennigan's I haven't been to any of these very much in a long time because my wife's like, I don't want to go there. I'm like, but I want to.
Bennigan's did not completely go out of business.
Okay.
Underwent a massive restructuring, filing Chapter 7 in 2008. Closed all of its 150 corporate locations. There's like 6 of them left, basically.
I can't imagine that there's very many of these.
Yeah.
But occasionally they're fun, so I'll go to, it's like I can maybe for a lunch on a Saturday convince my wife if we're out doing something, hey, there's a Fridays over here. There's a Fridays in Annapolis that we go to, and I like it.
The
It's
places
good.
I like are where you go up and order, and then they say, your food is ready, come pick it up and sit down. It's half fast food,
Okay. Yeah.
half waiter service.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Those work. Listen, I'm not one of those people that needs to go to a Michelin star restaurant. It's just not me. I'd rather go to a hole-in-the-wall barbecue place that's going to make really good brisket.
Yeah.
I'm happy. It's simple for me. I'm a simple guy.
I just Googled what's the difference between Applebee's and Chili's.
And what's the answer?
Chili's is currently outperforming Applebee's in sales and consumer preference, driven by its stronger, higher quality, and better value menued items, particularly burgers.
Yeah.
And their 3 for Me combos.
I think Chili's is considered a higher end quality of food that's there out of all of them.
All right. Well,
no, Metal Chris is looking at me like, no. Look,
No.
I'm trying to figure this out here.
Metal, do you
know.
have strong leans on any
I
of
will
these?
tell you this. This is what I always told friends when I was like, single and whatever. Applebee's is where you go to take a girl you're breaking up with.
Well, listen, I would put,
Wait, to do the actual breaking up?
Yes, like this is
to
where
tell
you go.
her.
Yeah, this is because she's not going to want to go out with you anymore anyway. after you take her there.
When in that date do you tell her? At what point? After the appetizer or after the meal's over?
Depends on how hostile of a breakup you're talking about.
How many margaritas are had beforehand to make sure that it smooths the transition?
No.
if you dated Chris along the way and you told you're going to Applebee's,
you knew what it meant.
It was like Fredo with the boat trip. You knew it was going to end badly
Or
for
the
you.
equivalent
It's
of
like the
bring your
opposite on
playbook.
Talladega Nights.
Yeah.
Talladega Nights, they love that place, not me. And I was like,
and
no.
You know what's funny? That was the first thing I thought of was we're going to sit here every week and have a family meal.
Family meal, that's
every
right.
week.
Every
That's the
week.
first thing I thought of with Applebee's. I can't do this.
All right, I
Ricky.
threw one more in the mix
All
on
right.
the old Google machine.
All right.
Applebee's versus Chili's versus TGI Fridays.
Yeah, see, Fridays.
Now
man,
we've got a three-way.
I'm for
no
this.
holds barred
It's an
match.
all-star game tournament, if you will, Zabe.
Oh, we could have done that today.
We could have done that.
If anyone cares.
Who wins?
Chili's is best for overall food quality margaritas and Southwestern-inspired dishes.
Okay.
Applebee's is best for budget-friendly options and consistent drinks.
Okay.
And TGI Fridays is best for casual cocktails and breaking up with your girlfriend.
And it doesn't say that. You stop it. That's for Applebee's. We've already established that.
No, it says best for casual cocktails and bar-style appetizers.
Yeah. I mean, they got good burgers there. I've had them. I've enjoyed it.
The Bennigan's was a knockoff of all three of those.
Yeah. There was a lot more of these. The fast casual, as they call it, is
and there was a Bennigan's right next to the old station on Rockville Pike.
Oh,
and
that's right.
I would occasionally drag Andy Poland there to go eat lunch.
How did he feel about that?
He hated it so much.
He hated a lot of things, though.
He's an angry man, like an angry old Jewish man sending soup back at the deli. But Andy, so I dragged him there a couple times too many, and then when we got the news that Bennigan's had gone Chapter 7, my God, was he so happy. He's like, it's about time, thank God. And we looked out the window down at the Bennigan's as the sign started getting taken down. Classic.
Did he celebrate it? Was there like
yes?
a whole,
No, there was actual
that.
rejoicing. He was happy for poor Chain's failure. I mean, people lost their jobs. Mr. Bennigan himself went broke. His life's work, his fortune.
I hate to be the guy, but back in my days, Abe, in college, it was great to take a girl to a Fridays. It was a lot different the way
you got to start somewhere. That's the thing.
Yes.
You have to be able to carry on a conversation.
Yeah.
To be personable but today's generation, they're texting.
Today's
these kids today, they're not going to Bennigan's or Chili's or any of these places.
Well, sometimes at least you know what you're getting. You know what I get on Buffalo Wild Wings? Good wings everywhere I go. I'll say it. It's always consistent.
That is good.
And I got a ton of screens. Ryan, my earpiece, by the way, went out. I might not even be able to hear you here. It's doing something weird. But yeah, I can hear you a little bit.
You can hear me a little bit here. Buffalo Wild. What are we doing, Nick? What are we doing? It's falling off. It's falling off.
I think it depends on the location. I know why you're saying this. There's one nearby that you're not happy with, and I know it's exactly what it is.
I think the one nearby is actually closed down because we're so unsatisfied.
Well, there you go. That's my point.
Fair.
The one that I go to in the Annapolis area is actually quite nice, and they do a lovely job there.
That's fine.
And when I order wings and go pick them up, they're ready to go for me right away. So I'm good. I'm fine with that.
All right, I found it. It's Applebee's, and it's called the OM cheeseburger.
It's just
there it is right there.
Now we have that picture.
And then look at this, boys. Boys, look at this. If this does not make you horny as hell for this cheeseburger, there's something wrong with you. You need to go get tested by your doctor. Look at that skillet of warm, delicious, gooey cheese, and your cheeseburger's been cut in half and dipped in it. Now I'm going to find you some social media clips
now show the
of
real
what the
pictures of
OM
that.
cheeseburger really looks like.
Very, very different in that case as you go to the complete opposite of that. But listen, I think if you put anything in cheese, it's tempting. Even if it's gooey cheese that nobody knows what the source of it actually is. I think in the end, if you put cheese on something, it will work. Listen, I'm all for food places giving you experiments. It's what's made Taco Bell so great. Everybody smokes weed, sits in a room, and comes up with ideas for food, and that's whatever the munchies are is the new creation of Taco Bell. And you know what? It's a great business plan. Let me see the real result. Oh, my God!
It's a crime scene right there.
It looks like someone's 5-year-old just mixed the food around and just put it on their plate. It looks heinous. Yeah, it's almost like what's on the internet and on TV isn't always the truth when they're advertising. Funny how that works.
We train our franchisees to deliver our food in the quality that we see fit as a franchisor. And not all times do we live up to our intentions as a food service restaurant. Blah, 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 blah.
It was very PR of you. Well done.
Yes.
He's Steve Czaban. I'm Nick Ashooh. We're in for Grant Danny on the Fan.
Oh,
Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh, in for Grant Danny on the Fan.
Proof that our algorithms and our devices are always listening.
Yes.
And feeding us content
No, it's just the IP address, Zabe. They're not listening. What?
Oh.
What?
A food-related story just crossed, at least on my timeline.
Hungry now. All that wing talk made me hungry.
Wendy's announces they're closing hundreds of restaurants in 2026.
Really?
In what interim CEO Ken Cook, Cook is his name, irony alert, what Ken Cook calls a rebuilding year for the fast food franchise.
Geez.
So Wendy's is tanking, boys.
Wow.
How about them apples, huh?
Wow. Well, what they need to do is come up with a better chicken sandwich, and that'll change everything.
You're not
that
a
always
fan, huh?
saves. Wendy's is fine.
Spicy chicken sandwich?
I mean, it's okay, but if I'm going to get a chicken sandwich, I'm going to go to Chick-fil-A, I'm going to go to Popeyes, I'm going to go to like a million other places. I'll go to KFC, they had one.
You need to see comedian Roy Wood and his videos called The Chicken Coalition.
I don't think I've seen that, but Roy Wood is
I will show it
funny.
to you during the break.
All right.
You will crack your ass up.
All
This was during the peak of the whole Popeyes chicken sandwich craze.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember.
He got a bunch of fast food rappers and played them like puppets where you couldn't see him, and then did a voiceover. And it was almost like The Wire going, "Hey man, hey Wendy's, where are you sourcing your chicken from, man? What are you doing in these streets here?" "Oh, nothing, man. I'm not doing nothing. Hey, this is our territory." Oh, it's hilarious stuff. So Wendy's has got a rebuilding year on hand. So they're tanking. I don't know what
is their plan? What are their needs? Do they need an edge rusher? Do they need a number 2 wide receiver like the Commanders? I mean, there's a lot of things they might have to address.
I think their fries have always been weak. They can't stop anybody in the secondary with their French fries.
They need to make them a lot crisper when they're tackling, you know?
They got a killer item in that super mini Frosty, not the small Frosty. The teeny Frosty that's just
the
enough
shot
Frosty.
glass of Frosty?
It's almost a shot glass. Yeah, I think it's like 6 ounces. But you would have to get the keychain tag to get the tiny Frosty free.
Yeah.
And so you paid I forget what the number was, like $10 for the year for the keychain, and then you got all the little mini Frosties.
They just get rid of the excess Frosty that's there. That's really what it is.
Well, no,
they're
it was
pawning off the leftovers for you.
No, it was like a loyalty thing. So if you every time you went and ordered something at Wendy's in their drive-thru, you showed them the little keychain thing, and they're like, "Okay, do you want the little teeny Frosty?" And like, "Hell yeah, I want that."
I will say this: Wendy's burgers are pretty good. If you're looking at like fast food burgers.
Yeah, but
Burger
like
King's
everybody,
still the
they're
king.
starting to shrink them.
Yeah.
Other news item that just crossed, Scott Abraham, Channel 7, says body cam footage of Commanders cornerback Marshawn Lattimore getting arrested last month for gun possession has been released. The officer asked Marshawn if he had a gun in the car. He said no.
Oh, that's...
The officer then searched the vehicle and found a gun in the glove box. That's when Marshawn was arrested.
Yep.
Now, 2 things here. One, any responsible gun owner knows not to lie about that.
Yep.
And secondly, why did he consent to his car being searched?
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that, but I know that this was a bad situation from the beginning.
Will he be an ex-commander?
I think so. I think they probably release him. This trade has not worked. You're coming off of now a torn-up knee on top of that. There's enough room that they can save in terms of cap space that you just move on from this and you start from scratch. There has been no positive to this. He's been a lightning rod. There's a ton of venom from the fan base. You gave up assets. It didn't work. You gave up assets thinking it was more pre-agency, right? Get him the year before. We don't care that he's hurt right now. It's more about next year. Well, next year turned into this year.
Yeah.
And then this year didn't work. And then he gets hurt again. And now there's an arrest. There's just really no benefit to this team. Not every trade and draft pick is going to work out. Cut your losses.
That said, we got nobody who can cover back there.
I know.
Nobody.
It's, you know,
that said,
but here's
I agree with all that you're saying.
Trey Amos has the potential, though, to be a very good corner. Mikey Sanders still needs to be moved probably to the outside. I think that's a better spot for him.
That's one of the interesting conundrums, which is, was this year the real Mikey Sandersill or was his rookie year the real one? What happened there?
Right.
Did he get exposed and he's going to be no longer very good, or was it just a down year? Or like you said, is he out of position?
I see someone as out of position. So hopefully Durante Jones is going to look at this and move him to the outside. It doesn't mean they're still not going to go and address corner in free agency, but you know, it's just And listen, maybe that is enough where you bring in Marshawn Lattimore and you can cut him halfway through the season, and it's like, well, we've already got him on the roster. There's not a lot of good at this point, and he's become such a lightning rod. It's one of those questions where is it really worth it, other than just not cutting your losses and moving on? Like, that's, at this point, is the only reason to keep him around. Performance is not there. He's been arrested. He's coming off of a torn ACL now. There's really just not going to be much in terms of a benefit.
I need to watch and learn more about this arrest. I don't think it was that egregious of an arrest. He probably just screwed up and maybe nervous, said, I don't have a gun, and then, he found one.
Yeah, I don't know enough about that to look at that specifically, but it adds something to the layer, though.
If it was only a character thing, like, do you want to keep him after this arrest? I'd say, yeah, of course, because other players have done far worse than just get arrested for gun possession. I got a NBA story for you, Mr. NBA, regarding its media deal with NBC. First of all, what'd you think of Roundball Rock and Costas last night?
Yeah, listen, the more they lean into that song, the better.
Okay.
I'll take it. I'll take it. The live performance of it and hearing it again, there's the nostalgia there.
I don't need Costas, though. I really don't.
Well, that's fair. He's a little annoying. Yes, I get that.
Such a punchable imp. Don't punch him, by the way. Nice guy, but don't like him. That said, they paid so much for the NBA.
Yes, they did. And I know where you're going with this, I think, too.
Yes, they paid $2.5 billion for the NBA, and they've devoted a lot of resources to it. And they're giving the NBA that Sunday night love, now that football's over, that used to only be for the Shield. The Shield ain't happy about it.
No, they're not.
You're aware of this, right?
I am.
And what's fascinating to me is that, on the one hand, you say, well, hey, NFL, let somebody else eat. Why do you care what the NBA got for their property with your NFL property? And the answer would be, well, if they're going to pay 2.5 for an inferior product, we need to raise our rates.
Because the NFL is getting paid $2 billion.
Right.
The NBC paid for more. But here's the thing. We're talking one night a week versus multiple nights a week throughout an entire season.
Listen, those are all rational explanations. A jilted lover doesn't want to hear it.
Doesn't matter.
The NFL is now looking at like, what the hell, man? Because remember, they have fed NBC the best of the best games every year.
That is true.
To the point where it had to be killing ESPN executives who were on the hook for $1 billion a week for their NFL product. And they're like, what the hell? We don't get the same kind of love from you? So what happens next is going to be fascinating, because the NFL and some of their media partners are going to crack open their rights deals early.
Yeah.
Early, which is like, what are you doing? And the thinking is, it's better to sign on now because it's only going to be more expensive.
Just like a quarterback.
Later. Exactly.
It's exactly what it is. It's the same thing. And if the
NFL puts the screws to the Peacock, and they're losing money right now, by the way, on their streamer, Peacock, and they have paid too much for the NBA. If the NFL really gives it to them, like, it could literally bankrupt NBC. No lie. That is not unprecedented. They're in a dicey situation right now.
What they're going to have to do is just make the NFL happy and improve and add more coverage for the NFL. That's
coverage.
That's what
And
also the money.
They want the money.
But they also want the attention. The NFL doesn't like not having attention. There's a reason why the NFL has decided that you want to be on Christmas Day on a Wednesday. Because the NBA has it. Steve Czaban, Nick Ashooh on The Fan.